Section 93 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 91, Reed Smoot, 1862 to 1941, Utah. Election case, expulsion case, February 23, 1903 to February 20th, 1907. Issues, qualifications, whether there could be a religious disqualification for Senate membership. Chronology, memorial received February 23, 1903. Referred to committee, January 27, 1904. Committee report, June 2, 1906. Senate vote, February 20th, 1907. Result, retained seat not expelled. Background. Members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, commonly known as Mormons, had fled to the desert isolation of Utah following the 1844 murder of the church's founder, Joseph Smith. Mormons and non-Mormons faced the 1896 admission of Utah to the Union with some dread, as both groups had grown comfortable with the physical distances separating their communities. Non-Mormons, largely uninformed about the cultural and economic institutions of the Mormon Church, disliked the way in which it tended to blur business and political distinctions. Outsiders often demonstrated their distrust of the Church by expressing repugnance for plural marriage, even though the Mormon Church had officially terminated the practice in 1890 after Congress enacted laws making polygamy illegal. Utah's election of Reed Smoot, a prominent Mormon, to the United States Senate sparked a marathon investigation that became the focus for Americans' fear, ignorance, and suspicion of Mormonism. Statement of the case. On February 23, 1903, the credentials for Reed Smoot, Republican of Utah, were presented and placed on file. On the same day, a memorial from several Salt Lake City residents asked that Smoot, a well-known and influential Mormon manufacturer and banker, not be permitted to take his seat. The protesters were a small group of businessmen and Protestant ministers who opposed Mormon economic policies in Utah. On March 5, 1903, Reed Smoot appeared and took his oath of office, under the Senate's policy that a senator whose credentials were in order would be seated and any challenges dealt with afterward. The arrival of the Mormon senator, a member of the church's powerful quorum of 12 apostles, attracted national attention and unleashed a torrent of complaints against him. Petitions with thousands of signatures flooded the Senate from Protestant churches, women's organizations outraged by polygamy, and others influenced by newspaper attacks on Smoot. The protesters charged that the Mormon leadership, including the Quorum of 12, held supreme authority over both spiritual and temporal matters for its members, and frequently interfered in Utah politics. They also complained that the leaders continued to believe in, encourage, and practice polygamy, even though it was illegal. The deluge of petitions and resolutions moved the Senate on January 27, 1904, to order an investigation into the hierarchy of the Mormon Church. A central issue was whether Smoot, as one of the Quorum of 12, had taken a church fealty oath that made him ineligible to sit in the United States Senate. The Senate referred the matter to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Response of the Senate. The committee plunged into an investigation that lasted more than 2 years, gathering testimony that filled 5 volumes. The scope of the investigation expanded far beyond Smoot and became a full dissection of the structure and machinery of the Mormon Church, as well as the temporal and religious concerns of Mormons. Arguments against Smoot centered on 3 points. He was a member of a church that encouraged polygamy. He had taken a religious oath that disqualified him from the Senate, and he was a member of a religion that united church and state. The Smoot forces argued that since 1890, the Mormon Church had not controlled or attempted to control elections in Utah, and Smoot had never taken any oath, including an obligation of hostility to the United States, as had been alleged. They also correctly observed that other Mormons, although none holding such high positions in the church, had already been elected to and served in the U.S. Congress. More directly relevant to the matter at hand was the argument that none of the practices of the Mormon Church had any bearing on Smoot's constitutional qualifications to be a United States Senator. Despite this significant point, the committee on June 1, 1906, voted 7-5 that Smoot was not entitled to his seat. On June 11th, a divided committee filed majority and minority reports. The majority recommended that Smoot be removed from office, having concluded that he perceived his first loyalty to be the maintenance of the corporate and spiritual interests of Utah's Mormons. For its part, the minority report contended that testimony before the committee failed to substantiate any of the charges against Smoot. The lengthy proceedings never included personal attacks on the senator, whose character was above reproach. When the Senate reconvened in December 1906 after its summer recess, the Smoot case took center stage. Privileges and Elections Committee Chairman Julius C. Burroughs, Republican of Michigan, led the attack against Smoot, tying him and the Mormon Church to support for polygamy. Smoot, however, gained some eloquent defenders, among them noted orator Albert J. Beveridge, Republican of Indiana, one of those signing the committee's minority report. Not only was Smoot not himself a polygamist, Beveridge asserted, but the evidence shows that from the first, Reed Smoot has been the leader of the younger, wiser, and more modern element of his church that opposed that insult to marriage. He then closed with a stirring call for religious tolerance. On February 20th, 1907, the ordeal of Reed Smoot, during which he conducted himself with grace and dignity, finally reached a conclusion. After deciding to require a 2/3 vote to declare Smoot not entitled to his seat, the Senate first voted down a move to expel him, 27 yeas to 43 nays, and then refused by a vote of 28 yeas to 42 nays to deny the Utah senator his right to remain in the Senate. Conclusion: the investigation into Reed Smoot's right to a Senate seat had, in many ways, been an American trial of the Mormon Church. In permitting Smoot to retain his seat, the U.S. Senate took a stand in support of religious freedom for all Americans. In practical terms, the staunch support of Republican President Theodore Roosevelt had helped to ensure the margin of victory by encouraging wavering Republican senators to stand firm. Reed Smoot served in the Senate for 30 years. At his death in 1941, he was third in line for the presidency of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. End of Case 91, end of Section 93. Section 94 of United States Senate Election Expulsion and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 92, Joseph R. Burton, 1852 to 1923, Kansas. Expulsion case, January 24, 1904 to June 4, 1906. Issues: corruption, convicted of illegally accepting compensation for services before a federal agency. Chronology: indictment, January 24, 1904. Conviction, March 28, 1904. Conviction overturned, January 16, 1905. Second conviction, November 26, 1905. Conviction upheld, May 21, 1906. Referred to committee, May 22, 1906. Result: resigned before Senate could act. Background: on January 24, 1904, a federal grand jury in Missouri indicted Senator Joseph R. Burton, Republican of Kansas, on charges that he had received 5 checks for $500 each from the Rialto Grain and Securities Company of St. Louis, in return for interceding with the United States Postmaster General and the Chief Post Office Inspector on a mail fraud investigation. Such activity violated an 1864 law prohibiting members of Congress from receiving compensation for services performed before a federal agency. The law also provided that anyone found guilty would be rendered forever thereafter incapable of holding any office under the government of the United States. Burton's indictment came about during a general investigation of corruption in the post office. Burton denied any wrongdoing and explained that he had accepted the fees to become general counsel to Rialto because he had lost heavily in the recent financial panic and needed the $500 monthly salary. Burton had accompanied the president of Rialto, Hugh Dennison, to a meeting with the chief post office inspector to determine whether or not the post office had issued a mail fraud order against the company. Burton claimed to have told the inspector that other senators and representatives had built up large private practices during their terms of office, and that I, in a small way, desired to emulate them. I told him that I was general counsel for the Rialto Company of St. Louis, and asked him, as a general matter of friendship, to tell me if at any time I did wrong. Burton added that both he and the chief post office inspector were from Kansas. Statement of the case. When Joseph Burton was convicted on March 28, 1904, he appealed to the Supreme Court, which ruled in January 1905 that Missouri did not have jurisdiction to try Burton for checks that he had received in Washington and cashed at the Riggs Bank there. In July of that year, Burton was again indicted by a federal grand jury in St. Louis on more limited charges. He was convicted once more in November 1905 and sentenced to 6 months in prison and a $2,500 fine. Again, he appealed to the Supreme Court. After each of his convictions, while his appeals were pending, Burton remained a member of the Senate and continued to draw his salary. He did not, however, enter the Senate chamber to participate in Senate business. According to press accounts, other senators let it be known they would not act to expel him until after he had exhausted his appeals in the courts, but that if he appeared on the Senate floor, he would forfeit his claim to their sympathy. On May 21, 1906, the Supreme Court upheld Burton's second conviction. In its opinion, the court indicated that conviction in the case did not operate ipso facto to vacate the seat of the convicted senator, nor compel the Senate to expel him or to regard him as expelled by force alone of the judgment. Burton v. United States, 202 U.S. 344. The court also declared that the law's prohibition of anyone convicted under it from serving again in the U.S. government did not apply to U.S. senators who were selected by the states. It was therefore up to the Senate to take its own action against Burton. In response to this ruling, the Senate the next day directed the Committee on Privileges and Elections to examine the legal effect of the Supreme Court's decision and make a recommendation. But on June 4th, before the committee could issue a report, Burton resigned from the Senate. Conclusion. Joseph Burton served 5 months of his 6-month sentence in the Iron County Jail, Ironton, Missouri. He claimed to have rejected a presidential pardon, although the United States Attorney insisted that no pardon was ever offered. When Burton left prison in March 1907, he was met by a delegation of prominent lawyers and political leaders who escorted him back to Abilene, where he was given a triumphant reception. Burton charged that President Theodore Roosevelt had instigated the government's prosecution of him because he had broken with the president on the issue of Cuban trade reciprocity. "Roosevelt never forgave me," said Burton, "and for that reason he was hounded for years for a crime I never committed." Burton died in 1923. End of Case 92 and of Section 94. Section 95 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990 by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 93, Charles H. Dietrich, 1853 to 1924, South Dakota. Censure case, February 1, 1904 to April 14, 1904. Issues: authority to investigate conduct prior to a member's term. Chronology: request for investigation, February 1, 1904. Referred to committee, February 1, 1904. Committee report, April 14, 1904. No Senate action. Result not censured. Background: in 1878, South Dakota miner and merchant Charles H. Dietrich moved to Hastings, Nebraska, where he found lucrative business opportunities in meeting the needs of the burgeoning agriculture and livestock industries there. Establishing close financial ties with many German immigrants in the state, he became president of the German National Bank in 1887. In 1900, Dietrich was elected governor of Nebraska. Statement of the case. In May 1901, after his selection by the state legislature for the position of United States Senator in March of that year, Charles Dietrich, Republican, resigned his gubernatorial office and came to Washington. On December 2, 1901, he presented himself in the Senate and took his oath without objection. No charges were ever made against the regularity of Dietrich's election. On February 1, 1904, Dietrich submitted a resolution asking that the Senate investigate allegations of improprieties in certain postal appointments in Nebraska while he was governor. These alleged episodes, all of which predated Dietrich's election as senator, included charges that he accepted bribes in return for naming a postmaster, and that he profited from the leasing of post office facilities in Hastings, Nebraska. Dietrich had been formally indicted on December 28, 1903, but the charges were dismissed on January 4, 1904. The Senate approved Dietrich's resolution, and the President pro tempore appointed a special 5-member committee to conduct an inquiry. Response of the Senate. The authority of the Senate to investigate allegations of criminal conduct that occurred prior to a member's election had been hotly debated in 1893 when charges were raised against William D. Roach, Democrat of North Dakota. See footnote to Case 83, which may be viewed in the online version of the book. It was a topic about which the Senate clearly felt uncomfortable, and the issue was no more palatable because the investigative request came from the individual himself. After looking into the matter, the Special Committee on April 14, 1904, issued a unanimous report that exonerated Dietrich from any wrongdoing and discredited any charges published against him. No accusations against Dietrich were made on the Senate floor. No debate occurred after the report, and the Senate took no further action in the matter. Conclusion. Charles Dietrich served only a single term in the United States Senate. He retired in 1905 and died in 1924. End of Case 93, end of Section 95. Section 96 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 94, John W. Smith, 1845 to 1925, Maryland. Election case, March 26, 1908. Issues: conduct of election, immediate seating if credentials in order. Chronology: credentials presented March 26, 1908. Senate vote March 26, 1908. Result: seated. Background: John W. Smith, a native of Maryland's Eastern Shore and a businessman of comfortable means, rose through the ranks of the state's Democratic machine politics to capture a succession of offices. In a career that spanned more than 40 years, Smith served as a member of the State Assembly, President of the State Senate, and Governor of Maryland. In 1908, Smith, who had become the unofficial Democratic leader of the state after the death in 1906 of his patron, Senator Arthur P. Gorman, Democrat of Maryland, was elected to the United States Senate for the term beginning March 4, 1909. When the incumbent senator, William P. White, died in March 1908, the Maryland Assembly selected Smith to fill the remaining year of that term as well. Statement of the case. On March 26, 1908, John Smith's credentials were presented to the United States Senate, stating that the legislature had elected him the previous day. Julius C. Burroughs, Republican of Michigan, chairman of the Committee on Privileges and Elections, raised an objection on the grounds that the Maryland election violated provisions of the 1866 federal election law regulating elections to fill vacancies. The statute in question, he declared, stipulated that a state legislature could not fill a vacancy until the second Tuesday after notice that one existed. Since William White had died Tuesday, March 17, 1908, his replacement could not be selected until March 31st. But John Smith's credentials showed the election was completed 6 days earlier, on March 25th. Burroughs asserted that every election to fill a vacancy since passage of the 1866 law had conformed to the requirement to wait until the second Tuesday, and that Smith therefore should not be seated. Smith's Maryland Democratic colleague, Isidore Rayner, however, pointed out that no one was contesting the election and that the Maryland legislature was required by the state's constitution to adjourn before the next Tuesday. Thus, delaying the election would leave the state without its full representation in the Senate. Rayner interpreted the statute simply to mean that a legislature must not elect a senator until the second Tuesday after it was organized. After that day, it could fill a vacancy whenever one occurred. At any rate, he concluded, the Senate precedent was to seat a senator who arrived with proper credentials and to conduct an inquiry afterward. Response of the Senate. A resolution to delay the seating of John Smith failed by a vote of 28 to 34. Smith then came forward and took his oath of office. The Senate thus agreed with Rayner that it would seat a senator-elect with regular credentials and no challengers. The early date of the election did not alter the essential validity of the procedure, and the Senate took no further action on the matter. Conclusion. Smith held his Senate seat until 1921. In his final campaign, Smith's advancing age, his advocacy of prohibition, and factionalism among Democrats helped sweep Republican Ovington E. Weller to victory. Smith died in 1925. End of Case 94 and of Section 96. Section 97 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 95, William Lorimer, 1861 to 1934, Illinois. Election case, May 28, 1910 to July 13, 1912. Issues: electoral misconduct, bribery, and corruption. Chronology. First investigation. Request for investigation, May 28, 1910. Referred to committee, June 1, 1910. Committee report, December 21, 1910. Senate vote, March 1, 1910. Second investigation. Referred to committee, June 4, 1911. Committee report, May 20, 1912. Senate vote, July 13, 1912. Result, unseated. Background. William Lorimer, a self-educated immigrant from England who arrived in the United States as a youngster, climbed from extreme poverty to affluence and prestige. He acquired wealth through his brick manufacturing and real estate businesses, and power through his political organizing skills and machine connections in Illinois. The vibrant and forceful Lorimer, affectionately known as the Blonde Boss, was first elected to the U.S. House of Representatives at 33. He entertained his constituency with bands, circuses, and moving pictures, and they rewarded him by repeatedly re-electing him to the House, where he served from 1895 to 1901 and 1903 to 1909. In 1909, Lorimer, a Republican, sought a seat in the United States Senate and was elected after months of deadlock in the legislature with the help of many Democratic votes. Statement of the case. On June 18, 1909, William Lorimer presented his credentials and was seated in the Senate. Nearly a year later, on May 28, 1910, Lorimer asked the Senate to investigate allegations by the Chicago Tribune that he had obtained his seat by bribery and corruption, charges that he vehemently denied. The Senate referred the matter to the Committee on Privileges and Elections on June 1, 1910, and on June 20th, the Senate agreed with the committee request to conduct a full-scale investigation into Lorimer's campaign activities. Response of the Senate, first investigation. When the committee reported on December 21, 1910, a majority report exonerated Lorimer. In previous bribery cases, the report noted, the Senate had held that an election would only be invalidated if the senator involved had participated in or sanctioned an act of bribery, or if bribery committed without his knowledge or sanction affected enough votes to change the outcome of the election. In this case, a subcommittee had held hearings in Chicago and received no testimony that implicated Lorimer himself in any acts of bribery, although 4 legislators claimed to have received bribes to vote for him. Several of these, however, had later changed their stories and denied receiving any bribes, and the 3 legislators accused of giving the bribes also denied any involvement. The committee therefore found no reason to believe that the Democrats who voted for Lorimer had been bribed to do so. One committee member, Albert J. Beveridge, Republican of Indiana, even though belonging to Lorimer's party, refused to sign the majority report and submitted his own minority report. In it, he contended that the 4 legislators had repeatedly testified under oath that they had been bribed, and that they were found to have unusual sums of money in bills of large denominations right after the bribes were said to have occurred. The fact that the 3 legislators accused of giving the bribes denied the charge he considered unconvincing, since they would naturally not want to admit to a crime. Thus, he considered that 7 of the votes for Lorimer were tainted by bribery, enough to invalidate the election, since Lorimer had won by only 6 more than a majority of those voting. Beveridge also differed with the majority report regarding the precedents from previous cases, asserting that it was time to establish a new precedent, that if only one case of bribery be clearly established in the election of a senator, even without the knowledge of that senator, this invalidates the entire election. Such a policy, he declared, would send a clear message to legislators to clean up elections. Our business, he continued, is to guard the purity of election, adding that he found it unlikely that Lorimer, who carefully oversaw all aspects of his campaign, was truly ignorant of the efforts at bribery. Beveridge concluded that Lorimer's election was invalid. In separate reports, 3 other committee members joined Beveridge in this conclusion. When news that Beveridge was preparing a dissent leaked to the press, a deluge of supporting mail descended on the Indiana senator, since progressives viewed his denunciation of Lorimer as a holy crusade. The Senate debate began on January 18, 1911, and continued for 6 weeks. When Beveridge rose to deliver his oration against the majority report, packed galleries awaited him. At the completion of his attack, divided into 2 segments titled The Issue and The Evidence, Beveridge had demolished Lorimer's case and denied his colleagues an easy dismissal vote. Despite the power of Beveridge's logic, the Senate on March 1, 1911, refused by a vote of 40 yeas to 46 nays to declare Lorimer's election void. The committee's recommendation had unleashed a torrent of protest across the nation. During the long Senate investigation, public sentiment against Lorimer mounted, as the Illinois press relentlessly chronicled the flagrant campaign abuses of his supporters. The American public, riding the crest of progressive reform, heightened its condemnation of William Lorimer when, at the investigation's midpoint, former President Theodore Roosevelt refused to be seated with the senator at a Chicago banquet table. Second investigation. Beveridge's Senate term ended on March 3, 1911, but the public uproar over Lorimer's campaign tactics lingered. On April 6, 1911, at the beginning of the 62nd Congress, Robert M. La Follette, Republican of Wisconsin, urged the Senate to reopen the case on the basis of reports in the Chicago newspapers indicating that $100,000 had been spent on bribes to secure Lorimer's election. 6 weeks later, the Illinois State Senate buttressed La Follette's position with a report tying Lorimer and high-ranking Illinois executives to the campaign corruption. After considerable debate, the Senate on June 7, 1911, authorized a special committee of 8 members of the Privileges and Elections Committee to conduct a second investigation into the 1909 Lorimer election. Almost a year later, on May 20, 1912, the committee returned a majority and a minority report of its findings. After hearing 180 witnesses and amassing 8 volumes of testimony, the majority stated that it had failed to find any evidence that a fund was raised to be spent in connection with Lorimer's election. Nor did they find evidence of any corrupt practices in that election. Once again, the majority argued that despite the extensive testimony about illegal money transactions, no evidence directly linked Lorimer to the wheeling and dealing. The 3 minority members dismissed arguments from Lorimer's counsel that the matter had already been adjudicated by the 1911 Senate vote. They contended that the second investigation added substantive new information about the scope of Lorimer's involvement and established conclusively that at least 10 of the votes cast for Lorimer were corruptly obtained. Led by Albert Beveridge's replacement, Indiana Democrat John Worth Kern, the minority therefore demanded that Lorimer's election be ruled invalid. The Senate debated the 2 reports extensively before finally voting on July 13, 1912. By a vote of 55 to 28, a progressive-minded Senate agreed with the minority and declared William Lorimer's election invalid. Conclusion. William Lorimer was the last senator to be deprived of office for corrupting a state legislature, since in May 1912, the 17th Amendment, providing for direct election of U.S. senators, was finally passed by Congress and sent to the states for ratification. In May 1913, the amendment became part of the U.S. Constitution, and in November of that year, the first senator was elected under its provisions, permanently ending the role of state legislatures in the election of U.S. senators. The Special Investigating Committee attempted to provide $35,000 for the ousted senator's expenses incurred from 2 investigations. But Congress adjourned without acting on the resolution, and the matter was not taken up at any future session. William Lorimer, unrepentant and undaunted, returned to Chicago, where a loyal population greeted him with festive celebrations. Soon after, however, his financial affairs faltered. Although unsuccessful in his efforts to be elected to the Senate in 1916 and in 1918 to the House of Representatives, Lorimer continued to circulate among powerful business and political associates. He died in 1934 at the age of 74. End of Case 95 and of Section 97. Section 98 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 96, Isaac Stephenson, 1829 to 1918, Wisconsin. Election case, June 30th, 1911 to March 27th, 1912. Issues: electoral misconduct, bribery, and corruption. Chronology: request for investigation, June 30th, 1911. Referred to committee, June 30th, 1911. Committee report, February 12th, 1912. Senate vote, March 27th, 1912. Result: retained seat. Background: Isaac Stephenson, a successful Wisconsin businessman, plunged into Republican politics soon after the party's 1854 formation in the dairy state. He served in a variety of local offices, and in 1883, Wisconsin voters sent him to the United States House of Representatives, where he remained for 3 terms. In May 1907, Stephenson was elected to fill a vacancy in the U.S. Senate, and in 1909 he was re-elected to the full term beginning on March 4th, 1909. Statement of the case. On March 15th, 1909, Isaac Stephenson presented his credentials for the new term and was seated without objection. More than 2 years later, on June 30th, 1911, the Wisconsin legislature notified the U.S. Senate that it considered Stephenson's claim to the seat invalid because a state investigation into the 1909 election had found evidence of bribery and corruption by Stephenson both in the state's direct primary in 1908 and in his 1909 election by the legislature. State investigators reported, for example, that Stephenson's primary campaign expenditures exceeded $107,000. In the years before passage of the 17th Amendment providing for direct election of senators, a number of states adopted the system of holding a popular primary to enable voters to express their preference for U.S. Senator. Although the results of such primaries were not legally binding, in practice, state legislators were inclined to follow the popular mandate when they formally elected a senator. The Senate referred the Wisconsin communication to the Committee on Privileges and Elections that same day, and on August 15th, the Senate authorized the committee to investigate Stephenson's campaign. Response of the Senate. On October 2, 1911, a subcommittee began hearings in Milwaukee, Wisconsin that lasted for 25 days and amassed over 2,000 pages of printed testimony. 124 witnesses, often with flippancy and boldness, described receiving and spending campaign funds, destroying financial records, and removing campaign correspondence to a secret location outside the state. On February 12, 1912, a divided committee reported to the Senate. The majority report sustained Stephenson's right to his seat. It dismissed as insignificant several technicalities in the election procedures of the Wisconsin legislature, none of which had substantive bearing on the outcome of the election. It also preferred not to review activities during the direct primary because, under the U.S. Constitution, such state primaries were no part of an election of a United States Senator. Regarding the conduct of Stephenson himself, the report defended his campaign expenditures, such as the purchase of newspaper advertising, payment of poll workers and other campaign aides, and the maintenance of a headquarters in a local hotel as acceptable campaign tactics rather than as evidence of corrupt practices. The committee mildly rebuked the senator for failing to require his associates to keep adequate records and for the lavish expenditure of money. But the report concluded that other candidates who spent less did so because of a lack of funds rather than a higher degree of morality. The committee noted that in 1911, the Federal Corrupt Practices Act had limited to $10,000 the amount a Senate candidate could spend on his campaign, and Wisconsin had adopted a $7,500 limit. But neither law had been in effect at the time of Stephenson's election. A minority report vehemently disagreed with these points. Although the direct primary had no legal force in the election of senators, the report noted that many legislators felt morally bound to vote for the individual who won the primary. Thus, if success in the primary was achieved by corrupt means, the actual election by the legislature would also have been affected. Mindful of a rising public outcry against expensive campaigns, the report's authors emphasized the undisputed testimony that 70 agents charged to distribute funds on Stephenson's behalf openly toured the state for that purpose, and Stephenson himself had ordered $2,500 given to a local game warden. Based on such uncontroverted evidence, the minority report told the Senate that corruption was used in the primary, which directly contributed to destroy the purity and freedom of the election, and concluded that Stephenson's election was invalid. Long and emotional floor debates followed the distribution of the reports, as supporters and opponents of Stephenson read into the congressional record extensive excerpts from the testimony gathered by the committee. Stephenson's champion, George Sutherland, Republican of Utah, made the distinction that it was possible to spend a great deal of money for legitimate purposes in a primary election, such as the $11,000 Stephenson had expended for postage. While senators might disapprove of such exorbitant expenditures, they were not in themselves evidence of corruption. Sutherland concluded by pleading that at the age of 83, Stephenson probably had only a short time left to live and should be permitted to finish his life with his honor intact. Quote, "Yet a few more days, and he must pass on, leaving nothing of permanent value behind him, unless it be the record of an honored and honorable name." Unquote. Unmoved by these entreaties, opponents like Miles Poindexter, Republican of Washington, denounced the majority report. Poindexter told his colleagues that since Stephenson supplied the money that was spent, common sense made it obvious that he must have known about the flagrant transactions. At the close of the debate, Francis Newlands, Democrat of Nevada, offered a line of reasoning that may have assisted many in their voting decision when he condemned Stephenson's campaign practices, but pointed out that since the Wisconsin election, public opinion had grown much stronger against activities prohibited by recent laws that had not been illegal in 1908. He therefore added, "I am unwilling to judge the acts of 4 years ago, either by the political or the moral standards of today." When on March 27, 1912, the Senate voted 40-34 that Stephenson should retain his seat, spectators in the gallery burst into enthusiastic applause, for which they were promptly chided by the presiding officer. Conclusion. This case, like that of William Lorimer, see Case 95, was being considered by the Senate at a time when public sentiment was running high against the use of money and questionable practices during state legislatures' election of senators, and while Congress was debating the 17th Amendment, which became law in 1913. Although Stephenson's advanced age helped to save him from losing his seat, he did not expire quite as promptly as George Sutherland had predicted. Stephenson served in the Senate until 1915 and lived in retirement for another 3 years before his death in 1918. End of Case 96 and of Section 98. Section 99 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 97, Clarence W. Watson, 1864 to 1940, and William E. Chilton, 1858 to 1939, West Virginia. Election case, August 26, 1912, to February 11, 1913. Issues: electoral misconduct, charges of bribery. Chronology: petition submitted August 26, 1912. Referred to committee August 26, 1912. Committee report February 11, 1913. Senate vote February 11, 1913. Result: retained seats. Background: politics and industry blended in West Virginia in a union that often crossed party lines and blurred the distinctions between Democrats and Republicans. Senator Stephen B. Elkins dominated the Republicans, while his father-in-law and business associate, Henry Gassaway Davis, controlled the Democrats. In 1911, this interconnection of political and industrial interests contributed to the election of 2 Democratic West Virginia senators, Clarence W. Watson and William E. Chilton. Statement of the case. On February 2, 1911, Clarence Watson took his seat for a term that ended March 3, 1913. 4 days later, the credentials of William E. Chilton were presented for the other West Virginia seat for a term that began on March 4, 1911. On April 4, 1911, the first day of the 62nd Congress, Chilton took his seat. Stephen B. Elkins had died in January 1911, ending the iron grip he had maintained on West Virginia political and industrial life. Since he had dominated the state's governors, it was not surprising that after his death, the state's executive sought to flex his own political muscle. Accordingly, more than a year after the seating of Watson and Chilton, the West Virginia governor filed a petition charging that the two, both well connected to state industrialists, had secured their nominations through bribes paid by rail and oil corporations. The charge was based on the claim by one member of the West Virginia legislature that, prior to the 1911 Democratic caucus, he had accepted $1,000 as inducement to vote for the two senators. The Senate referred the matter to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Response of the Senate. On February 11, 1913, the committee returned a unanimous report favorable to Watson and Chilton. The report concluded that the only evidence of improper conduct stemmed from the account of the legislator, L.J. Schock, who had subsequently recanted the charges in a letter he sent to Clarence Watson on January 8, 1913. In it, he stated, "I have let the talking go on because I hated to be put in a wrong light. The truth is that I set up the whole business. Nobody tried to buy my vote. So far as I know, your election and Chilton's was honest and fair." The committee deemed the written retraction sufficient to recommend dismissing the charges. Any other allegations in the West Virginia petitions the committee considered to be nothing more than political rumors, calculated to arouse suspicion and create prejudice during a campaign, and thus unworthy of Senate consideration. The Senate accepted the recommendation for dismissal and took no further action. Conclusion. Clarence Watson left the Senate at the completion of his term in 1913. He then ran a coal company and owned a training stables. He died in 1940. William Chilton served in the Senate until 1917. When narrowly defeated in 1916, he contested the election, but the Senate determined that his opponent should retain the seat. See Case 100. A forceful attorney and a dynamic public speaker, Chilton failed in his subsequent attempts at re-election to the Senate. He died in 1939. End of Case 97 and of Section 99. Section 100 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 98, Henry D. Clayton, 1857 to 1929, and Franklin P. Glass, 1858 to 1934, Alabama. Election case appointment, August 20th, 1913 to February 4th, 1914. Issues, interpretation of 17th Amendment. Chronology, Clayton. Credentials presented, August 20th, 1913. Referred to committee, August 20th, 1913. Credentials withdrawn, October 21st, 1913. Glass. Credentials presented, November 22nd, 1913. Referred to committee, November 22nd, 1913. Committee report, January 21st, 1914. Senate vote, February 4th, 1914. Result, not seated. Background. On May 31st, 1913, the 17th Amendment officially became part of the United States Constitution. This long-awaited, badly needed change removed the selection of United States senators from the state legislatures and placed the elective power directly in the hands of the voting citizens. Less than 3 months after its effective date, the new amendment came under close scrutiny when the death of Alabama Senator Joseph F. Johnston required the Senate to analyze the meaning of the amendment regarding vacancies that occurred during the transition period. Statement of the case. On August 12, 1913, Alabama Governor Emmett O'Neill appointed U.S. Representative Henry D. Clayton, Democrat, to fill the vacancy in Johnston's seat until the Alabama Assembly gathered for its next regular session in 1915. 8 days later, on August 20th, Clayton's credentials were presented to the United States Senate. Senators found themselves in disagreement over the governor's right to appoint Clayton under the provisions of the new amendment. Some senators questioned the governor's right to appoint anyone to a seat that should have been filled through a special election by Alabama voters. Alabama state officials and their supporters in the Senate, however, contended that the third clause of the 17th Amendment provided that a vacancy in the term of a member selected before the 1913 direct election change would be filled according to the regulations in the original Constitution. The Senate referred the matter to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. On October 21, 1913, the other Alabama senator, J.S. Bankhead, Democrat, announced that Henry Clayton had decided to decline his appointment, having been asked by President Woodrow Wilson to remain in the House of Representatives. Clayton therefore asked that his credentials be withdrawn. On November 7, 1913, Governor O'Neill named a replacement, newspaper publisher and Wilson supporter Franklin P. Glass, Democrat, to fill the vacancy caused by the death of Johnston. The presentation of these credentials on November 22nd raised the same issue that had blocked Henry Clayton's seating. Glass was not seated, and the Senate sent his credentials to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Response of the Senate. On January 21, 1914, the majority of the committee returned a report unfavorable to Glass's claim, which rested entirely upon the construction given to the 17th Amendment. In a minority report, the supporters of Glass argued, as they had for Henry Clayton, that Johnston had been elected to the Senate before adoption of the amendment, and that a vacancy in his seat demanded a replacement under the rules by which he was elected. They further asserted that the 17th Amendment was not self-executing, and that until Congress or the individual states enacted legislation to establish election procedures, senators had to be chosen in the original manner. The majority report dismissed these arguments unequivocally, holding that with the passage of the 17th Amendment, a governor needed the express permission of the state legislature to make a temporary appointment. The report also dismissed the notion that the amendment was not self-executing, noting that if it were not, states could continue indefinitely to select senators under the old system. Finally, it concluded that the Alabama governor already possessed the authority to call a special election and did not need additional enabling legislation. Proponents of immediate enforcement rejected Alabama's contention that it was denied equal representation in the Senate because of the length of time required to organize a special election, observing that, in any event, there would always be some hiatus in a state's Senate representation after the death of a senator. After 2 days of intense debate that centered on minute interpretations of constitutional language, the Senate on February 4, 1914, concurred with the majority report and voted 34-30 to deny Franklin Glass a seat. Conclusion. After the refusal of the United States Senate to accept either of his appointees, Governor O'Neill issued a writ of election, and the people of Alabama elected Frank S. White Democrat, to fill the unexpired portion of Johnston's term. Sworn in on May 22, 1914, White served until the end of the term in 1915. He then returned to his law practice in Birmingham, where he died in 1922. Henry Clayton remained in the House of Representatives until 1914, when he was appointed U.S. District Judge in Alabama. He died in 1929. Glass continued his newspaper and civic activities in Alabama and served on the U.S. Board of Mediation from 1933 until his death in 1934. End of Case 98 and of Section 100. Section 101 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 99, William Purnell Jackson, 1868 to 1939, versus Blair Lee, 1857 to 1944, Maryland. Election case, December 5, 1913 to January 28, 1914. Issues: interpretation of the 17th Amendment. Chronology: credentials presented December 5, 1913. Referred to committee, December 5, 1913. Committee report, January 19, 1914. Senate vote, January 28, 1914. Result: Lee seated. Background: in January 1910, the Maryland State Assembly elected Isidore Rayner to a United States Senate term that would end March 3, 1917. On November 25, 1912, Rayner died, and Republican Reform Governor Phillips Lee Goldsborough promptly named a party colleague, William Purnell Jackson, to fill the vacancy on a temporary appointment. Statement of the case. On May 31, 1913, the 17th Amendment, providing for direct popular election of senators, became part of the Constitution. In accord with the new amendment's provisions, Governor Goldsborough issued a writ of election for the vacancy that Jackson filled under the temporary appointment. When Maryland held the special election on November 4, 1913, the winner, Democrat Blair Lee, became the first popularly elected United States Senator. Lee's election was quickly challenged by supporters of William P. Jackson, on the grounds that since he had been appointed under the original constitutional provision, he was entitled to hold his seat until the regularly scheduled adjournment date of the Maryland State Assembly. Jackson argued that under the terms of his appointment, he held his place until the Assembly elected a replacement, or if it failed to do so, until it adjourned. Jackson thus claimed that he had the right to remain in the Senate until April 7, 1914, the latest date he could have remained a senator if the 17th Amendment had never been passed. In response to the challenge, the Senate deferred seating Blair Lee when his credentials were presented on December 5, 1912, and referred the matter to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Response of the Senate. On January 19, 1914, the committee returned a majority report favorable to Blair Lee. This report argued that Jackson's tenure had always been uncertain because his appointment was temporary. Since the passage of the 17th Amendment ended the state legislature's authority in the matter of senatorial selection, there was no longer any basis for his contention that he should hold office until the legislature adjourned. The majority thus concluded that Jackson's right to a seat terminated on the election of a qualified successor, without regard to the manner of such election. The bipartisan majority also emphasized the legality and propriety with which the Maryland special election had been conducted, and praised the correctness of this first popular election. The report congratulated the Maryland governor for his willingness to comply with every aspect of the new regulation, including the endorsement of credentials when the election was won by a member of the opposing political party. In two minority reports, 3 Republican committee members tried to bolster Jackson's case by arguing that the governor could not call an election without action by the legislature to set the time and manner of the election, and the Maryland legislature had adopted no regulation since ratification of the 17th Amendment. The minority also contended that the amendment itself stated that it should not affect the term of any senator chosen before it took effect. The Senate debated the intention and the meaning of the 17th Amendment for 2 days. Then, on January 28, 1914, it voted 53 to 13 to accept the reasoning of the majority report that Jackson's claim was always a temporary one, and that Blair Lee had been elected in accord with the requirements of the new constitutional amendment. Lee then came forward and took the oath of office. Conclusion. This case and that of Franklin P. Glass, that was resolved a week later, see Case 98, were the last in which the Senate wrestled with the role of the state legislatures in electing U.S. senators. All future election disputes were governed by the provisions of the 17th Amendment. William Purnell Jackson continued his political career in Maryland and served as the state treasurer for 2 years. He died in 1939. Blair Lee served in the Senate until 1917. He then returned to a distinguished career in the practice of law until his death in 1944. End of Case 99, end of Section 101. Section 102 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 100, William E. Chilton, 1858 to 1939, versus Howard Sutherland, 1865 to 1950, West Virginia. Election case, March 14, 1917, to June 29, 1918. Issues, campaign financing. Chronology. Request for investigation, March 14, 1917. Referred to committee, March 14, 1917. Committee report, June 26, 1918. Senate vote, June 29, 1918. Result, Sutherland retained seat. Background. In 1916, U.S. Senator William E. Chilton, Democrat, and U.S. Representative Howard Sutherland, Republican, squared off for a closely contested Senate race in West Virginia. Each possessed impressive business and political contacts throughout the state, as well as a solid record of public service. Chilton, as the incumbent seeking his second Senate term, appeared to have the advantage, but the final count gave the victory to the Republican challenger Sutherland by slightly more than 5,000 votes. Statement of the case. On March 5, 1917, Howard Sutherland was seated in the Senate without objection. A week later, however, on March 14th, Furnifold Simmons, Democrat of North Carolina, presented a petition from his defeated party colleague, Chilton, requesting an investigation into the West Virginia election. Chilton charged that Sutherland's campaign expenditures in the primary election exceeded the limit set by West Virginia law, and that the registration rolls included the names of thousands of non-residents and deceased persons whose names were used in repeat voting for Republican candidates. The Senate referred the petition to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Response of the Senate. In December 1917, while the committee was still reviewing the case, Chilton wrote to equivocate his charge, announcing that he lacked the evidence to substantiate the accusations of voting irregularities. Since he had neither the time nor the money to gather the necessary proof, Chilton withdrew that portion of his complaint. In doing so, he claimed patriotic motives, insisting that, with the onset of the First World War, he did not wish to tie up the Senate in a domestic political skirmish. Given the lack of evidence and the fact that Sutherland denied the charges of corruption, the committee ended its consideration of possible voting irregularities and focused instead on the matter of Sutherland's campaign expenditures. On June 26, 1918, the committee reported that all parties agreed that Sutherland had complied fully with requirements for filing and publishing campaign expense accounts. After a review of all the financial statements, both Chilton and Sutherland concurred that the Republican had spent in the primary campaign $51.63 more than state law permitted. Chilton did not claim that this cash had been dispensed for bribes or corruption, but only that it exceeded West Virginia campaign limitations. In view of that charge, the committee examined the corrupt practices law of West Virginia, which required that an individual be convicted before he could be ejected from office. Since Sutherland had not been arrested, tried, or convicted, this section of the West Virginia law had no application in his case. The committee therefore held that there was no reason to deprive Sutherland of his seat, and added that, even though he had duly filed reports before the election showing the excess expenditure, no one had challenged his right to run in the general election. Without debate, the Senate on June 29, 1918, unanimously accepted the committee's recommendation that Howard Sutherland should retain his seat. Conclusion. Despite the small sum involved in these charges, the committee thoroughly examined state and federal statutes governing election finances. The final report emphasized that all state and federal laws related to election procedures should be strictly complied with. The committee also made clear that it had exonerated Sutherland because the amount in this particular case was trivial, but this action should not be regarded as a precedent for disregard of state laws limiting expenditures. William Chilton made 2 additional unsuccessful efforts to return to the Senate, once in 1924 and again in 1939, the year he died. Howard Sutherland unsuccessfully sought the Republican nomination for president as a favorite son candidate in 1920, then returned to his Senate duties until the conclusion of his term. Defeated for re-election in 1922, he resumed his West Virginia business activities. From 1925 to 1933, he served in Washington, D.C. as alien property custodian, overseeing German property seized by the United States in World War I. He died in 1950. End of Case 100 and of Section 102. Section 103 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 101, Robert M. LaFollette, 1855 to 1925, Wisconsin. Expulsion case, September 29, 1917 to January 16, 1919. Issues: freedom of speech in wartime. Chronology: petition received September 29, 1917. Referred to committee September 29, 1917. Committee report January 16, 1919. Senate vote January 16, 1919. Result: not expelled. Background: shortly after America's entry into World War I, members of the Nonpartisan League, an organization of farmers that promoted cooperatives and an alliance with labor against the power of large corporations, gathered in St. Paul, Minnesota. On September 20, 1917, Wisconsin Senator Robert M. LaFollette, Republican, delivered a keynote address to the convention that included a call for increased taxation of the wealthy, a fervent attack on corporations, and a stinging denunciation of America's participation in World War I. Delegates' cheers repeatedly interrupted the emotion-charged oration, and upon LaFollette's return to Wisconsin, enthusiastic supporters continued to praise him for his outspoken remarks. Statement of the case. Not all Americans considered the senator's performance appropriate during a national crisis of world war, and the pro-war press raised a public furor over the speech. On September 29, 1917, the Senate received a petition from the Minnesota Commission of Public Safety, formally taking exception to LaFollette's St. Paul address and asking the Senate to expel the popular Wisconsin progressive. The commission charged that LaFollette was a teacher of disloyalty and sedition, giving aid and comfort to our enemies. The Senate was keenly aware that LaFollette's critics included not only some of the nation's most powerful entrepreneurs, but also President Woodrow Wilson, who made no secret of his hatred for the popular senator. It therefore decided to refer the matter to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Response of the Senate. In early October, Committee Chairman Atlee Pomerene, Democrat of Ohio, sent LaFollette a copy of the speech, asking whether it was a correct copy. In a forceful reply, LaFollette asserted that the transcript Pomerene had sent him was grossly inaccurate, and he demanded to know whether the committee considered any of the statements he had made to be false. Noting that he had delivered the address extemporaneously, LaFollette enclosed a transcript prepared by the official reporter of the Nonpartisan League, which he declared to be correct, although it did not include all of the questions from the audience. Also in early October, LaFollette delivered a dramatic speech on the Senate floor on the subject of free speech in wartime. In it, he cited many authorities in his own defense and in support of the right of the people to discuss the war in all its phases, and the right and the duty of the people's representatives in Congress to declare the purposes and objects of the war. His remarks were well received by those opposed to the wartime suppression of free speech, although bitterly denounced by the press and pro-war senators. Following the same theme in a brief prepared for the committee, La Follette's legal counsel reviewed several previous wars that had been opposed by members of Congress whose patriotism was unquestioned, including Abraham Lincoln, Henry Clay, and Daniel Webster. The brief also noted that 8 months after the speech to the Nonpartisan League, no one had yet questioned the accuracy of any statement made in it. The brief asserted firmly, whether right or wrong in opposing the declaration of war is immaterial. He had a right to his views, and he had a right to express them. The committee's investigation dragged on for 14 months. It became evident that a hostile press had in fact distorted the content of the speech. Although La Follette had delivered a blistering attack on corporate economic interests, for example, a press report that the senator had defended the sinking of the Lusitania was not substantiated, and the Associated Press submitted a statement to the committee apologizing for inaccuracies in the story it distributed. Time worked in La Follette's favor, for the conclusion of the war helped to diffuse the issue, and in the 1918 election, the Republicans narrowly gained control of the Senate. On January 16, 1919, in the final session of the outgoing Democratic-controlled Congress, the committee majority, unable to find witnesses who would testify against La Follette and anxious to end the matter, recommended dismissing all charges because the speech does not justify any action by the Senate. Committee Chairman Pomerene, however, who continued to represent the bitter interests of President Wilson, offered a brief minority report acknowledging that so far only scant evidence had been found against La Follette. Nonetheless, Pomerene urged the Senate to pursue the investigation on the basis that the senator had made an inflammatory speech opposing the war while the nation struggled under a military emergency. The Senate, however, was ready to be rid of the issue. La Follette's friends objected to the investigation on principle, while his opponents feared that further prosecution would only add to his astounding popularity. All took a dim view of a policy that might lead a Senate majority to censure expressions of opinion made by the minority outside the Senate and not in the exercise of legislative duty. These considerations combined to make the Senate unwilling to pursue a subject whose importance had dwindled to little more than a personal vendetta by President Woodrow Wilson. On January 16th, after only a brief debate, the Senate voted 50 to 21 to dismiss all charges against Robert La Follette. Conclusion. 3 years later, the Senate awarded La Follette $5,000 for his legal expenses in the case. La Follette, a champion of the rights of the people, who received 16% of the popular vote when he ran for president on the Progressive Party ticket in 1924, died in Washington in 1925. As a funeral train carried the senator to his home in Wisconsin, thousands of Americans lined the rails to pay homage to a public servant who had worked tirelessly on their behalf. End of Case 101, end of Section 103. Section 104 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 102, Henry Ford, 1863 to 1947, versus Truman H. Newberry, 1864 to 1945, Michigan. Election case, expulsion case, September 17, 1918 to January 12, 1922. Issues: campaign financing, recount of ballots. Chronology: petition filed September 17, 1918. Referred to committee September 17, 1918. Committee report September 29, 1921. Senate vote January 12, 1922. Result: Newberry retained seat but later resigned, not expelled. Background: a growing national concern about the need to regulate the use of money in political campaigns mushroomed as a result of the 1918 senatorial contest in Michigan. Each of the candidates, Truman H. Newberry, the Republican industrialist, and Henry Ford, the Democratic automobile magnate, was a person of enormous wealth. Henry Ford, asked to run by President Woodrow Wilson, entered both the Republican and Democratic primaries. Wanting to ensure that Ford, with his wider name recognition, did not win both primaries, the Newberry organization plunged into the Republican primary contest with vigorous rhetoric and an unrestrained budget that was used especially to buy advertising and other publicity. Newberry's campaign charged Ford with pacifism, anti-Semitism, and extreme efforts to keep his son Edsel from military service. As a result, in the August 1918 primary, Newberry gained the Republican nomination, while Ford won the Democratic contest. In the general election campaign, Henry Ford's prestige failed to offset the impact of the Newberry attack, and on November 5, 1918, Truman Newberry won the Michigan seat. A groundswell of protest erupted from the many citizens offended by the Newberry campaign's blatant spending practices, both in the August primary and the November general election. Newspapers called for Newberry's removal, and Republican associates advised him to resign. Choosing to brush aside these warnings, Newberry took the oath of office on May 19, 1919, at the beginning of the 66th Congress, in which Republicans had a narrow 2-vote majority. Statement of the case: Truman Newberry's Senate problems had begun even before the Michigan general election, when, on September 17, 1918, a resolution was introduced in the Senate calling for an investigation into the Michigan primary. The complaint was based on a report filed by Newberry's campaign committee, stating that it had received and spent more than $175,000 on the election, far in excess of the $3,750 limit imposed by Michigan law and the Federal Corrupt Practices Act on the amount of his own money a Senate candidate could spend on his campaign. Then, on January 6, 1919, Henry Ford filed a petition with the Senate, formally contesting the election and asking for a recount. The Senate referred the September resolution and Ford's petition to the Committee on Privileges and Elections at the time each was received. On the day after Newberry assumed his seat, Henry Ford filed a second petition. He again contested the election and charged Newberry with making unlawful expenditures and intimidating voters. The Senate referred the complaint to the Committee on Privileges and Elections, and then, on December 3, 1919, adopted a resolution officially calling for an investigation into the election. In the meantime, Newberry's problems acquired a new dimension when he and 134 campaign associates were indicted on November 29, 1919, and charged with violations of federal and state campaign laws. Despite Newberry's assertions that he knew nothing of illegal contributions and disbursements, a massive array of evidence, gathered by the U.S. Department of Justice with the help of agents financed by Henry Ford, indicated otherwise. Found guilty on March 20, 1920, Newberry appealed to the Supreme Court, which overturned the conviction by a 5-4 ruling on May 2, 1921. The justices narrowly struck down as unconstitutional the power of a federal statute to control state primaries, but they unanimously agreed that the judge in the case had given erroneous instructions to the jury. The favorable ruling concluded Newberry's difficulties in criminal court, but not in the Senate. Response of the Senate. On September 29, 1921, the Committee on Privileges and Elections reported that it had carried out a recount of the general election ballots and determined that Truman H. Newberry had been legally elected senator. A majority of the committee also concluded that the charges of fraud and voter intimidation were unfounded. After reviewing the testimony in the court case regarding Newberry's campaign expenditures, the majority found that no evidence sustained the charge of improper use of money at the primary or the general election. During the primary campaign, Newberry had been away from Michigan, serving as a naval officer in New York City. According to the committee majority, the large amounts spent on Newberry's behalf were not his own funds, but were contributed by his relatives and friends without his solicitation or knowledge. Although condemning the expenditure of so much money, totaling at least $195,000, the majority noted that there was no concealment whatever, and it was spent entirely for legal and proper purposes. The report therefore exonerated Newberry and recommended that the Senate declare him a duly elected senator. A minority report signed by 3 Democrats contended, however, that Newberry had in fact known about the excessive expenditures and that much of the money had been transferred from his bank accounts. As a result, the minority concluded that because of the illegal actions of the campaign, the Senate should declare Newberry not elected. The Senate conducted an extensive debate on the matter in November and December 1921 and January 1922. Newberry and his defenders told the Senate that he regretted the large expenditures, but had known nothing about them, and therefore had not testified either at the trial or before the Senate committee. His opponents, however, strongly believed that the vast expenditures could not have occurred without his knowledge. Progressive Senator George W. Norris, Republican of Nebraska, for example, took a satirical approach, announcing that they had a public sale up in Michigan for a seat in the United States Senate. A vote to clear Newberry, he claimed, would lead to a Senate made up primarily of wealthy men, which, he added sarcastically, would ensure a high-class membership. On January 12, 1922, the Senate adopted the majority view. It severely condemned Newberry's excessive expenditures as harmful to the honor and dignity of the Senate, but voted 46-41 that he was a duly elected senator from Michigan. The vote divided generally along party lines, with independent and radical Republicans joining Democrats against Newberry, while regular Republicans supported him. This vote concluded the formal Senate action in the Newberry-Ford contest. Conclusion: even after the January 1922 Senate vote, Henry Ford, single-minded when angered, appeared unwilling to accept the decision as final. Faced with this threat of a possible renewed challenge from Ford, and also with the results of the November election, which sharply reduced the number of regular Republicans likely to support him if the question came to another Senate vote, Newberry resigned his Senate seat on November 18, 1922. He returned to his business in Michigan, where he lived until his death in 1945. The case of Truman Newberry focused national attention on the peculiar power of the moneyed candidate. Although Henry Ford did not win the election, he too had enjoyed the special political benefits of his wealth. When he felt personally insulted by the Newberry campaign, Ford was able to marshal his vast resources to pursue his grievance in the courts. In some ways, the contest was an intensely personal one between two bitter antagonists. In a larger sense, however, Ford could not have succeeded in his vendetta without the lingering spirit of progressivism that made the public anxious to rid political campaigns of financial corruption. When the Supreme Court's ruling in the case of Newberry versus United States severely weakened progressive-inspired attempts to control federal campaign expenditures, Congress in 1925 passed a new Federal Corrupt Practices Act designed to correct some of the defects of earlier legislation. Despite these endeavors, financial irregularities in congressional campaigns continued to occur throughout the next several decades. End of Case 102 and of Section 104. Section 105 of U.S. Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 103, George E.B. Peddy, dates unknown, versus Earle B. Mayfield, 1881 to 1964, Texas. Election case February 22, 1923 to February 3, 1925. Issues: recount of disputed ballots, Senate review of state primary election regulations. Chronology: petition filed February 22, 1923. Referred to committee January 3, 1924. Committee report February 2, 1925. Senate vote February 3, 1925. Result: Mayfield retained seat. Background: after the end of Reconstruction, the Republican Party in Texas remained a shadow organization well into the 20th century. Democrats enjoyed years of almost total state control, as on several occasions Republicans failed to field a slate of candidates. However, in the 1922 Senate election, George E.B. Peddy, running as both a Republican and an independent, rallied sufficient support to challenge Democrat Earle Mayfield. Mayfield, a lawyer with strong support from business and railroad interests throughout Texas, claimed victory on November 7, 1922. Statement of the case. On February 22, 1923, George Peddy filed a petition protesting Mayfield's seating for the term to begin March 4th. Peddy, in a complex list of complaints, charged irregularities in both the Texas Democratic primary and runoff and in the general election. His allegations included the use of fraudulent ballot counting procedures, excessive expenditure of money, and the flagrant participation of the Ku Klux Klan on behalf of Mayfield. Peddy specifically requested a recount of the general election. When the 68th Congress convened on December 3, 1923, Earle Mayfield appeared and took his oath of office. 1 month later, on January 3, 1924, the Senate authorized the Committee on Privileges and Elections to conduct an investigation into unlawful practices in the Democratic primary and the general election. Response of the Senate. On February 2, 1925, the committee announced the result of its year-long investigation, which had included not only taking testimony, but also recounting the general election ballots. Reviewing the ballots that had been transported to Washington, D.C. from Texas, the committee recorded thousands of irregularities for both candidates, in which ballots lacked numbers, the signatures of election judges, or the official stamp. Despite the clear and widespread violations by both parties, the committee decided the irregularities could not have altered the outcome of the election, since Mayfield received 221,596 votes to 117,599 for Peddy. Although the committee discussed a number of the other irregularities cited by Peddy that dealt with state election laws and regulations, it chose not to challenge the authority of the state. For example, the report noted that the Texas Attorney General had for the first time enforced a state election statute stating that a candidate's name could only appear on the ballot if he were nominated in a primary election. Since Peddy, like all previous Republican senatorial candidates, was selected through a convention process, his name was kept off the ballot. This action the committee believed to be within the authority of the state, even though the statute had not previously been enforced. The committee also refused to challenge a complicated Texas law that denied a primary vote to any party member who had not voted for the regular party ticket at the last preceding general election. The committee also discussed, but failed to confront, the role played by the Ku Klux Klan in the 1922 election. The report noted that the committee found no evidence that the Klan spent illegal amounts of money on behalf of Mayfield. Although acts of voter intimidation had occurred during the primary election, the committee believed they had affected only local races and had had no impact on the general election for senator. The committee also noted that no evidence connected Mayfield with these actions by the Klan. The report concluded with a recommendation that the contest against Mayfield be dismissed. The Senate agreed unanimously without debate. Conclusion. In this unusual case, the Senate encountered the difficult problem of investigating a state's primary election procedures, a province long regarded as sacred to local control. It is hardly surprising that in this first inquiry, conducted during the era when the Ku Klux Klan was at the peak of its national power, the Senate chose to avoid some of the issues. However, because these matters were central to the constitutional right of U.S. citizens to vote without intimidation, the Senate would be called upon to consider similar topics again in the future. Earle Mayfield served only one term. In 1928, he was defeated for renomination by Tom Connally, who attacked him for his connection to the Klan. Mayfield returned to Texas, where he practiced law and remained active in Democratic politics. He died in 1964. End of Case 103, end of Section 105. Section 106 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 104, Burton K. Wheeler, 1882 to 1975, Montana. Censure case, April 9, 1924 to May 23, 1924. Issues: Senate review of charges against a member under indictment. Chronology: Request for investigation, April 9, 1924. Referred to committee, April 9, 1924. Committee report, May 14, 1924. Senate vote, May 23, 1924. Result: not censured. Background: Burton K. Wheeler built a successful reputation in Montana law and politics, distinguishing himself as an avid supporter of progressive principles. A spirited public speaker, Wheeler spent 4 years as U.S. Attorney for Montana before seeking the governorship in 1920. Although badly defeated in that race, Wheeler was elected as a Democrat to the United States Senate in 1922. Statement of the case: Wheeler was seated without incident in December 1923. In January 1924, he spearheaded an investigation into the reasons Attorney General Harry M. Doherty had failed to prosecute government officials implicated in the Teapot Dome scandal. As a result, Doherty resigned in March. Soon after, on April 9, 1924, Wheeler learned that he had been indicted by a grand jury in Montana on charges of violating a statute that prohibited members of Congress from being paid to represent clients in cases in which the United States government was an interested party. Rising on a question of personal privilege, Wheeler asserted that he had been framed in order to block his continuing investigation of the Justice Department, and asked the Senate to look into these charges against him. Granting his request, the Senate that same day authorized creation of a special committee to investigate the matter. Response of the Senate: On May 14, 1924, a report by a bipartisan majority of the committee exonerated Wheeler. The investigation, led by William E. Borah, Republican of Idaho, showed that during January and February 1923, Burton Wheeler, then a senator-elect, handled several cases of litigation for a Montana client. None of the lawsuits in question remotely involved the United States government, and all were adjudicated in the Montana state courts. Before he accepted the client, Wheeler had carefully explained that he could deal only with state litigation. It was the sense of the committee that Wheeler observed both the letter and the spirit of the law, and that the charges should be dismissed. A minority report filed by South Dakota Republican Thomas Sterling disagreed. He contended that the evidence submitted to the grand jury had been sufficient to warrant an indictment against Wheeler. Sterling pointed out that the senator's client was involved in drilling for oil and gas on federal public lands in Montana, and had several proceedings under consideration by the Department of the Interior and other federal agencies. According to the indictment, witnesses indicated that Wheeler was hired to assist with these matters, and that once he took office as senator, he met with officials of the Interior Department. Sterling charged that in declaring that Wheeler had broken no law, the committee majority was, in essence, prejudicing the court case. He urged the Senate to take no action until the court had completed its work. During the 3 days of debate that followed, Borah defended Wheeler, who had met with the Interior Department solicitor, a friend from Montana, but had not discussed the client's request for a drilling permit. In Washington, Wheeler had done nothing that went beyond his capacity as a senator assisting a constituent, and in fact, the solicitor had recommended to the client a regular Washington attorney to handle the permit question. According to Borah, much of the evidence presented to the grand jury was based on hearsay, while the committee heard testimony from individuals familiar with the terms of Wheeler's actual contract, but who were never called by the grand jury. At the close of the debate, the Senate, by a vote of 56-5, agreed with the committee's recommendation exonerating Wheeler. Conclusion. Nearly a year later, in April 1925, the jury acquitted Wheeler in the Montana court case. Meanwhile, Wheeler's role in the Doherty investigation and his vindication by the Senate increased his public visibility as a reformer. During the 1924 presidential campaign, Wheeler ran as the vice presidential candidate of the Progressive Party on the ticket headed by Robert M. La Follette. In a year when many voters, especially in the West, were disenchanted with the two major parties, the third-party candidates, while falling far short of success, did win more than 16% of the popular vote in the presidential election. Wheeler spent the next 25 years in the Senate, where his isolationist principles led to frequent clashes with the Roosevelt administration. After leaving the Senate in 1947, Wheeler practiced law in Washington, D.C. He died in 1975. End of Case 104, end of Section 106. Section 107 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 105, Daniel F. Steck, 1881 to 1950, versus Smith W. Brookhart, 1869 to 1944, Iowa. Election case January 8, 1925 to April 12, 1926. Issues: recount of disputed ballots, incumbent unseated. Chronology: petition received January 8, 1925. Referred to committee March 10, 1925. Committee report March 29, 1926. Senate vote April 12, 1926. Result: Brookhart unseated and Steck seated. Background: Smith W. Brookhart, an Iowa progressive Republican, first entered the Senate in 1922 to fill an unexpired term. Running for the full term in 1924, incumbent Brookhart narrowly triumphed over the Democratic challenger, Daniel F. Steck. During the confusing campaign, the Republican State Central Committee withdrew its support for Brookhart after he refused to back the Coolidge presidential ticket, although he did not actually endorse the Progressive Party's presidential candidate, Senator Robert M. La Follette. One Republican organization went so far as to distribute sample ballots showing an X in the Republican column with another X beside Daniel Steck's name in the Democratic column to encourage regular Republicans to vote for Steck. When it became clear that the winning margin would be very small, Both Republican and Democratic state chairmen requested a recount. Completed in late November, the recount showed Brookhart the winner by a plurality of less than 800 votes, and he was declared elected. After the 1924 election, Senate Republicans retaliated against their insurgent colleagues, excluding from their party conference Brookhart, Follette, and two other progressive Republicans who had failed to support the Coolidge campaign. The party also stripped these senators of their committee appointments. Then, in January 1925, before the beginning of the new Congress, Daniel Steck served notice that he would challenge Brookhart's seating in March. The Iowa Republican State Central Committee also contested the election, declaring that Brookhart was not a member of the Republican Party. Statement of the case. When the 69th Congress convened on March 4, 1925, Brookhart was seated without incident. 6 days later, on March 10th, the Senate referred the election challenge to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Steck charged illegalities at the polls. According to his complaint, thousands of ballots were unlawfully counted for Brookhart, while many of his own were thrown out or fraudulently altered. The Iowa Republicans took a different approach in their challenge, insisting that Brookhart had pretended to be a party member until after the deadline for removal of names from the ballot. Then, for the remainder of the campaign, he toured the state supporting the principles and the candidates of the Follette Progressive Party. The Iowa committee argued that state Republicans had, in good faith, voted for a person they assumed was a regular party member. On this basis, Iowa Republicans asked for Brookhart's removal from office and the seating of Democrat Daniel Steck. Response of the Senate. On May 16, 1925, before the committee could begin its work, the committee chairman, Selden P. Spencer, Republican of Missouri, died, and Richard P. Ernst, Republican of Kentucky, assumed the chair. A subcommittee made up of 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats finally met to commence the investigation on July 20, 1925. According to an agreement reached with the attorneys for Brookhart and Steck, the committee had all of the more than 900,000 ballots transported from Iowa to Washington for a recount, which was carried out during the summer and fall of 1925. Among the disputed ballots were a number on which the voters had apparently attempted to copy exactly a sample ballot that had been prominently featured in local newspapers, showing an arrow pointing to the box marked for Daniel Steck. Since the arrows constituted an extraneous mark that was illegal under Iowa law, these ballots had been excluded from the original count. Each was examined during the recount in an effort to ascertain what the true intent of the voter had been. Where it seemed clear the voter had meant to vote for Steck, the vote was counted for him. Upon completion of the recount, the majority of the committee on March 29th issued a report finding that in a 4-person race, Daniel Steck had received a plurality of 1,420 votes. Stating that its only objective had been to decide which candidate had won a plurality, the committee's report declared that Smith Brookhart had not been elected, and that Steck should be seated. Although the committee acknowledged that some ballots arrived in Washington with broken seals, and that there were some discrepancies between the number of names on the polling lists and the number of ballots received, it stood by its determination that Steck had won. In a minority report, one committee member, Hubert D. Stevens, Democrat of Mississippi, vigorously protested that the ballots had not been properly examined and secured in Iowa before being sent to Washington, that some 3,500 fewer ballots were received than the number of people on record as voting, that the majority refused to count for Brookhart some 1,300 straight Republican ballots, even though they were properly marked according to Iowa law. The committee refused to count these ballots for Brookhart because voters had also marked individual candidates in the Republican column, but had failed to place a mark beside Brookhart's name. Stevens therefore concluded, without a recount, Brookhart had carried the election. In those counties where ballots corresponded with names on the polling lists, Brookhart had a majority. And in a count of the legal ballots before the Senate, Brookhart had a majority. The Senate debate on the subject consumed 7 days. The many speeches focused on Iowa state election laws and the manner in which ballots were marked in the state. Walter George, Democrat of Georgia, supported Steck's claim with the pronouncement that when there is a naked conflict arising between the ballots and numbers of names on the poll lists, the ballots are always the higher and better evidence. When the committee majority contended that they were not constrained by Iowa election law, Brookhart's supporters maintained that there was no precedent for the Senate overruling state election laws in reviewing contested elections. Meanwhile, Iowa supporters of Steck had been lobbying senators, including Brookhart's state Republican colleague, longtime incumbent Albert B. Cummins, to vote against the senator. On April 12, 1926, in a 45-41 vote that crossed party lines, the Senate unseated Smith Brookhart and replaced him with Democrat Daniel Steck. Neither Brookhart nor Cummins voted on the resolution. Conclusion. On April 28th, the Senate awarded $15,000 to Steck and $10,000 to Brookhart in compensation for their expenses in the case. The forces behind the unusual decision to unseat an incumbent in favor of a contestant are somewhat clarified by a speech that George Norris, Republican of Nebraska, Brookhart's fellow insurgent Republican, delivered just 3 months after Brookhart's removal. In reference to another contest, Norris discussed the Brookhart case and said that no one had questioned the legitimacy of Brookhart's nomination, but that his independent spirit had offended party regulars. Iowa Republicans who supported Steck brought their complaint to Washington and enlisted high-level Republicans in the executive branch, the Republican national chairman, and Republican senators to cajole and threaten members to vote against Brookhart. Norris concluded, the result was that this powerful partisan political combination brought about by Republican leaders nullified the voice of the voters of Iowa, threw out a Republican, and put in a Democrat. Daniel Steck remained in the Senate until 1931. In 1933, he became an assistant to the United States Attorney General, a post he held until 3 years before his death in 1950. Smith Brookhart, turned out of the Senate by the manipulations of his own party, was soon vindicated. Returning to Iowa, he immediately ran in the June 1926 Republican primary for the state's other Senate seat and defeated his former colleague Albert Cummins. When Cummins died in late July, Brookhart did not run in the special election to fill the remaining few months of the term, but concentrated on winning the general election for the full term. He returned to the Senate in March 1927 and served until 1933. He then became a foreign trade advisor in the Agricultural Adjustment Administration before returning to the practice of law. Smith Brookhart died in 1944. End of Case 105, end of Section 107. Section 108 of United States Senate Election Expulsion and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 106, Magnus Johnson, 1871 to 1936, versus Thomas D. Schall, 1878 to 1935, Minnesota. Election case February 2, 1925 to June 16, 1926. Issues: charges of campaign misconduct, Senate refused recount. Chronology: petition filed February 2, 1925, referred to committee March 10, 1925. Committee report June 6, 1926. Senate vote June 16, 1926. Result: Schall retained seat. Background: in Minnesota, conflicts between agrarian and industrial interests helped spark several third-party movements that repeatedly threatened the political security of entrenched Republicans. The Farmer Labor Party succeeded in electing a member, Magnus Johnson, to fill a United States Senate vacancy in 1923. When the articulate Swede, whose earlier professions included glassblower, lumberjack, and farmer, ran for re-election in 1924, however, Republican challenger Thomas Schall defeated him by fewer than 8,000 votes. Statement of the case. On February 2, 1925, with only a month remaining in his term, Johnson notified his colleagues that he intended to contest Schall's seating at the beginning of the new Congress in March. 6 days after Schall appeared and took his oath, the Senate ordered the Committee on Privileges and Elections to investigate Johnson's charges. Johnson had submitted a long list of allegations, including excessive campaign expenditures, false and defamatory statements made about Johnson, illicit promises of political appointments, violation of franking privileges, unlawful distribution of a scurrilous campaign newspaper, and coercion of campaign contributions from bootleggers and other miscreants. Response of the Senate. On June 8, 1926, after holding 12 days of hearings in Washington, D.C., the Committee on Privileges and Elections recommended that Johnson's request for a recount be denied, the contest dismissed, and charges against Schall dropped. The testimony of 8 pro-Johnson witnesses had failed to provide evidence connecting Schall with any wrongdoing. In reviewing the accusations that Schall violated the Minnesota Corrupt Practices Law, the committee noted that Johnson had not filed a formal contest in Minnesota District Court, as provided for under that law. The Senate investigation, the committee noted, could not be expected to act as a substitute for a district court. While the committee would have regarded a court judgment seriously, the report stressed that such a state action would not be binding upon the Senate, which is the sole judge of its members' qualifications. On June 16, 1926, the Senate accepted the unanimous opinion of the committee that Schall retain his seat. This action, however, did not fully mollify Thomas Schall. When objection was raised to the expense of printing the full set of hearings, Schall, who was blind, had the clerk read a lengthy prepared statement in order to place on the official record his rebuttal in strong language of these unfounded, baseless slanders against him. The intensity of the Minnesotans' concern convinced his colleagues, and the Senate ordered the hearings to be printed. Conclusion. On July 2, 1926, the Senate authorized a $15,500 payment to Thomas Schall for his expenses in defending his seat. In 1932, his reelection was unsuccessfully challenged by another defeated candidate. See Case 116. Schall remained in the Senate until his death in 1935. Magnus Johnson later served in the U.S. House of Representatives from 1932 to 1935. He died in 1936. End of Case 106, end of Section 108. Section 109 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Ann M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 107, Holm O. Bursum, 1867 to 1953, versus Sam G. Bratton, 1888 to 1963, New Mexico. Election case, January 8, 1925 to April 30, 1926. Issues, charges of voting fraud, Senate refused recount. Chronology, resolution introduced March 9, 1925. Referred to committee March 10, 1925. Committee report April 30, 1926. Senate vote April 30, 1926. Result, Bratton retained seat. Background. The November 4, 1924 elections in New Mexico included closely contested races for the governorship and the United States Senate. Narrow Democratic victories for these positions prompted the two defeated Republicans to join forces in a challenge that began in the state courts and extended to the U.S. Senate. The defeated incumbent senator, Holm O. Bursum, hoped that evidence of general voting irregularities and tallying procedures throughout the state would convince the local courts to invalidate the election. Not content to depend entirely upon a ruling of the New Mexico state courts, Bursum informed the Senate in January 1925 that he planned to contest the March seating of his opponent, Sam Bratton, a former state judge. Statement of the case. When Bratton appeared in the Senate on March 4, 1925, the oath of office was administered without delay. 5 days later, the machinery for an investigation into Bratton's election began to grind slowly into action. On March 10th, the Senate referred the matter to the Committee on Privileges and Elections, but Bursum waited until October 1925 to submit a formal statement of protest. In his petition, Bursum charged that Bratton's plurality of 2,797 votes had been secured by altering returns, illegal voting by students at their colleges instead of in their home precincts, denying the vote to Indians, and illegally extending the vote to aliens, minors, and ex-convicts. Response of the Senate. On April 30, 1926, the committee returned a report favorable to Bratton. The report noted that after initiating the charges, Holm Bursum repeatedly delayed presenting his evidence to the committee despite its attempts to contact him. In somewhat testy tones, the committee explained that finally, in late November 1925, Bursum's attorney appeared and withdrew the various charges of ballot mutilations, voting fraud, and residential violations. Instead, Bursum sought to rest his case entirely upon a ballot recount, stating that he would drop his challenge if the recount did not substantiate his claim. The committee agreed to this procedure and granted Bursum 3 weeks to produce his evidence and affidavits. When they arrived, the long-awaited documents and photographs convinced the committee that, although some discrepancies in the tallies ultimately reduced Bratton's margin of victory, they did not alter the election outcome. In fact, the only significant irregularity was created by election officers totaling the tally sheets, and their mathematical errors had been corrected later by the state canvassing boards. These mistakes did not constitute misconduct, and the committee did not consider them sufficient to warrant a recount that would have no bearing on the election results. The committee saw no need to recommend spending substantial public funds and weeks of time to conduct a recount, since Bursum had failed to provide evidence to substantiate his original charges of wholesale and deliberate illegalities on the part of election officials. Bursum lost on every front. On April 30th, 1926, the Senate concurred with the unanimous findings of the committee and declared Sam Bratton entitled to retain his seat. Conclusion. Holm Bursum pursued a newspaper career in Washington and in New Mexico until his death in 1953. Sam Bratton served in the Senate until 1933, when he resigned to become a judge on the United States Circuit Court of Appeals. He died in 1963. End of Case 107, end of Section 109. Section 110 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Ann M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 108, Gerald P. Nye, 1829 to 1971, North Dakota. Election case, appointment, December 7, 1925 to January 12, 1926. Issues, interpretation of 17th Amendment. Chronology, credentials presented December 7, 1925. Referred to committee, December 7, 1925. Committee report, December 16, 1925. Senate vote, January 12, 1926. Result, seated. Background. The governor of North Dakota appointed progressive newspaper publisher Gerald P. Nye to fill temporarily the Senate vacancy caused by the death of Edwin F. Ladd in 1925. Nye had run unsuccessfully for the United States House of Representatives in 1924 as an independent, on the same ticket with Progressive Party presidential candidate Senator Robert M. La Follette, but would enter the Senate as a Republican. Questions immediately arose regarding the power of the state's governor to make temporary appointments since the 1913 adoption of the 17th Amendment to the United States Constitution. Statement of the case. North Dakota Governor A.G. Sorley appointed Nye on November 14, 1925, to fill the Senate seat until a special election could be held on June 30, 1926. The earlier constitutional arrangement, permitting gubernatorial appointments during a legislative recess, had been slightly altered by the second clause of the Direct Election Amendment to empower a governor to make temporary appointments only if the state legislature had specifically extended that authority to the executive. On December 7, 1925, Lynn Frazier, Republican of North Dakota, presented Gerald Nye's credentials. Aware that the wording of the North Dakota State Constitution would prompt a challenge to Nye's seating, Fraser immediately asked that the matter be referred to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. The Senate agreed with this request, and Nye was not seated while the committee studied the constitutional issues involved. Response of the Senate. The committee acted promptly and, on December 16, 1925, returned a report unfavorable to Nye. The majority of the committee reasoned that under the 17th Amendment, a state legislature must adopt legislation granting the appointment power to the governor. A review of the North Dakota Constitution showed that, although it authorized the governor to fill a vacancy in any office, the state document did not fulfill the United States constitutional requirement of specifically assigning appointive powers in the case of a United States senator. The committee further noted that 46 states had passed laws expressly recognizing the language and the limitations of the 17th Amendment. Since North Dakota was one of only 2 states that had failed to adopt such legislation, the committee maintained that the state assembly had not complied with the requirements of the 17th Amendment for conferring the appointive power upon the North Dakota governor. Hubert D. Stevens, Democrat of Mississippi, submitted a minority report that supported Nye's claim. Stevens argued that a North Dakota statute amended in 1917, since ratification of the 17th Amendment, permitted the governor to fill all vacancies and meant exactly that. He dismissed as ridiculous the contention that the North Dakota Assembly had not been aware of the amendment's provisions when it established the state law. Stevens, a Democrat, explained his support for the North Dakota Republican by asserting that he considered the right of a state to Senate representation as sacred and inviolable. The Senate debated the case for 5 days. Opponents and proponents raised a variety of issues, including whether a senator is a state or federal officer, the authority of state constitutions, precedents in other disputed cases of gubernatorial appointments, the legislative intent of the North Dakota Assembly, the right of a state to full representation in the Senate, court decisions in other cases, and interpretations of the Constitution. What was really at stake, however, was the objection of the regular Republicans to seeing an addition to the ranks of the progressive Senate Republicans. The case was finally decided by an alliance of Democrats and progressive Republicans in favor of seating Nye. On January 12, 1926, by a vote of 41 to 39 with 15 abstentions, the Senate agreed with the minority report of H.D. Stevens. Gerald Nye came forward, took his oath of office, and began a long Senate career. Conclusion. The publicity surrounding his case proved beneficial to Nye, who had been relatively obscure at the time of his appointment. Having gained wide name recognition in North Dakota, he went on to win the special election in June and in November 1926 was elected to a full term. He served in the Senate until 1945. An ardent isolationist, he attained a national reputation in 1934 when he headed a special committee investigating the munitions industry. After his retirement from the Senate, he remained in Washington, D.C., where he practiced law and held a variety of federal posts until his death in 1971. End of Case 108 and of Section 110. Section 111. of United States Senate election expulsion and censure cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 109, William B. Wilson, 1862 to 1934, versus William S. Vare, 1867 to 1934, Pennsylvania. Election case, May 19, 1926 to December 6, 1929. Issues: campaign financing, voting fraud, recount of disputed ballots, right of Senate to investigate matters related to its membership. Chronology: special committee created May 19, 1926. Referred to special committee May 19, 1926. Committee reports December 22, 1926, February 22, 1929. Petition received January 8, 1927. Referred to Privileges and Elections Committee, March 3, 1927. Committee report, December 5, 1929. Senate vote, December 6, 1929. Result: neither Vare nor Wilson seated. Background: when Pennsylvania voters went to the polls for a primary election on May 18, 1926, they did so under the full glare of a critical national press. For weeks, reports emanated from Philadelphia that money and machine politics were playing a substantial role in the campaign, as wealthy families supported various competing candidates for governor and senator. When the primary votes were counted, the senatorial nominees were Republican William S. Vare, a former U.S. representative and the wealthy boss of the Philadelphia political machine, and the unopposed Democrat William B. Wilson, who had been the first U.S. Secretary of Labor and was also a former U.S. representative. Statement of the case. In the Senate on May 19, 1926, Byron P. Harrison, Democrat of Mississippi, spoke for those appalled by the newspaper stories about the conduct of the Pennsylvania primary. Harrison pointed to reports that a staggering $2 to $5 million had been poured into the campaign, and reminded his colleagues that in an earlier election, a far smaller amount expended by Michigan's Truman Newberry, see Case 102, had been labeled excessive. Senators agreed with Harrison and appointed a special committee chaired by James A. Reed, Democrat of Missouri, to investigate campaign expenditures and evidence of corruption in the recent primary and in the forthcoming November general election. Under the terms of the resolution adopted, the committee investigated both the Pennsylvania election and the primary election campaign of Frank L. Smith in Illinois. See Case 110. Response of the Senate, Special Committee. The 5-member Special Committee of the 69th Congress conducted its hearings and investigations throughout the summer of 1926. Witnesses led the 3 Republican and 2 Democratic senators through a maze of local politics and factions. Before the committee could finish sifting through the morass of evidence grudgingly provided by a series of hostile witnesses, William S. Vare easily won the November general election for the Senate term beginning on March 4, 1927. On December 22, 1926, the special committee filed an interim report that, although incomplete, outlined the enormous expenditures in the campaign, in some cases made by coalitions formed between a candidate for governor and one for senator. The committee found that in the primary campaign, $187,000 had been spent on behalf of Governor Gifford Pinchot, most of the money being contributed by the candidate, his wife, and relatives. On behalf of the team of winning Republican gubernatorial candidate John S. Fisher and George Wharton Pepper, the defeated incumbent senator, $1.8 million was spent. $75,000 of it contributed by Secretary of the Treasury Andrew Mellon and members of his politically influential Pittsburgh family. The combination of William Vare and losing gubernatorial candidate Edward E. Badelman spent some $785,000, $71,000 of it in Vare's personal funds. In contrast, William Wilson, the Democratic nominee for senator, spent only $10,000 on his campaign. At the time, Pennsylvania campaign laws placed no limit on the amount a candidate could spend, although they did specify the purposes for which money could legitimately be spent. In addition, the Supreme Court had ruled in the 1918 Newberry case that the Senate had no power to judge primary elections, and the amended Corrupt Practices Act specifically did not apply to primary elections. The report noted that the committee had not yet had time to review the expenditures in the general election, partly because of its work on the Illinois election of Frank Smith. It therefore offered no conclusions or recommendations. Thus far, the committee had focused on the primary election. Then, on January 8, 1927, William B. Wilson, the unsuccessful Democratic candidate in the general election, formally filed a petition charging corruption and voting irregularities by Vare supporters in that election. If only the legitimate ballots of qualified voters were counted, Wilson contended, he, rather than Vare, would have been elected. In a petition filled with emotion, Wilson asserted that in Philadelphia, where Vare controlled the Republican machine, the November senatorial election had been a grotesque and fantastic travesty. Wilson's allegations included padded registration lists, phantom voters who were actually dead or imaginary, criminal misuse of campaign funds, and voter intimidation. He urged the Senate to take immediate steps to preserve the ballots and other evidence in order to conduct an investigation. Already disturbed by the special committee's information about excessive expenditures in the primaries, the Senate on January 11th authorized the committee to take possession of the ballot boxes, tally sheets, and other records from the November Pennsylvania election, and the committee moved promptly to request the materials from the state. The special committee, however, soon found its efforts hampered by Senate procedural regulations. In the waning days of the 69th Congress, which ended on March 4, 1927, Pennsylvania Republican David A. Reed filibustered to block passage of a resolution that would continue the special committee into the 70th Congress. The Senate's failure to act left the committee without authority for 9 months, since the new Congress would not convene until December. After the Committee to Audit and Control the Contingent Expenses of the Senate rejected the special committee's funding requests, and the Sergeant-at-Arms refused to execute directives from the investigators, the committee dispatched a representative to confiscate election returns in certain Pennsylvania districts. When state officials balked at releasing the election records, the Senate committee turned to the federal courts for a mandatory injunction to free the desired ballot boxes. The case of Reed versus County Commissioners eventually reached the Supreme Court, which in 1928 ruled that the Senate, vested with the constitutional authority to enforce its own process, had the right to secure information upon which to decide concerning elections. In the meantime, committee members arranged with representatives of Vare and Wilson for the federal courts in Pennsylvania to impound and retain the ballots and election records until Congress convened in December 1927. It was not until February 1928 that the committee finally received the election records. Privileges and Elections Committee. While these developments significantly delayed the conduct of the special committee's investigation for most of 1927, the Committee on Privileges and Elections was pursuing the matter of Vare's credentials. On January 8, 1927, Governor Gifford Pinchot, in a statement that deviated from the traditional language of qualifying credentials, declared that William Vare appears to have been chosen. The reform-minded Pennsylvania governor, however, declined to certify that the senator-elect had been honestly nominated or honestly elected. Rather, Governor Pinchot spoke of a nomination partly bought and partly stolen, and of frauds that tainted both the primary and the general election. A few days later, Pinchot's term expired. His successor, John S. Fisher, promptly forwarded a second conventional set of credentials for William S. Vare. On March 3, 1927, the Senate referred both sets of credentials to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. In reporting to the Senate the next day, the last before adjournment of the 69th Congress, the committee chose to ignore the Pinchot statement and ruled the Fisher credentials valid. This report specifically made no assessment of Vare's final right to claim his seat, for the Senate agreed that such a judgment would be the prerogative of the 70th Congress at the beginning of Vare's term. Both committees. When Vare's credentials were presented at the convening of the 70th Congress on December 5, 1927, his opponents moved quickly to block his seating, and he was not permitted to take the oath of office. This procedure was unusual, since generally senators-elect with valid credentials were permitted to take their seats while an investigation proceeded. After several days of discussion, the Senate on December 9th extended the existence and powers of the special committee and directed it to conduct additional hearings. The Senate also granted Vare floor time to speak in his own behalf. Concurrently, the Committee on Privileges and Elections was authorized to review the matter of William Wilson's petition against William Vare, and each of the committees was empowered to consider evidence gathered by the other. Special Committee continued. The additional investigation by the Special Committee focused on the general election. Committee staff reviewed the election records, including a tedious examination of voter lists, ballots, and tally sheets. It also heard testimony from the Philadelphia District Attorney regarding his prosecution of election fraud in the 1926 election for senator. He testified that Vare's ward leaders provided financial and moral support to those charged with fraud and endeavored to obstruct his investigations. He described a pervasive pattern of election corruption over a period of years. In the process of its hearings, the committee offered Vare an opportunity to present evidence that would refute the earlier unfavorable partial report, but Vare failed to do so. As it delved deeper into the general election in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, the committee found ample evidence of corruption, including thousands of cases of fraudulent registrations. The fraud pervading the actual count by the division election officers is appalling, the committee charged, adding that a Philadelphia voter had only a 1 in 8 chance of having his or her ballot counted correctly. More than 2,000 people voted who were not registered, and hundreds of repeat voters were found, as well as evidence of stuffed ballot boxes. Even after Vare responded that he had no counter evidence to present when the testimony concluded on May 8, 1928, the committee offered him one more opportunity to produce additional information at a hearing on May 19th. On that day, the committee received a letter from Vare in which he claimed an attack of acute indigestion forced his absence, and begged the members to reserve judgment until he could appear with complete information about the primary campaign. Vare's convenient illness brought the matter to a halt while the committee awaited further communication from him. He recovered sufficiently to journey to the Republican National Convention in Kansas City early in the summer, but upon his return to his summer home in Atlantic City, New Jersey, Vare suffered a severe cerebral hemorrhage that left him paralyzed on the left side. From August to December 1928, he remained at his summer cottage under the care of a team of physicians. On January 4, 1929, the special committee, clearly annoyed by Vare's long silences, convened one more time to permit the senator-elect to submit additional testimony. But Vare's attorney insisted that his client's fragile health demanded an indefinite postponement. The committee, its patience exhausted, complained that Vare was merely delaying the investigation and that there had been ample chance to respond during the period when he was well enough to participate actively in the National Convention at Kansas City. Vare's counsel then submitted a written response to the charges, which the committee reviewed and decided contained no evidence to refute its findings regarding corruption in the general election. With its principal duties at last ended, the committee unanimously reported to the Senate on February 22, 1929, that, in light of the evidence of fraud and corruption, William Vare was not entitled to his seat. Because of Vare's illness, the Senate took no action on the report, but it did vote on February 26th to retain the special committee and continue its authority into the 71st Congress. Full Senate. Progressive Republican George Norris of Nebraska, horrified at the reports of Vare's excessive expenditures in the primary, had actually campaigned against his fellow Republican in the 1926 Pennsylvania general election. Now, on September 9, 1929, armed with reports that Vare's health had improved, Norris introduced a resolution that cited Vare's vast expenditures as harmful to the dignity and honor of the Senate, and called on members to deny the Pennsylvania senator-elect his seat among them. The Senate, however, decided to postpone consideration until the start of the regular session in December. At that time, the Committee on Privileges and Elections was expected to report the results of its 2-year study, which, rumors indicated, might differ in its conclusions from those of the Special Committee. On December 4, 1929, Vare was present in the Senate chamber and permitted to speak in his own behalf. Helped up the aisle by his physician, the infirm senator-elect sat and listened to Norris's charges before rising to speak. He defended his expenditures in the primary as necessary to build an organization across the state and described as simply clerical irregularities, the special committee's evidence of fraud in the general election. The next day, the Committee on Privileges and Elections issued its report. Having reviewed the same evidence as the special committee, the majority reached a different conclusion, finding that even when all questionable votes were eliminated, William Vare had received a plurality of legal votes, and William Wilson had not sustained his allegations that Pennsylvania voting irregularities had robbed him of a plurality. A supplemental report from 4 committee members concurred that Wilson had no claim to the seat, but disagreed that Vare had secured his victory through legal votes. These senators, greatly influenced by the evidence made available to them by the special committee, stated that the nearly $800,000 expenditure in the primary, the large expenditures for the general election, and fraud committed in his behalf tainted all aspects of Vare's election, and that he was not entitled to a seat in the Senate. After a floor debate that considered the reports of both committees, the Senate voted on December 6, 1929, in the case that had consumed 3½ years of its time. The Senate ruled 66-15 that William Wilson had not been elected, and it voted 58-22 to deny Senator-elect William Vare a seat in the Senate. Conclusion. Less than a week later, on December 12, 1929, the Senate seated Republican Joseph R. Grundy, appointed by Governor Fisher to fill the vacancy in the Pennsylvania seat. See Case 113. A textile manufacturer, Grundy was also an influential backer of political campaigns, who had contributed heavily to Fisher's campaign. In a related matter, Thomas W. Cunningham, a witness before the special committee, had challenged the committee's jurisdiction over the primary election and refused to answer any questions. At the direction of the Senate, Cunningham was arrested and remanded to the custody of the sergeant-at-arms. Cunningham's legal maneuvers, claiming the Senate had no power to arrest him, eventually reached the Supreme Court. In the case of Berry v. United States, ex rel. Cunningham, decided in May 1929, the court reaffirmed the authority of the Senate to adjudicate matters relevant to its own members, and further held that if in that process a member-elect is denied the oath of office during the investigation, the state involved is not losing its constitutional right to equal suffrage in the Senate. During the course of the investigation, the Senate's unusual decisions included referring the case to a special committee rather than to Privileges and Elections, permitting a special committee to continue in force following the expiration of a Congress, using a resolution to extend a select committee between Congresses, and asking the courts to clarify a legislative committee's investigative authority. The Vare case also resulted in the 2 landmark Supreme Court decisions discussed above. Vare's biographer states flatly that the Senate refused to seat Vare not for any illegal act, but for general reasons similar to those that closed the portals of the Union League to him. He was a ward politician without social background. It appears, however, that the ultimate disposition of the Vare election case was actually shaped by the irrefutable evidence of corrupt use of massive campaign expenditures. In rejecting William Vare, the Senate moved to check the growing public suspicion that millionaire candidates could buy a membership at will in the highest legislative body in the nation. demonstrating that while Vare may have controlled Philadelphia, he could not do likewise with the United States Senate. Turned away from a seat in the Senate, the ailing Vare continued his political activities in Pennsylvania, although he gradually lost control over his Philadelphia organization. He died in 1934. William B. Wilson spent the years until his death in 1934 involved in mining and agricultural pursuits in Pennsylvania. End of Case 109, end of Section 111. Section 112 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 110, Frank L. Smith, 1867 to 1950, Illinois. Election case May 19, 1926 to January 19, 1928. Issues: campaign financing, corruption. Chronology: Special committee created May 19, 1926. Referred to Special Committee May 19, 1926, December 7, 1927. Committee reports December 16, 1926, February 12, 1927, January 17, 1928. Credentials presented January 19, 1927. Referred to Privileges and Elections Committee January 20th, 1927. Committee report March 4th, 1927. Senate vote January 19th, 1928. Result: not seated. Background: President Warren G. Harding's unexpected support for American participation in the World Court had the unintended effect of intensifying party factionalism in Illinois state politics. In a freewheeling April 1926 Senate primary contest, the Republican challenger, Frank L. Smith, seized on the World Court issue and, in the process, further split the already fragmented Cook County and Chicago Republican organizations, as he took his campaign to Chicago's immigrant and black neighborhoods. There, he vigorously criticized incumbent Senator William B. McKinley's vote for Harding's resolution in favor of the World Court. Smith, chairman of the Illinois Commerce Commission, which regulated public utilities, and a former member of the U.S. House of Representatives, succeeded in defeating McKinley for the Republican nomination. Statement of the case. In the spring of 1926, allegations regarding excessive expenditures in the Pennsylvania primary prompted the Senate to convene a special 5-man investigating committee to examine expenditures and possible corruption in that year's senatorial campaigns. See Case 109. Then, in late June, Arkansas Democrat Thaddeus H. Carraway delivered a speech in the Senate alleging the use of excessive expenditures, fraud, and corruption in the Illinois primary campaign. The charges included accusations that Frank Smith had spent $400,000 on the election, and that Samuel Insull, the powerful owner of public utility corporations, contributed $125,000 to Smith's primary campaign fund, while Smith was still chairing the Commerce Commission that oversaw such utilities. Accepting such contributions in these circumstances represented a conflict of interest and was illegal under Illinois law. Newspaper reports of Carraway's charges drew national attention to the Illinois election, and the special committee, which had already been concerned about expenditures in that race, began focusing on the activities of Smith's campaign. Chaired by James A. Reed, Democrat of Missouri, the committee conducted hearings in Chicago throughout the summer and fall of 1926, in addition to continuing its investigation of the Pennsylvania primary election. Because these hearings were taking place during the general election campaign, some Illinois Republicans urged Smith to step aside and allow an untainted candidate to be nominated. But he refused and won the November election by more than 60,000 votes. Then, in early December 1926, Senator William McKinley, who was not related to the late president of the same name, died 3 months before his term was due to expire in March 1927. His death left a vacancy for the Illinois governor to fill, providing a new twist in a case that had already occupied the attention of the United States Senate for nearly 6 months. In the wake of McKinley's death, Senate Democrats moved quickly on December 9, 1926, to introduce a resolution that would disqualify Frank Smith based on the evidence gathered by the special committee. Their hasty action, only 2 days after the death of the incumbent, stemmed from reports that the Illinois governor planned to name Smith to the vacant seat until the full term began. Response of the Senate, Special Committee. On December 16, 1926, the expectations of Senate Democrats materialized when the governor appointed Frank Smith to fill the remainder of McKinley's term. That same day, the special committee circulated a partial report on its investigation, but made no recommendations to the Senate. The report explained that the committee had not yet obtained final contribution and expenditure figures. Because Illinois had no law restricting campaign expenditures, and the Supreme Court had ruled in the case of Truman Newberry, see Case 102, that the Federal Corrupt Practices Act could not constitutionally apply to primary elections, there was no requirement for candidates to file campaign finance information for those races with the Senate. In addition to direct contributions to specific candidates, other funds were contributed to and spent on behalf of groups of candidates for state and local offices who were allied with a senatorial candidate. From the information it could gather, the committee estimated that a total of more than $500,000 had been spent on behalf of McKinley and over $450,000 on behalf of Frank Smith. The special committee continued its investigation during February 1927, issuing 2 more partial reports about recalcitrant witnesses, including Samuel Insull, who refused to answer questions about their campaign contributions. Privileges and Elections Committee. When Smith's credentials to fill the vacancy were presented on January 19, 1927, the Senate discussed whether Smith could be blocked from taking the oath for the appointive term if his credentials were in good order. Reed described the case as differing from earlier ones, in which a senator-elect was seated while a committee reviewed the matter, because at the time Smith arrived to take his seat, his primary election had already been under investigation for several months by a Senate committee that had found reason to believe that fraud and corruption had occurred. After prolonged debate, the Senate the next day refused to seat Smith until the Committee on Privileges and Elections reviewed the matter. That committee held hearings a few days later, but recessed its deliberations when Smith became ill and returned to Illinois. When his credentials for the full term were presented on March 3, 1927, the Senate promptly referred them as well to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. The committee reported the next day, just before the end of the 69th Congress, that Smith's election credentials appeared valid, but the committee had been unable to take final action because of his illness. As a result, Congress adjourned with the matter unresolved. During the ensuing months, Smith's supporters did not remain idle. They insisted that the charges that Smith knowingly abused his public office were irrelevant, since the senator-designate satisfied all constitutional qualifications to serve in the Senate and thus had a right to take his oath. Special committee continued. When the 70th Congress opened on December 5, 1927, and Smith's credentials were again presented, the new Senate seemed no more willing to overlook the extravagant financial conduct of the senator-elect than had the previous body, calling the Illinois election but one more example of a battle royal of the millionaires. Republican George Norris of Nebraska introduced a resolution to deny Smith a seat in the Senate. 2 days later, after considerable discussion, the Senate adopted a resolution to refer the matter back to the special committee, directing it to give Frank Smith a hearing and granting him the privilege of the Senate floor to plead his case. In the meantime, Smith was not seated. The committee held a further hearing, at which Insull and other witnesses finally provided the information they had been withholding. Smith also appeared, but offered no new evidence, simply contending that the Senate had no authority to rule on his right to a seat until after it had seated him as a senator. This argument was similar to one raised by Thomas W. Cunningham in connection with the special committee's review of the Vare case, Case 109. That contention subsequently led to the Supreme Court's decision in Berry v. U.S., ex rel. Cunningham, 1929, ruling that a member-elect falls under the Senate's constitutional right to judge the qualifications of its members. On January 17, 1928, the committee issued its final report, together with a resolution declaring that Smith's election was tainted with blatant fraud and corruption. The committee based this conclusion on the generally undisputed evidence that public service corporations made excessive contributions to his campaign while he served as chairman of the Illinois Commerce Commission, empowered to regulate rates and conduct state utility business. Since Smith's acceptance of these contributions was harmful to the dignity and honor of the Senate, the committee concluded that he should not be seated. After several days of debate, the Senate, unable to ignore the widespread and openly acknowledged transactions, voted 61 to 23 on January 19, 1928, that Frank Smith was not entitled to his seat in the United States Senate. Conclusion: 3 weeks later, Smith submitted his resignation to Governor Len Small. Small accepted the resignation, announced that a vacancy existed, and named Smith to fill it, although Smith took no action to claim the seat. When Small then scheduled a special election, Smith entered the spring primary. In April 1928, both Smith and Small were defeated by the forces of reform, marking the end of Smith's senatorial aspirations. Defeated for a seat in the House of Representatives in 1930, Smith remained active in Republican politics until his death in 1950. End of Case 110, End of Section 112. Section 113 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 111, Arthur R. Gould, 1857 to 1946, Maine. Censure case, December 6, 1926 to March 4, 1927. Issues: charges of bribery, right of Senate to exclude a member-elect for actions long before election. Chronology: credentials presented December 6, 1926. Referred to committee December 7, 1926. Committee report March 4, 1927. No Senate action. Result not censured. Background: in 1911, Maine businessman Arthur R. Gould and his associates contracted with the Canadian government to build a railroad along the St. John River in New Brunswick. After more than 2 years of construction, the Canadian province terminated its agreement with the construction company. Charges regarding this contract were raised against Gould when Maine voters in 1926 elected him as a Republican to fill a U.S. Senate vacancy caused by the death of Bert M. Fernald. Statement of the case. On December 6, 1926, as Gould prepared to take his oath of office, Thomas J. Walsh, Democrat of Montana, charged that the Senate should not ignore allegations of bribery that a Canadian judge had leveled against the new senator in connection with the railroad contract. Despite these comments, the Senate seated Gould, but the next day, the Montana Democrat again pressed his case. Walsh contended that the 1911 railroad contract was said to have been secured through a $100,000 bribe by Gould and his associates. Pointing to a recurring Senate problem, Walsh asked for a clear judgment regarding the Senate's right to exclude a member for actions taken long before that member's election to the Senate and unrelated to the primary or general election. He offered a resolution to refer the matter to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Gould himself stated that he welcomed an investigation, which he believed would exonerate him. He pointed out that the matter had been thoroughly discussed during the election campaign. After a brief debate, the Senate voted 70-7 to send the matter to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Response of the Senate. On March 4, 1927, the committee recommended that the Senate dismiss all charges against Arthur Gould, based on testimony gathered during 2 weeks of hearings, pointing out that the transaction under investigation had occurred more than 14 years previously. The committee stated that there was no question regarding the legality of Gould's election. In relation to the bribery charges, the committee learned that when the Canadian province declared the American company to be in default and confiscated both the physical property and the company itself, the entrepreneurs, incensed at the loss of $400,000, demanded a hearing before a Canadian government arbitrator. That arbitrator ruled that the government was justified in abrogating the contract because, before the province signed the original contract, Gould had offered a $100,000 bribe to a provincial official to secure the deal. The committee, however, found that, although all participants agreed that money did change hands, Gould had vehemently opposed the payment of the campaign contribution that he considered to be a holdup, but he had been outvoted by the other shareholders. The Senate committee therefore exonerated Gould, since he had not actually made the payment himself and had objected strenuously to the bribe, and because the Canadian official coerced the favor in return for the government contract. The committee chose not to respond to Walsh's policy question beyond stating that the committee believes that every case involving the exclusion of the senator-elect or the expulsion of a member of the Senate for an offense alleged to have been committed prior to his election must depend upon the peculiar facts and circumstances of the particular case. Accepting the judgment of the committee, the Senate adopted the committee's report and took no further action in the case. Conclusion. On April 30th, 1928, the Senate agreed to reimburse Gould more than $10,000 for his expenses. Gould served in the Senate only until the end of the partial term in 1931. Declining to run for re-election, he returned to his business interests in Maine. He died in 1946. End of Case 111 and of Section 113. Section 114 of U.S. Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 112, Hiram Bingham, 1875 to 1956, Connecticut. Censure case, October 17, 1929, to November 4, 1929. Issues: hiring a lobbyist who was still being paid by a manufacturing organization. Chronology. Testimony to Subcommittee, October 17, 1929. Committee Report, October 26, 1929. Senate Vote, November 4, 1929. Result: censured. Background. Although Congress frequently debated lobbying regulations starting in 1911, it passed no legislation on the subject, and in the 1920s, lobbyists' influence continued to concern members of Congress. In April 1929, Arkansas Senator Thaddeus H. Carraway, Democrat, proposed creation of a committee to investigate the excesses of lobbyists. Persuaded by Carraway and Judiciary Committee Chairman George Norris, Republican of Nebraska, the Senate authorized Norris to appoint a subcommittee of Judiciary to investigate lobbyists' activities. On October 15, 1929, the subcommittee, chaired by Carraway, began its public hearings. Although Connecticut Senator Hiram Bingham's Republican name had not been mentioned in the investigation, he volunteered to appear before the panel on October 17, 1929, in order to defend his former staff member, Charles L. Ianson. Newspaper stories had focused on the impropriety of Bingham using government funds to hire someone who was also an employee of the Manufacturers Association of Connecticut, a well-known lobbying group. Statement of the case. Under Carraway's questioning, Bingham, a member of the Finance Committee who had served in the Senate since 1924, testified that he had asked the Manufacturers Association to loan him, Ianson, for his expertise during hearings on tariff legislation. The arrangement, he explained, was for the association to continue paying Ianson's salary. When the Republican members of the Finance Committee began meeting in closed session to consider tariff proposals, Bingham had asked his principal clerk to formally resign his Senate post temporarily while continuing his duties and receiving his salary. Ianson was then sworn in as an official Senate employee in the clerk's place so that he could attend the closed sessions. He did not retain his Senate salary, however, but passed it along to the regular clerk. Bingham coolly defended this arrangement, asserting that he depended on Ianson solely for professional advice, and that he never considered him a lobbyist in the usual sense of the word, which Bingham defined as going around visiting congressmen and senators and trying to get them to do something they did not want to do. The investigating committee felt differently, and under persistent questioning by the members, Bingham acknowledged that he had perhaps made a mistake in hiring Eanson and taking him into the closed meetings without telling the other senators that he was an employee of the Connecticut Manufacturers Association. For his part, Charles Eanson had difficulty giving a clear answer to repeated questions regarding whom he represented during the month he was on the payroll of both the U.S. Senate and the Manufacturers Association. Until I reported to Senator Bingham, I would be a representative of the Manufacturers Association, he explained. But actually, I did not represent the association after I went with Senator Bingham. I represented Senator Bingham. Citing extraordinary circumstances, the committee issued a preliminary report dealing just with the Eanson matter before it had completed its lobbying investigation. The report, dated October 26, 1929, questioned the propriety of Bingham taking Eanson into the closed meetings. When the Manufacturers Association of Connecticut obtained information about the secret committee proceedings, the implication, while not proved, was that the information could only have come from Eanson. Although the committee's report condemned Bingham's arrangement with Eanson, it presented no formal charges against the senator and made no recommendation for censure. Response of the Senate. In submitting the report to the Senate on October 26th, Caraway denounced the association between the senator and the lobbyist in stronger terms than were used in the report, but he still introduced no resolution for censure or other Senate action against Bingham. 2 days later, however, Bingham, in defending his conduct, attacked the investigation as partisan and unfair. He claimed that Judiciary Committee Chairman George Norris, a progressive Republican, had stacked the special committee with opponents of the Hoover administration who disagreed with the Connecticut senators' support for administration policies. On November 1st, calling Bingham's comments about the committee members discourteous, Norris introduced a resolution to censure Bingham for behavior contrary to good morals and senatorial ethics that tended to bring the Senate into dishonor and disrepute. The floor debate took place on November 4, 1929. Bingham, who had had a distinguished career as an explorer and historian of South America before entering politics, once again boldly defended himself and Charles Eanson, denying any intentional wrongdoing. The debate eventually concluded with Norris expressing discouragement that the senator from Connecticut had never yet grasped the fact that the action he took was injurious to the honor and dignity of the Senate, was injurious to public sentiment and to public opinion. Finally, after amending the resolution to state that Bingham had no corrupt motives, the Senate censured the Connecticut senator. In the 54-22 vote that broke along regional lines, 22 fellow Republicans from Midwestern and Western states abandoned their political colleague and voted with Democrats for censure, while Northeastern Republicans supported Bingham. Conclusion. Still unconvinced that he had done anything ethically wrong, Hiram Bingham, urbane and scholarly, returned to the Senate floor 2 days after the censure to take part in the tariff debate. He continued to serve in the Senate until March 1933, losing a bid for re-election in the 1932 Democratic landslide. Subsequently, Bingham continued his varied career and wide-ranging interests. Among other activities, he headed corporations, became an aviation lobbyist, wrote history books, and instructed naval officers during World War II. Bingham died in 1956. Over the next decades, Congress continued to discuss ways to regulate lobbying, which proved difficult to accomplish because of the First Amendment right of citizens to petition their government. Focusing, therefore, on disclosure rather than on actual regulation of lobbyists' activities, Congress in the 1930s passed bills requiring registration by lobbyists for public utilities, shipping firms, and foreign agents. In 1946, as part of that year's Legislative Reorganization Act, it adopted the Federal Regulation of Lobbying Act, requiring that those hired to lobby register with Congress. End of Case 112 and of Section 114. Section 115 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 113, Joseph R. Grundy, 1863 to 1961, Pennsylvania. Election case, appointment, December 12, 1929 to January 31, 1930. Issues, campaign financing. Chronology. Credentials presented December 12, 1929. Referred to committee, December 12, 1929. Committee report, January 31, 1930. No Senate action. Result, seated. Background. On December 11, 1929, 5 days after the United States Senate denied William S. Vare his seat, see Case 109, Pennsylvania Governor John S. Fisher appointed Joseph R. Grundy, a wealthy woolen manufacturer, well-known lobbyist, and Republican Party leader, to fill the vacancy. The names of both Governor Fisher and Senator-designate Grundy had been closely linked to the Vare investigation. Fisher and Grundy figured prominently in the Republican faction that opposed the ousted Vare, and the Senate investigation indicated that their enormous campaign expenditures had been equally reprehensible. Statement of the case. On December 12, 1929, Joseph Grundy's certificate of appointment was presented to the United States Senate. Gerald P. Nye, Republican of North Dakota, immediately rose and asked that Grundy be denied his seat because of his connection to the recently decided William Vare corruption case. As a result of the Senate's intense review of the 1926 Pennsylvania primary, members already knew that Grundy, a spokesman for the state's manufacturing interests, had raised and contributed more than $400,000 to the campaign coffers of Governor Fisher. Nye fumed to his colleagues that they denied a place to $500,000 Vare, but faced the unsavory prospect of admitting a political crony of $2 million Fisher. Other senators shared Nye's distress that there seemed to be no end to the excessive expenditures involved in the Pennsylvania election, but questioned the authority of the Senate to inquire into the legality of a gubernatorial contest. Nonetheless, members found it difficult to dismiss their recent consideration of the 1926 Pennsylvania election, in which witnesses had reported that sums between $400,000 and $1.8 million had been spent by various candidates and lobbyists. Although Grundy, commonly acknowledged to be one of the participants in the campaign transactions, was permitted to take his oath, The Senate referred his credentials to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Response of the Senate. On January 31, 1930, the committee returned a report stating that the appointment of Joseph Grundy complied with the constitutional requirements of the 17th Amendment, and therefore concluded that the Pennsylvania senator had a right to his seat. The report made no mention of Grundy's connection to the Vare scandal, his exorbitant campaign contributions, or the machine politics that had controlled the 1926 elections for governor and senator in Pennsylvania. The Senate took no further action on this case. Apparently exhausted from the travail of the 3.5-year Vare investigation, the senators did not pursue the matter. Conclusion. Joseph Grundy filled the Pennsylvania seat that had been vacant since 1927. Defeated in the 1930 Republican primary, he served only 1 year in the Senate. In that time, he managed to articulate his conservative philosophy so effectively that the term Grundyism came to mean opposition to any change. Upon his return to Pennsylvania, Grundy continued to participate vigorously in politics and civic affairs. He died in 1961. End of Case 113 and of Section 115. Section 116 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 114, J. Thomas Heflin, 1869 to 1951, versus John H. Bankhead II, 1872 to 1946, Alabama. Election case, January 29, 1931, to April 28, 1932. Issues: campaign irregularities, recount of disputed ballots. Chronology: resolution introduced January 29, 1931. Referred to committee, February 26, 1931. Committee report, April 18, 1932. Senate vote, April 28, 1932. Result: Bankhead retained seat. Background: the 1923 Code of Alabama empowered state political organizations to establish qualifications for candidates, including mandatory disclosure of how an individual had voted in the most recent presidential election. Under this procedure, the Democratic State Committee refused to allow incumbent Senator J. Thomas Heflin to run in the party's 1930 primary because he had backed Republican Herbert Hoover for president in 1928. With Heflin excluded from the race, John H. Bankhead II won the Democratic primary for the U.S. Senate. Heflin then abandoned the Democrats and joined the effort to launch a splinter party, the Jeffersonians, or Independent Party, which named him as its U.S. Senate candidate. In the general election, however, Democrat John Bankhead soundly defeated the two-term Maverick senator. Statement of the case. When he returned to Washington in January 1931 for the final 2 months of his term, Thomas Heflin informed the Senate that he would contest the Alabama election and would request a recount. In a lengthy presentation, Heflin argued that he had been defrauded of the right to run in the regular Democratic primary, and charged that Bankhead's election was invalid due to the misuse of voter lists and absentee ballots, irregularities in the tabulation and posting of returns, and payment of poll taxes for voters in arrears. By requesting an investigation of the election, Heflin clearly hoped to convince the Senate not to seat Bankhead when he appeared for the term that commenced on March 4, 1931. The Alabama legislature criticized Heflin's effort, adopting a resolution charging him with poor sportsmanship in refusing to accept defeat like a man. On February 26, 1931, the Senate acceded to Heflin's request and asked the Committee on Privileges and Elections to investigate the Alabama election. It authorized the committee to take possession of the ballots, poll lists, tabulation sheets, and all other records from the November 1930 senatorial contest. The members prudently attached an amendment that limited investigation expenses to $10,000. But before the tangled, intense case wound to its conclusion almost 15 months later, the Senate had authorized and spent more than $100,000 on Heflin's challenge. Response of the Senate. A subcommittee of 3 Republicans and 2 Democrats carried out a recount of the ballots and conducted hearings in both Alabama and Washington throughout 1931 and into the spring of the following year. Despite the continuing investigation, John Bankhead, armed with valid credentials, was seated when the Senate assembled for the first session of the 72nd Congress on December 7, 1931. Once the massive volume of testimony had been gathered, Republican members of the subcommittee decided from the evidence that the Democratic primary had been invalid because it barred any candidate who had supported the Republican ticket in 1928. Additionally, they insisted that voting irregularities throughout Alabama had been so numerous and flagrant in the general election that the United States Senate should simply declare that no election occurred. Democrats Walter George, Georgia, and Sam Bratton, New Mexico, submitted a minority report that viewed the intricate political events somewhat differently. They argued that the Democratic State Committee was within its legal rights in excluding Heflin from the primary. The Alabama statutes that permitted a party loyalty qualification did not conflict with federal legislation because the federal government had not attempted to impose any jurisdiction over state primaries. They observed that Heflin had failed to question the state committee's regulations before the primary and had made no effort to block Bankhead's candidacy at the state level. Instead, Heflin had devoted his energies to organizing a new political party and did not formally protest the Democratic primary procedure until after he suffered defeat in the general election. Citing numerous legal precedents, George and Bratton asserted the overriding principle that once the voters had chosen between 2 candidates, the manner of placing those candidates on the ballot was no longer relevant. They also stressed that under Alabama law, an election could not be voided because of irregularities which were not shown to have changed the result of the election. The ballots thrown out in the recount still left Bankhead the winner by more than 34,000 votes. Bankhead himself had not been linked to any of the irregularities cited, nor were these found to be evidence of fraud. George and Bratton succeeded in convincing the majority of the full Privileges and Elections Committee that Bankhead had been legally elected, and the committee adopted their report, which was presented to the Senate on April 18, 1932. Some committee members, however, continued to be troubled by such aspects of the Alabama election as broken ballot box seals and the occasional use of hat boxes for ballots, allowing ballots to be taken from the polling place and voted by individuals who were ill, and the failure to provide voting booths in some polling locations. As a result, 3 Republicans submitted a minority report. They acknowledged that Bankhead himself had not been revealed as personally corrupt, but they believed the widespread, blatant irregularities made it impossible to ensure that fraud did not occur. They therefore urged their colleagues to declare that no election had taken place. During the floor debate, Heflin's friends arranged for him to address the Senate on April 26, 1932. Heflin used this opportunity to unleash his well-known, passionate oratorical style in a dramatic appeal that his case should be properly investigated. The intensity of Heflin's rhetoric prompted such enthusiastic demonstrations of support from the galleries that the presiding officer finally ordered the spectators removed. In the face of Heflin's harangue, the previously silent Bankhead spoke in his own defense the next day, insisting that his election had been valid. After a week of emotional debates, the Senate on April 28, 1932, agreed with John Bankhead and voted 64-18 that he had been duly elected and should retain his seat. Conclusion. Heflin, who had been notorious during his Senate years for demagogic diatribes expressing his racial and religious bigotry, ran unsuccessfully for both the House and Senate in subsequent years. For several years, he served as a special representative of the Federal Housing Administration. Heflin died in 1951. John Bankhead remained in the Senate until his death in 1946, becoming influential in agriculture policy during the New Deal and World War II. End of Case 114 and of Section 116. Section 117 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 115, George M. Pritchard, 1886 to 1955, versus Josiah W. Bailey, 1873 to 1946, North Carolina. Election case, March 3, 1931 to February 3, 1933. Issues: campaign irregularities, Senate refused recount. Chronology: petition filed March 3, 1931. Referred to committee, March 3, 1931. Committee report, February 3, 1933. Senate vote, February 3, 1933. Result: Bailey retained seat. Background: North Carolina Democrats retained a powerful hold on the state's politics throughout the first third of the 20th century. Only occasionally did Republicans manage to capture public office, as, for example, when Jeter C. Pritchard served in the United States Senate from 1893 to 1903, and George M. Pritchard, his son, won a seat in the United States House of Representatives in 1928. When George Pritchard declined to run for re-election to the House and instead sought a seat in the U.S. Senate in 1930, the Democratic candidate, Josiah W. Bailey, defeated him by more than 100,000 votes. Statement of the case. On March 3, 1931, the day before the term of Senator-elect Josiah Bailey began, his vanquished Republican opponent, George Pritchard, filed a petition contesting the North Carolina voting procedures, which the Senate referred to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Pritchard charged that the state's election laws had been deliberately framed to give Democrats an unfair advantage. He specifically claimed that because all 1,800 North Carolina voter registrars belonged to the Democratic Party, they enjoyed an unchecked opportunity to manipulate and alter poll lists and registration books. This control resulted in such abuses as Democrats selecting all Republican representatives for state, county, and precinct boards, registrars applying the voter literacy test only to Republicans, Democratic poll judges forcing Republican watchers to stand where they could not see the ballot boxes, intimidation of voters, fraudulent use of absentee ballots, destruction of ballots after the election, and keeping polls open only during the hours when Democrats were available to vote. On December 7, 1931, Josiah Bailey appeared in the Senate and took his oath of office. Republican Samuel Shortridge of California immediately announced that he would present a resolution to challenge Bailey's election. 10 days later, the Senate authorized the Committee on Privileges and Elections to investigate Pritchard's charges. Response of the Senate. On January 13, 1932, Democratic Minority Leader Joseph T. Robinson of Arkansas protested a resolution that would allow the committee to spend $10,000 on the investigation, which the Arkansas Democrat deemed had no substantive basis. The Senate accepted Robinson's suggestion that it wait to pass the financial authorization until the full Committee on Privileges and Elections could meet to evaluate the significance of the allegations. 3 days later, the committee gathered, reviewed George Pritchard's original petition, and received Josiah Bailey's spoken and written request to dismiss the charges. The committee decided to permit Pritchard to file an amended petition with more specific evidence of the election misconduct. In late January, Pritchard submitted a list of 42 North Carolina counties, itemizing the nature of the election frauds that he anticipated could be proven in each through a full investigation. In March 1932, Bailey replied confidently that all of Pritchard's accusations were of a dragnet description and founded on speculation rather than evidence. Denying all the allegations, Bailey asserted that no recount could possibly be justified because even if all the votes in those 42 counties were thrown out, he would still have won in the remaining 58 unchallenged counties by a margin of 71,000 votes. He declared that the number of North Carolina Republican votes in 1930 were comparable to those in preceding elections, and that Republicans enjoyed full representation throughout the state election system. He added that Pritchard had made a public concession speech after the election and gave no indication until March 1931 that he planned to contest the result. No further action occurred in the case until February 1933, when a subcommittee of Privileges and Elections issued a report recommending that the contest be dismissed. In a brief statement, the subcommittee declared that both the original and amended charges against Bailey had been so vague that they did not justify the time and expense of conducting a recount or a full investigation, especially since the margin of Bailey's victory had been so great. Without taking a recorded vote, the Senate agreed to the report and dismissed the contest. Conclusion. On February 25, 1933, The Senate agreed to award Bailey $1,500, Pritchard $4,000, and the state of North Carolina $500 for expenses incurred in the case. The payment to North Carolina covered the state's costs in impounding ballot boxes for the recount that did not materialize. George Pritchard continued his law career in North Carolina and, in 1948, made an unsuccessful try for the governorship. He died in 1955. Josiah Bailey served in the Senate until his death in 1946. End of Case 115, end of Section 117. Section 118 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 116, Enar Hoydale, 1870 to 1952, versus Thomas D. Schall, 1878 to 1935, Minnesota. Election case April 14, 1932 to February 7, 1933. Issues: campaign irregularities. Chronology: petition presented April 14, 1932. Referred to committee April 14, 1932. Committee report January 17, 1933. Senate vote February 7, 1933. Result: Schall retained seat. Background: Minnesota Republican Thomas D. Schall, whose election to the Senate in 1926 had been contested by his defeated opponent, see Case 106, faced a second such challenge after his re-election in 1930. In the latter campaign, Schall bested his Democratic opponent, Enar Hoydale, by more than 11,000 votes in a multi-candidate race. Statement of the case. On December 7, 1931, Thomas Schall appeared in the Senate and took his seat for a second term without protest. On April 14, 1932, Enar Hoydale filed a petition charging that the Republican senator secured his election through illegal methods and fraud. Hoydale alleged that Schall violated state and federal corrupt practices laws by filing false financial reports, illegally promising patronage positions in return for political support, failing to itemize names of campaign contributors and those receiving disbursements, accepting large contributions from bootleggers, and misusing franking privileges to distribute campaign literature. The Senate referred the petition to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. The next day, Thomas Schall responded, insisting that the charges, a mass of generalities, insinuations, and falsehoods, are groundless, and they will fall of their own weight. Response of the Senate. On July 16, 1932, the committee notified Hoydale that unless he submitted an amended petition that included more detailed information, his case would be dismissed. On August 30th, shortly before the committee's deadline, Hoydale submitted a revised petition. In it, he detailed large, unreported expenditures made by Schall's campaign and named individuals he said had been promised patronage positions in return for campaign support, as well as postmasters who had allegedly been pressured to contribute money to retire Schall's campaign debt. In response, Schall presented several affidavits from Minnesota citizens, all of whom swore the senator had not engaged in any illegal activities during the primary or general elections. Postmasters insisted they had received their commissions without paying the senator a penny, and that all their campaign contributions had been voluntary and not connected to the distribution of patronage. The committee reported on January 17, 1933, recommending that the contest be dismissed. It argued that Hoydale had failed to contest the election in Minnesota or to initiate legal action in the Minnesota courts regarding Schall's alleged state offenses within the deadline set by law. The allegations regarding contributions from postmasters had all been contradicted by sworn affidavits from the individuals involved, and were therefore dismissed by the committee. The panel determined that even if Hoydale had accurate information concerning the misuse of franking privileges, the sum involved could not have exceeded $100, an amount the committee deemed insignificant. In general, the committee concluded that Hoydale's charges were too vague and indefinite to warrant further investigation. The Senate appeared willing to accept the committee's view that Schall had responded satisfactorily to the more serious charges, and that the others were too minor to require attention. Without debate, the Senate on February 7, 1933, agreed by voice vote that Schall had been duly elected and should retain his seat. Conclusion. Thomas Schall, who was permanently blinded at the age of 29, was a self-made man whose zeal and determined spirit won the admiration of even his political opponents. He served in the Senate until his death in 1935 from injuries sustained when he was struck by an automobile outside the Senate office building. Enar Hoydale served in the U.S. House of Representatives from 1933 to 1935 and was again an unsuccessful candidate for the Senate in 1934. He died in 1952. End of Case 116 and of Section 118. Section 119 of United States Senate Election Expulsion and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 117, Huey P. Long, 1893 to 1935, and John H. Overton, 1875 to 1948, Louisiana. Election case, expulsion case, September 21, 1932 to June 16, 1934. Issues, campaign irregularities. Chronology. Request for investigation, September 21, 1932. Referred to committee, September 21, 1932, special, April 14, 1933, Judiciary, January 10, 1934, Privileges and Elections. Committee reports, January 16, 1934, special, March 19, 1934, Judiciary, June 16, 1934, Privileges and Elections. Senate vote, June 16, 1934. Result, Long and Overton retained seats, not expelled. Background. When Louisiana voters in 1930 elected Huey Long to the United States Senate, the 37-year-old dynamo already exercised a tight grip over state politics, built up during his years as governor. Unwilling to relinquish the reins of state power to an unfriendly lieutenant governor, Long delayed claiming his Senate seat until January 1932. The next summer, he employed his charismatic eloquence on behalf of both presidential candidate Franklin D. Roosevelt, and his personal choice for the 2nd Louisiana Senate seat, U.S. Representative John H. Overton. Long's strength in Louisiana had no equal, and in the September 13, 1932 primary, John Overton easily defeated incumbent Senator Edwin Broussard for the Democratic nomination, a prelude to an unopposed victory in the general election. Statement of the case. On September 21, 1932, soon after his defeat in the primary, Edwin Broussard wrote to the chairman of a special committee to investigate campaign expenditures in the 1932 election, which had been established in July 1932, requesting that the Senate investigate instances of corruption in the Louisiana election. He specifically charged that for several weeks prior to the election, the state administration, under the control of the Long machine, brought in a horde of campaign workers drawn from employees of such state agencies as the Highway Commission, the Board of Health, the Tax Commission, and the insane asylums. State employees were also forced to make financial contributions to Overton's campaign. Broussard further contended that state officials promised the families of penitentiary inmates that their relatives would be freed in return for supporting Overton at the polls. Broussard did not claim that he himself had been elected, but charged that there had been so much corruption in the election that Overton should be denied his seat. Based on Broussard's complaint and others received from Louisiana citizens groups, the special committee established a subcommittee to look into the matter. Meanwhile, on March 4, 1933, John Overton arrived in the Senate and was seated without challenge. Response of the Senate. Select Committee. Between October 1932 and December 1933, the subcommittee, chaired by Robert B. Howell, Republican of Nebraska, conducted 3 lengthy investigations in Louisiana. Although the public assumed that Huey Long's 1930 election represented the true focus of the inquiry, the committee was authorized only to examine elections that took place in 1932. During the period of the investigation, the subcommittee faced a variety of obstacles. As the chairman died in March 1933, one committee member resigned from the Senate, and a shift in party control of the Senate from Republicans to Democrats caused a reorganization of the committee. This change did not help Long, however, because the new chairman, Democrat Tom Connally of Texas, who had chaired the subcommittee through many of the hearings, disliked Huey Long and found Louisiana politics distasteful. In the course of the hearings, the Long lieutenants who had directed Overton's campaign testified that they had kept no record of either contributions or expenditures, had dealt entirely in cash using no bank accounts, and had no idea how much money had been spent on the primary race. None of this was illegal, for Louisiana had no law limiting or requiring reports of campaign expenditures. While Long's opponents continued to raise charges of corruption, the committee members chided them for producing little hard evidence related to fraud in Overton's primary. The proceedings became increasingly rowdy as the anti-Long forces decided the committee was not seriously pursuing the investigation and turned their efforts to disruption, with shouted harangues and crowds of noisy onlookers at the public hearings. On January 16, 1934, an exhausted and frustrated special committee reported that in a maelstrom of political passion and bitter factional controversy, it had great difficulty unraveling the truth about the events surrounding the 1932 primary. In the course of its lengthy Louisiana investigation, the committee had spent the entire $25,000 allocated to it for examining Senate campaign expenditures in the whole country, decrying the deplorable and distressing political conditions in Louisiana. The committee concluded that Huey Long's organization in 1932 absolutely dominated the politics of the state, and that Long had used state government employees in the Overton campaign. The committee also deplored the Long organization's practice of coercing office holders to contribute to political campaigns. On the other hand, any fraud that occurred had not affected the outcome of the election, and there was no indication that Overton himself had been aware of any such fraud. The committee did express concern about Broussard's charge that Long's operation was able to influence the selection of election commissioners in the precincts by recruiting dummy candidates to file for election to local offices. Long's organization paid the filing fees for these candidates who had no actual intention of running. Since election commissioners were chosen by lot, and every local candidate, but not candidates for statewide office, could submit a name for the pool from which the 5 commissioners for a precinct would be drawn, the committee noted that the use of dummies by one Senate candidate could place so many friendly names in the pool that all the commissioners chosen in a precinct could well turn out to be supporters of that candidate. In New Orleans, for example, there were more than 1,000 Overton commissioners, compared to only 60 for Broussard. The committee strongly condemned the use of dummies, which, it said, had affected about a third of the precincts in the state, because even though such a situation was not in itself proof of fraud, it provided the opportunity for fraud. The committee, however, found no evidence that John Overton was personally aware of the use of dummies. Since no contested election was involved, the committee merely submitted its findings without recommendations. Overton therefore promptly declared that he was absolved of any wrongdoing, and Huey Long introduced a resolution demanding an investigation into the sources of the libel and propaganda used against him. The Senate referred this resolution to the Committee on Privileges and Elections, which took no action on the matter. Long also took the floor on January 30th to defend the practices of Louisiana and his organization, including the use of dummy candidates, which, he asserted, was common in other states as well. Judiciary Committee. Meanwhile, the Senate struggled with a continuing stream of petitions from Louisiana citizens calling for Long's expulsion because of irregularities in his 1930 election. In April 1933, Long, upset because the newspapers had published many of the allegations, asked that the Senate refer these papers and petitions to the Judiciary Committee in order to resolve the legal question whether they were privileged from actions for libel and whether they should have been received by the Senate. The committee eventually reported in March 1934 that the petitions were scurrilous and defamatory and failed to give any detail or facts such as to justify action on the part of the Senate. The committee added that if the Senate had realized their vague nature, it should probably never have agreed to receive these petitions. But once they had been received, they were clothed with a limited privilege. Privileges and Elections Committee. In January 1934, the Senate also referred the multitude of petitions seeking the expulsion of both Long and Overton to the Committee on Privileges and Elections to consider the substantive issues raised. After the ruling by the Judiciary Committee, Privileges and Elections held yet another series of public hearings in May 1934. On June 16, 1934, that committee, too, concluded that the evidence did not warrant further Senate action, and the Senate agreed on a voice vote. Huey Long and John Overton thus retained their seats. Conclusion. Throughout 1934 and 1935, Huey Long moved aggressively into national politics and became an increasingly vehement anti-Roosevelt spokesman. He served in the Senate until his death in 1935 at the hands of an assassin in the Louisiana state capitol. John Overton remained in the Senate until his death in 1948. End of Case 117 and of Section 119. Section 120 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 118, Dennis Chavez, 1888 to 1962, versus Bronson M. Cutting, 1888 to 1935, New Mexico. Election case, February 23, 1935 to June 4, 1935. Issues, campaign irregularities. Chronology. Petition filed February 23, 1935. Referred to committee, February 25, 1935. Committee report, June 4, 1935. Senate vote, June 5, 1935. Result, Cutting died, contest dismissed, Chavez appointed to seat. Background. The New Mexico senatorial election campaign of 1934, pitting Republican incumbent Bronson M. Cutting against Democratic House member Dennis Chavez, proved to be one of the closest and most bitter in that state's turbulent political history. With 30% of the state's residents on relief as a consequence of the deepening economic crisis, both contestants ran on similar platforms, stressing aid to farmers and small businessmen. Yet their personalities and background could not have been more dissimilar. Bronson Cutting, born to great wealth and educated at Groton and Harvard, moved to New Mexico in 1910 at the age of 22 to be cured of tuberculosis. A classmate and friend of Franklin D. Roosevelt, Cutting established his political base as owner of the influential Santa Fe New Mexican. The dynamic Anglo politician emerged as a progressive reformer who developed a strong following among the state's large Hispanic voting bloc and the growing population of laborers in New Mexico's eastern oil fields. Appointed to the Senate in 1927 to fill a vacancy, Cutting won election to a full term in 1928. In contrast to Cutting, Chavez spent his early years struggling against the political barriers of poverty and the prejudice of the state's political elite against his Hispanic origins. During the 1920s, he tirelessly worked his way into the confidence of New Mexico's Democratic hierarchy, and in 1930 was rewarded for his services and party loyalty with the nomination to New Mexico's only seat in the House of Representatives. Chavez easily defeated his Republican opponent and won re-election 2 years later by a wide margin. As a result, by 1934, Chavez had become his party's most potent political force in New Mexico. Meanwhile, the progressive Bronson Cutting had endorsed Roosevelt in 1932 and supported the New Deal. In doing so, he severed his ties with the Republican Party's old guard conservative power structure and built a potent coalition of Hispanic Americans and dispossessed Anglos. During the 1934 campaign, however, Chavez, as the Democratic candidate, gained both the endorsement of President Roosevelt and the support of the National Democratic Party, which supplied money and prominent speakers. Cutting, for his part, portrayed Chavez as representing the conservative, moneyed power structure in the state. Statement of the case. Although Chavez ran a strong race, Cutting's personal popularity carried him to a narrow 1,261 vote victory. When the state canvassing board met in December 1934, Chavez filed a formal complaint charging voting irregularities in 5 of the state's 31 counties. In San Miguel County, according to Chavez, many votes had been cast by persons who were unregistered, underage, repeat voters, convicts, aliens, or insane. He requested that all the returns be thrown out in precincts where unregistered voters had participated. Cutting responded that the state canvassing board had no authority to throw out any votes. When the board agreed and prepared to declare Cutting the winner, Chavez petitioned the state Supreme Court to force the board to exclude the unregistered votes. The court, however, consisting of 4 Democrats and 1 Republican, voted 3-2 to support the board's action, and finally, on December 31, 1934, Cutting received a certificate of election. On January 3, 1935, he presented his certificate to the Senate and took his oath for a second term. 7 weeks later, on February 23, 1935, Dennis Chavez filed a petition with the Senate, disputing the validity of Cutting's election and requesting a recount. He apparently hoped that the overwhelming Democratic majority in the Senate would vote to unseat Cutting. The petition alleged undue influence, deception, and intimidation of voters, and the unlawful use of money, and of fraudulent, wrongful, and unlawful conduct of various and sundry persons who were election judges, clerks, and counting judges, challengers, and party workers in and about said general election. Specifically, Chavez charged that illegal votes had been counted for Cutting, while many legal votes for the challenger were not counted. The Senate referred the matter to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. On March 25, 1935, Cutting formally moved to dismiss the challenge, complaining that the charges were untrue, the petition was deceptive and ambiguous, the contest was a fishing expedition, and Chavez had failed to exhaust his remedy in the state courts. Back in New Mexico, the legislature created a committee of Democrats to investigate the election, while Cutting's lawyers were busily seeking evidence on his behalf, as well as any indications of voting fraud by the Democrats. In February, the Legislative Investigating Committee reported that it had found a number of irregularities in the election, and recommended some changes in the state's election code to prevent such violations. The committee, however, took no position on the outcome of the Cutting-Chavez race. Response of the Senate. On April 10, 1935, the Senate Committee on Privileges and Elections held a hearing on Cutting's dismissal motion and decided to drop Chavez's charges of illegal use of money and unlawful expenditures. The committee directed Cutting to prepare a formal response to the allegations of conspiring to have illegal votes counted for him and legal votes not counted for Chavez. Cutting therefore flew back to New Mexico to determine the accuracy of the disputed voting lists. On his return trip to Washington on May 6, 1935, the senator was killed when his plane crashed in a dense fog at Atlanta, Missouri. Less than a week later, New Mexico's Democratic governor appointed Dennis Chavez to fill the vacant seat. The Committee on Privileges and Elections met again on June 4th. Chavez notified the committee that he wished to dismiss the challenge, but Cutting's friends urged the committee to take formal action to rule on the allegations so that his name could be cleared. Cutting's counsel presented the late senator's formal response, specifically refuting the charges based on the lawyer's detailed research. Among other points, the response explained that most of the individuals listed as unregistered were actually properly registered with some slight variation in the spelling or form of the name, such as a woman being registered under her given name and voting under her husband's name. As a result, the committee voted unanimously to dismiss the contest, with the declaration that no evidence has been adduced and there is nothing in the record which in any way reflects, either directly or indirectly, upon the honor or integrity of Cutting. The Senate on June 5, 1935, agreed by voice vote to the committee's recommendation, and the matter was dropped. Conclusion. In the months before Bronson Cutting's death, many people had considered him a possible contender for his party's 1936 presidential nomination. His death shattered the Republican Party in New Mexico. Not until 1972 did the state again elect a Republican to the U.S. Senate. Dennis Chavez went on to win a special election in 1936 with 55% of the vote and was reelected for 4 subsequent terms, serving until his death in November 1962. He, too, was subjected to an election contest when his defeated opponent in the 1952 race charged him with election fraud. See Case 132. End of Case 118 and of Section 120. Section 121 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 119, Henry D. Hatfield, 1875 to 1962, versus Rush D. Holt, 1905 to 1955, West Virginia. Election case, April 19, 1935 to June 21, 1935. Issues, qualifications, age, runner-up ruled ineligible even if winner fails to qualify. Chronology, petition received April 19, 1935. Referred to committee, April 19, 1935. Committee report, June 19, 1935. Senate vote, June 21, 1935. Result, Holt retained seat. Background. The 1934 West Virginia senatorial campaign of Rush D. Holt centered on the candidate's youthfulness, a topic widely discussed in the press and at state political gatherings. Holt had not yet reached the constitutionally mandated age of 30 when he sought and won the Democratic nomination in the primary and went on to victory in the general election. Although Holt placed his credentials on file with the Senate on January 3, 1935, he did not present himself in the chamber nor attempt to take the oath of office, reaffirming his campaign promise to claim his seat on June 19, 1935, his 30th birthday. Statement of the case. On April 18, 1935, Holt's defeated Republican opponent, the incumbent Senator Henry D. Hatfield, filed a petition with the Senate charging that Holt's failure to meet the constitutional age requirement invalidated his election. Hatfield therefore asked that he be declared senator, having received the next highest number of votes. The former senator further alleged that Holt had violated the West Virginia primary election laws by submitting a fraudulent eligibility certificate. Not only did the certificate, according to Hatfield, falsely state that Holt was eligible to serve in the Senate, it had been filed in a county other than the one recorded on the document. In May, a West Virginia citizens group petitioned the Senate to declare the seat vacant so that the governor could appoint a qualified person to serve until the next regular election. The Citizens Memorial and Hatfield's charges were referred to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Response of the Senate. On June 19, 1935, Rush Holt arrived in the Senate to take the oath of office. At the request of the Privileges and Elections Committee, however, he agreed to stand aside until it could present its report. A majority of the committee submitted a report favorable to Rush Holt. It dismissed as insignificant the irregularities in the eligibility certificate, noting that Holt had made his sworn statement before a legitimate officer of the state and that no complaints had been raised against the certificate prior to either the primary or general election. Holt had told the committee that, in swearing he was eligible, he was under the impression that since the Senate had seated Henry Clay in 1806, when he was less than 30 years old, a precedent had been set. The committee majority found the charge that Holt tried to mislead the voters about his age unsupported by the evidence, since he had made no secret that he was 29 years old, and the issue had been thoroughly discussed during the campaign. The majority believed that the constitutional provision would not apply until the time Holt actually took the oath of office, and Holt had announced that he would wait to do so until his 30th birthday. The report also dismissed Hatfield's claim to the seat by restating a well-established Senate rule that the ineligibility of the winning candidate gives no title to the candidate receiving the next highest number of votes. A minority report argued that Hatfield's challenge raised the question of whether the constitutional age requirement applied on the day of the election, the day on which the term commenced, or the day on which the senator-elect took his seat. The minority believed the Constitution required a senator to be 30 years old when his term began. They pointed out that an act of Congress provided that even a senator-elect who had not yet been sworn in would be placed on the payroll at the beginning of his term if his credentials were in order. The committee minority therefore thought the election was void because Holt was not qualified when his term began. They also considered that the presentation of Holt's credentials on January 3, 1935, the addition of his name to the payroll, and his appointment of secretaries and clerks constituted an illegal attempt to claim his seat before he became eligible. Both the minority report and a separate report by Hiram W. Johnson, Republican of California, expressed concern that seating Holt would violate Senate precedents set in the earlier cases of Albert Gallatin and James Shields, see cases 1 and 21. In each of these cases, the Senate had voided the election because the winning candidate had not been a citizen for the requisite 9 years. Johnson objected that the Constitution could hardly intend that a senator should have attained the age of 30 years sometime within the 6 years of his term. The committee reports sparked a lengthy debate on June 20th and 21st. Those who supported seating Holt stressed that a new member was a senator-elect at the beginning of his term, but did not become a senator until he took the oath of office. Walter George, Democrat of Georgia, the chairman of the Privileges and Elections Committee, observed that the Gallatin and Shields cases differed from that of Holt because neither of them had been a citizen for 9 years either at the beginning of his term or at the time he took the oath of office. In this case, Holt had waited to be sworn in until his 30th birthday. Asking, if one is ineligible at the time the term begins, does that bar him from later on becoming eligible? Huey Long, Democrat of Louisiana, reminded the Senate that it had seated without question a number of members who had been state governors when elected and had chosen to wait beyond the beginning of the term before resigning the governorship and being sworn in as senators. Several had waited a number of months. Robert M. La Follette Sr. had waited a year, and Long himself had waited a year and 3 months before taking the oath of office. He added that a federal court had ruled that an individual did not become a senator until being sworn in. The Senate, he insisted, should only be concerned with qualifications at the time the person arrived to take the seat, and in this case, Rush Holt was qualified. Finally, on June 21st, the Senate voted 62-17 to adopt the committee majority's resolution permitting the senator-elect to take his oath, and Rush Holt came forward to be seated. Conclusion. In this case, the Senate set 2 precedents. It ruled that the constitutional age qualification did not apply until a senator-elect was actually sworn in, and it reaffirmed that even if a winning candidate was ruled ineligible, the runner-up in the election would not be declared elected. In June 1937, the Senate refused to grant Henry Hatfield's request for compensation for his attorney's fees. Hatfield, who had left a distinguished career as a physician to serve in a variety of political offices, returned to the practice of medicine. He died in 1962. Rush Holt failed to be renominated in 1940 and remained in the Senate for only 1 term. After 1941, he served in the state legislature and devoted himself to research, an outgrowth of his earlier career as an instructor in the state teachers' college. He was unsuccessful in later attempts to win statewide office when he ran for the West Virginia governorship and the U.S. Senate. Holt died in 1955. End of Case 119, end of Section 121. Section 122 of United States Senate Election Expulsion and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 120, George L. Berry, 1882 to 1948, Tennessee. Election case, appointment, May 11, 1937 to June 14, 1937. Issues: charges related to actions before Senate, ruling on termination date of appointment. Chronology: petition received May 11, 1937. Referred to committee May 11, 1937. Committee report June 14, 1937. Senate vote June 14, 1937. Result: retained seat. Background: as a young man, George Berry took a job as a pressman. For the remainder of his life, he was closely associated with the interests of workers. In 1907, Berry became president of the International Printing Pressmen and Assistants Union of America, an organization that dominated his professional life for the next 40 years. A Democrat who had run unsuccessfully for governor and U.S. Senator, and who actively supported President Franklin D. Roosevelt's re-election campaign in 1936, Berry was appointed by the Tennessee governor in May 1937 to fill the unexpired term of recently deceased Senator Nathan L. Bachman. Statement of the case. On May 10, 1937, George Berry presented his credentials and took his oath of office. The following day, H.C. Lowry, a citizen of Tennessee, filed a petition with the Senate asking for an investigation of Berry's right to the seat. Lowry charged Berry with numerous irregularities in connection with various business and union activities. He claimed that Berry had been involved in a lawsuit regarding misuse of union funds, had failed to pay his taxes, and had engaged in chiseling business tactics. He also contended that someone representing President Roosevelt had urged the governor to appoint Berry. The Senate referred the petition to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Response of the Senate. George Berry immediately fired off a letter to the committee in which he denied Lowry's allegations. He explained that the episode over union monies had involved a 1917 lawsuit against the Board of Directors of the International Printing Pressmen and Assistants Union. At the time, Berry was actually with the U.S. forces in France. Ultimately, that legal action had been withdrawn and the costs assigned to the plaintiffs. Berry denied the charges regarding his business practices and insisted that he only negotiated collective bargaining agreements through recognized labor organizations. He scoffed at the idea that he had not paid his taxes and called ridiculous the suggestion that a friend of President Roosevelt had pressured the Tennessee governor to make the senatorial appointment. On June 14, 1937, the committee unanimously reported that it found the allegations insufficient to warrant Senate action. The Senate agreed by voice vote that same day, and George Berry retained his seat. Conclusion. George Berry served until November 8, 1938, when a successor, Tom Stewart, was elected to fill the remainder of the term. Stewart, a district attorney general in Tennessee, did not take his seat until January 16, 1939. thus raising the question of the exact date on which Barry's term ended and prompting a subcommittee of the Judiciary Committee to hold hearings on the matter. The committee reported that, although a Tennessee law stated that an appointed senator held office until a successor was elected and qualified, the 17th Amendment to the Constitution took precedence over any state law. That amendment decreed that states could empower governors to fill vacancies by appointment until a successor was elected. In addition, the committee pointed out that Congress had passed a law in 1935 stating that the pay of an individual chosen in a special election to fill a vacancy would begin on the day after the election. On February 2, 1939, the Senate agreed to the committee's recommendation that Barry's term had ended on the day of Stuart's election, November 8, 1938. On February 6th, Barry, who apparently still wanted clarification regarding possible additional salary due him, asked the Senate to reconsider the decision. Although his petition was referred to the Judiciary Committee, no further action was taken. George Barry, who maintained interests as a banker and a farmer, resumed his post as president of the International Printing Pressmen and Assistants Union of North America and continued in that capacity until his death in 1948. End of Case 120, end of Section 122. Section 123 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Ann M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 121, John R. Neal, dates unknown, versus A.T. Tom Stewart, 1892 to 1972, Tennessee. Election case, January 16, 1939 to March 31, 1939. Issues: campaign financing, campaign irregularities. Chronology: petition filed January 16, 1939. Referred to committee January 16, 1939. Committee report March 31, 1939. Senate vote March 31, 1939. Result: Stewart retained seat. Background: in 1938, as Tennessee Democrats competed fiercely for that party's nomination in a special election to fill the unexpired term of the recently deceased Nathan L. Bachman, the United States Senate received complaints from one contestant about irregularities in the primary campaign. The Senate dutifully referred the petition to a select committee charged with investigating campaign expenditures in the 1938 senatorial elections. The committee investigated the charges of John R. Neal, who, after his defeat in the primary, ran as an independent in the general election. In that race, Neal succeeded in attracting only 9,100 votes, while his opponent, Tom Stewart, won a decisive plurality of almost 195,000. Stewart's victory was made even more secure by a report from the Select Committee on January 3, 1939, that dismissed Neal's allegations about the conduct of the primary and added that there should be no question of Stewart's right to his seat. Statement of the case: Tom Stewart appeared and was seated on January 16, 1939. On that same day, John Neal filed a second petition with the Senate, in which he charged that Stewart procured his seat through fraudulent procedures that violated the laws of Tennessee and the United States. He therefore asked that Stewart be disqualified and that he himself be seated instead. Neal specifically alleged that Stewart spent more than $250,000 in the primary and general elections, seriously exceeding the state campaign expenditures limit of $20,000 for the two elections. He further charged that on Election Day, foremen of the Works Progress Administration herded employees to the polls and forced them to vote for Stewart, after earlier coercing campaign contributions from many federal workers. The Senate referred these charges to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. An amended petition submitted on February 17, 1939, largely reiterated Neal's original claims of excessive expenditures, illegal use of poll tax receipts, irregular use of absentee ballots, registration of persons who were actually deceased, aliens, or minors, and unlawful campaign assessments of federal employees. Neal further stated that Stewart's coalition, under the guise of building farm-to-market roads, constructed hundreds of private thoroughfares and driveways to elicit voter support in the general election. Response of the Senate. On March 31, 1939, the committee returned a report favorable to Tom Stewart. Although Neal's allegations echoed those of other election contests of the era, the committee noted that he was in a singularly weak position as a candidate. Stewart's margin of victory was so great that the investigation could not possibly throw out enough votes to make Neal the winner in the race. The committee therefore saw no need to carry the investigation further. It also reminded the Senate that the Select Committee had previously determined that Neal could in no way claim to have won the primary nomination. The committee therefore proposed a resolution to dismiss the contest against Tom Stewart. The Senate agreed by a voice vote that same day and dismissed the contest. Conclusion. Stewart, who had served as the District Attorney General in Tennessee for 16 years, remained in the Senate for 10 years. In 1942, he faced another election challenge from John Neal, see Case 125, but the Senate also dismissed that contest. Stewart returned to the practice of law in 1949 and died in 1972. End of Case 121 and of Section 123. Section 124 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 122, Raymond E. Willis, 1875 to 1956, versus Frederick Van Nuys, 1874 to 1944, Indiana. Election case, March 13, 1939 to April 13, 1939. Issues, campaign irregularities, Senate refused recount. Chronology. Petition received March 13, 1939. Referred to committee, March 13, 1939. Committee report, April 13, 1939. Senate vote, April 13, 1939. Result, Van Nuys retained seat. Background. As Senator Frederick Van Nuys, Democrat, faced his Republican challenger, Raymond E. Willis, in the 1938 Indiana senatorial contest, the incumbent found it necessary to disavow any connection with a Democratic political organization of unsavory repute, the 2% Club, During his campaign, Van Nuys denounced the organization, stating, "I could not have accepted aid from the 2% Club for the simple reason that I regard that organization as violative of both the Federal and State Corrupt Practices Act." After Van Nuys won the general election by 5,100 votes, this uncompromising pronouncement proved helpful when the defeated Willis decided to request a recount. Statement of the case. On January 3, 1939, Van Nuys presented his credentials and took his oath of office. On March 13th, Raymond Willis submitted a petition alleging that serious irregularities, such as tampering with voting machines and allowing improperly registered persons to vote, had occurred during the Indiana election. Willis also charged that recipients of Works Progress Administration jobs and relief were told that they would not receive future assistance if they failed to vote for the Democrats, and he complained about the infamous 2% Club, which was said to have violated the Corrupt Practices Acts by collecting and dispersing thousands of dollars for the senatorial election without keeping appropriate records. In calling for a recount, Willis made clear that Van Nuys had not known about or participated in the election misconduct. The Senate referred the matter to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Response of the Senate. It took the committee only a month to return a report favorable to Van Nuys. The committee called the allegations vague and doubtful, noting that even if some irregularities could be proven, the number of votes affected totaled only about 120, not sufficient to alter the outcome of the election. The committee added that it was already aware of some voting abuses connected with federal relief programs and the promises of jobs, food, and favoritism in return for votes. It had recently reported to the Senate a bill designed to protect persons on relief in the freedom and sanctity of their voting rights. No allegations connected Van Nuys with any of the violations, and he had explicitly dissociated himself from the activities of the 2% Club. On April 13, 1939, the committee recommended that Willis' petition for an investigation and recount be dismissed. Without debate, the Senate immediately agreed by voice vote, and Frederick Van Nuys retained his seat without further challenge. Conclusion. Raymond Willis, unsuccessful candidate in 1938, won a seat in the Senate in 1940. He served one term and then returned to the publishing business in Indiana. He died in 1956. Frederick Van Nuys remained in the Senate until his death in 1944. End of Case 122 and of Section 124. Section 125 of United States Senate Election Expulsion and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Ann M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 123, William Langer, 1886 to 1959, North Dakota. Election Expulsion Case, January 3, 1941 to March 27, 1942. Issues: right of Senate to exclude or expel a member-elect for actions before election. Chronology: petition received January 3, 1941. Referred to committee January 3, 1941. Committee report January 29, 1942. Senate vote March 27, 1942. Result: retained seat, not expelled. Background: North Dakota Republican William Langer had a colorful political career for decades before he entered the United States Senate. From 1916 to 1920, he served as the state's Attorney General, fiercely enforcing prohibition. During those years, he had led a posse against illegal liquor stores, commandeered telephone lines during a vice raid, censured 275 North Dakota schools for failing to display the American flag, been blamed for the suicide of a former Attorney General, and escaped impeachment by 1 vote. His unorthodox methods, Langer conceded, tended to make feelings rather bitter. A vigorous champion of the North Dakota farmers, Langer enjoyed immense popularity and in 1932 won the governorship. In 1934, following conviction on charges of political corruption, he was removed from office, but after a reversal on appeal and 2 new trials, he was exonerated and again elected governor. In 1940, Langer won a seat in the United States Senate. Statement of the case. On January 3, 1941, William Langer appeared to take his oath of office. Before he could do so, Senate Majority Leader Alben Barkley, Democrat of Kentucky, informed the Senate that several North Dakota citizens had, that day, filed a petition of protest against Langer. This complaint accused the senator-elect of bribery in the leasing of government property, receiving kickbacks, collecting fees for fictitious services, and converting proceeds from litigation settlements. Barkley asked that Langer be seated without prejudice and that the matter be referred to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. In the debate that followed, the chair indicated that seating without prejudice meant that the Senate could later rule on Langer's fitness for office by a majority vote, rather than by the 2/3 vote required to expel a senator. Langer took his oath of office, and the protest documents went to the committee. A subcommittee held hearings over the next 2 weeks, followed by full committee hearings in November 1941. Response of the Senate. On January 29, 1942, the committee returned a majority report recommending that William Langer was not entitled to his seat, while acknowledging that Langer fulfilled the constitutional requirements of age, citizenship, and residence, and that he had not been charged with any disorderly behavior during his membership in the Senate that would justify expulsion. The report questioned his moral fitness to be a senator and recommended that he be excluded by a majority vote. An extraordinary assortment of testimony, both from witnesses and from Langer himself, led the committee majority to its negative conclusions. The report cited the North Dakota senator for his moral turpitude as a public official, and charged that he never permitted the law to stand between himself and his personal desires, ambitions, and greed. Allegations detailed a chain of unethical episodes that included jury tampering, attempting to influence the federal judge in his corruption case, accepting $56,000 in return for approving questionable bond transactions, subordination of perjury, inciting a riot, and accepting $25,000 to lower taxes for the Great Northern Railway Company. In one particularly outrageous occurrence, witnesses recounted a 1932 occasion when Langer, as a private attorney, kidnapped his own client from a local jail, transported the man and his ex-wife across the state line, and convinced the woman to agree to a marriage ceremony. Langer did not deny that he concocted this bizarre scheme to prevent the wife, the only eyewitness to a sordid murder, from testifying against her husband. In exchange for her cooperation, Langer promised to arrange a second divorce without fees right after the trial. The woman subsequently married someone else on Langer's assurance that she was free to do so, only to learn 9 years later that he had, in fact, neglected to arrange her divorce. Clearly shocked by these outlandish events, the members of the majority concluded that the gross improprieties, lawlessness, shotgun law enforcement, jailbreaking, and general obstruction of the administration of justice throughout Langer's career, as well as instances of lying to the committee, demanded his removal from the Senate. In the majority's view, Langer's behavior demonstrated a continuous, contemptuous, and shameful disregard for the high concepts of public duty. The voters of North Dakota, they contended, were not fully informed about such activities when they voted to send Langer to Washington, and he should therefore be denied his seat. A vigorous minority report objected to the tone of the majority report and the conduct of the investigation, noting that never in Senate history had such a sweeping review been made of a member's past. This report criticized the process used to gather evidence, the lack of stated rules by which evidence was admitted, and the general suppression of Langer's rights. It called the evidence little more than gossip and hearsay, and questioned the reliability of witnesses. The lengthy report itemized and refuted in detail each of the charges against Langer, and pointed out that, despite his colorful career, Langer had always been vindicated. In fact, these senators declared, all of the complaints against Langer were well known in North Dakota and had been widely discussed during the campaign, yet the voters had selected him anyway. Matters of the character and behavior of a senator, they believed, are best determined by the members of the community in which the challenged individual resides. These committee members therefore expressed reluctance to judge a colleague in the absence of the most clear and convincing proof that such step is necessary. They were particularly concerned about the danger of establishing the precedent that the Senate could be used by a member's political opponents to overturn the will of a state citizens as expressed at the polls. Referring to the majority report, the authors of the minority report, Ellison D. Smith, Democrat of South Carolina, and Abe Murdoch, Democrat of Utah, warned the Senate, "We cannot think of a better illustration of the danger of being swept away by a barrage of slander." Tom Connally, Democrat of Texas, concurred in the conclusion that there was insufficient evidence to warrant expelling or excluding Langer. With the distribution of the reports, the floor debate opened on March 9, 1942, and continued over a period of 2 weeks. Langer himself was present to hear his detractors hammer away at his moral turpitude, while his supporters repeatedly stressed that new qualifications for a Senate seat could not be added to those set by the Constitution. In the end, the constitutional arguments won out. On March 27, 1942, the Senate rejected the first part of the committee's resolution, which stated that Langer could be denied his seat by a simple majority vote. This meant that the case would be considered an expulsion and would require a 2/3 vote. Ignoring the recommendation of the majority report, the Senate then refused, by a vote of 30 yeas to 52 nays, to deny Langer his seat. Conclusion. On September 17, 1942, the Senate voted to pay $16,500 in attorney's fees for Langer's defense of his seat, after defeating an amendment to reduce the amount to $10,000. William Langer served in the Senate until his death in 1959. Throughout the post-World War II era, he clung steadfastly to his isolationist principles, being one of only 2 senators to vote against the United Nations Charter. End of Case 123, end of Section 125. Section 126 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Ann M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 124, Clarence E. Martin, 1880 to date unknown, versus Joseph Rosier, 1870 to 1951, West Virginia. Election case, appointment, January 14, 1941 to May 13, 1941. Issues, challenge to governor's authority to appoint. Chronology. Credentials presented January 14, 1941. Referred to committee, January 14, 1941. Committee report, April 29, 1941. Senate vote, May 13, 1941. Result, Rosier seated. Background. Matthew M. Neely, Democrat, patron of West Virginia coal interests, played a dominant role in the state's local and national fortunes for more than 35 years. Neely, a strong supporter of President Franklin D. Roosevelt and the New Deal, served in the U.S. Senate for 10 years. Then, in November 1940, he ran for governor and was elected for a term beginning January 13, 1941, with 2 years still left to run in his Senate term. Because Neely and the outgoing governor each sought to appoint Neely's Senate successor, that body was forced to grapple with the exact time the Senate seat became vacant and the time at which Neely became governor. Statement of the case. On January 10, 1941, outgoing West Virginia Governor Homer A. Holt, who belonged to a more conservative faction of the Democratic Party than Neely, appointed the equally conservative Clarence E. Martin to the vacancy that would be created when Matthew Neely resigned. On the same day, Neely sent Holt a notice, which the governor received at 1:30 p.m. on January 11th, stating that he intended to resign from the Senate at midnight on January 12th. In an effort to deflect controversy over the question of when the Senate seat and the governorship had become vacant, Holt repeated his appointment of Martin on January 11th, to take effect once Neely resigned. Then, in the first moments of January 13th, right after Neely's resignation took effect at midnight, creating an actual Senate vacancy, Holt once again appointed Martin to the Senate. The former governor later testified that he had signed that third appointment just as the second hand of the Naval Observatory time, as recorded in the office of the Western Union Telegraph Company in Charleston, past 12 o'clock at midnight. Matthew Neely, equally aware that the issue hung on the timing of his resignation, took great precautions to ensure his authority to appoint his own successor. To this end, Neely took the preliminary qualifying oaths required by West Virginia law at 11:35 p.m. and 11:45 p.m. on January 12th. His resignation became effective at the stroke of midnight on January 12th, and he took the oath of office as governor of West Virginia 1 second later, on January 13th. Then, having ensured that he, not Holt, was governor the very moment the Senate vacancy occurred, Neely later that day appointed Fairmont State College President Joseph Rozier, Democrat, to the Senate vacancy. The certificate of Neely's oath as governor was filed with the West Virginia Secretary of State at 12:50 a.m. on the 13th. Certificates of the preliminary oaths were filed on January 25th. The U.S. Senate, confronted with credentials for Clarence Martin and Joseph Rozier, each validated by a different governor, as well as by the presence of both claimants in the chamber on January 14, 1941, referred the matter to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Response of the Senate. On April 29, 1941, a closely divided committee announced that all members agreed the issue centered on which man had been governor of West Virginia at the time the Senate vacancy occurred. Committee members, however, differed regarding whether that individual had been Homer Holt or Matthew Neely. The interpretation of the case came to rest upon West Virginia law and the clock. The majority report was signed by 9 Democratic committee members, including West Virginia's other senator, Harley M. Kilgore, Democrat, a Neely-Rozier supporter. This report argued that Neely signed his West Virginia qualifying oaths on January 12th merely to fulfill a state law, but that he did not commence his gubernatorial duties until he took the oath of office at the first moment of January 13, 1941. Thus, he had not vacated his Senate seat on the 12th, nor did he hold conflicting offices. The majority maintained that Neely became governor when he took the oath of office, not when the certificate was filed some 50 minutes later. All of Homer Holt's attempts to name Clarence Martin had been illegal, the report continued, because the governor had acted either before a Senate vacancy existed or after his own gubernatorial authority had expired. An emphatic minority report of May 6, 1941, signed by 8 Republican and Southern Democratic committee members, asserted that the appointment of Martin, made by Homer Holt on January 11th and 13th, were both valid. Citing the 1891 case of Horace Chilton, see Case 81, as a Senate precedent, they defended the right of a governor to make an anticipatory appointment before a vacancy occurs. These members further argued that the appointment Holt made on January 13th had occurred prior to the start of Neely's gubernatorial term, which could not commence until Neely had both taken the oath of office and filed his certificate of oath with the Secretary of State. In addition, they declared that Neely could not legally take the qualifying oaths on January 12th while he was still a United States Senator. The report concluded that Clarence Martin had been properly appointed and should be seated. Despite the minority report's passionate appeal to rules of fitness and ethics, the senators were swayed by the majority report's argument that in previous cases of anticipatory appointment, like the Chilton case, there had been no element of midnight certificates, for the governors had not made those appointments just as they were leaving office. In addition, the voters had known when they elected Matthew Neely governor that he intended to name his Senate successor, since he had made his plan clear during the campaign. On May 13, 1941, after several days of debate, the Senate narrowly defeated an amendment to seat Martin by a vote of 38 to 40, and then accepted the majority report by voice vote. The following day, Joseph Rozier took his oath of office. Conclusion. Joseph Rozier completed the remainder of Matthew Neely's term. Upon his departure from the Senate, he returned to his earlier profession as an educator. A former teacher and superintendent of schools, Rosier resumed the presidency of Fairmont State College, a post he had first accepted in 1915. Rosier died in 1951. After his term as governor, Matthew Neely sought and won election to the U.S. House of Representatives. In 1949, he returned to the U.S. Senate, where he remained until his death in 1958. End of Case 124 and of Section 126. Section 127 of United States Senate Election Expulsion and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Ann M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 125, John R. Neal, dates unknown, versus A.T. Tom Stewart, 1892 to 1972, Tennessee. Election case, February 4, 1943 to February 25, 1943. Issues: campaign financing, campaign irregularities. Chronology: petition received February 4, 1943. Referred to committee February 4, 1943. Committee report February 25, 1943. Senate vote February 25, 1943. Result: Stewart retained seat. Background: Democrat Tom Stewart first came to the United States Senate in 1939 to fill the unexpired term of the recently deceased Tennessee Senator Nathan L. Bachman. Stewart's opponent in that contest, John R. Neal, had filed an unsuccessful petition of contest with the United States Senate. See Case 121. The 1942 Tennessee senatorial election pitted the two against each other for a second time, with Neal opposing Stewart in the Democratic primary and, after his defeat, running as an independent in the general election. Once again, Tom Stewart claimed the victory and came to Washington to assume his Senate duties. Statement of the case: Tom Stewart appeared and was seated on January 6, 1943. On February 4th, John Neal filed a petition challenging Stewart's election. While John Neal conceded that Stewart's nomination in the August 6, 1942 Democratic primary had been proper and legal, he based his protest on the charge that his right to run as an independent candidate had been systematically hampered by the planned efforts of Stewart and other Democrats running for state offices. Neal alleged that Stewart and the Democratic candidates for governor and state commissioner for public utilities supported one another's election and that they had illegally spent more than $200,000. Neal also charged that this Democratic team raised money by assessments on federal employees living in the state and obtained votes by threatening relief recipients with the loss of their aid. In some regions of the state, Neal claimed, his own name had been deliberately omitted from the ballot. The challenger therefore asked the Senate to disqualify Stewart and declare that Neal had been elected. The Senate referred the petition to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Response of the Senate: on February 25, 1943, after reviewing Neal's allegations, the committee returned a brief report favorable to Tom Stewart. None of the charges had convinced the committee to recommend a formal investigation into the Tennessee election, and the committee unanimously voted to dismiss Neal's petition. The Senate agreed to this action by voice vote the same day. Conclusion: Tom Stewart served in the Senate until 1949. Not renominated in 1948, He returned to Tennessee and practiced law. He died in 1972. End of Case 125 and of Section 127. Section 128 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 126, Theodore G. Bilbo, 1877 to 1947, Mississippi. Election case, September 19, 1946 to January 4, 1947. Issues: campaign irregularities, voter intimidation, corruption. Chronology: petition received September 19, 1946. Referred to committee September 19, 1946. Committee reports January 2, 1947, defense investigation. January 3, 1947, campaign expenditures. No Senate action. Result: Bilbo died before Senate could act. Background: Theodore G. Bilbo, a vocal presence in Mississippi politics for 40 years, served in the state legislature and was twice elected governor before winning a seat in the United States Senate in 1935. In his second term, Bilbo began to escalate his rhetoric of white supremacy in unrestrained speeches that increasingly dismayed many of his Senate colleagues and brought him to the attention of the national press. This behavior reached a climax in his 1946 re-election campaign. Statement of the case. On April 1, 1946, the Senate established a special committee to investigate election practices in that year's senatorial contests. Mississippi held its Democratic primary in July 1946, and on September 19th, the special committee received a petition filed by a group of Black Mississippi residents protesting the tactics employed by Bilbo in the state's primary election. The petitioners charged that Bilbo, quote, conducted an aggressive and ruthless campaign with the purpose to effectively deprive and deny the duly qualified Negro electors of their constitutional rights to register and vote, unquote. According to the petition, Bilbo's inflammatory appeals to the white population exacerbated racial tensions and led to many incidents of violence against black voters, discouraging enough blacks from voting to affect the outcome of the primary. Naming Bilbo as a member of the Ku Klux Klan, which conducted a reign of terror using force and violence to win, the petitioners therefore asked the Senate to void Bilbo's election and refuse to seat him in the new Congress. This request did not come as a total surprise to the Senate. Less than 3 months before, on June 26, 1946, Glenn H. Taylor, Democrat of Idaho, a strong supporter of civil rights, had asked the Committee on Privileges and Elections to investigate Bilbo's campaign speeches. Response of the Senate. Campaign Expenditures Committee. The Special Committee to investigate senatorial campaign expenditures sent 3 investigators to Mississippi, where they conducted a preliminary inquiry. The findings of the initial investigation came before the committee in Washington on November 16, 1946. Chairman Allen Ellender, Democrat of Louisiana, a self-confessed white supremacist, defended the local restrictions against black voters and recommended dismissing the charges against Bilbo. Republican Bork Hickenlooper of Iowa, however, dissented and asked that additional hearings be conducted in Mississippi. When no serious objection was voiced to Hickenlooper's proposal, the committee agreed to travel to Jackson, Mississippi. Early in December 1946, the committee convened for 4 days of hearings, during which it heard testimony from more than 100 witnesses, 2/3 of them black, who outlined local election practices that systematically restricted black registration and voting. The committee learned that Mississippi's Democratic primaries had traditionally been viewed as for whites only. A 1944 Supreme Court decision in a Texas case, Smith v. Allwright, 321 U.S. 649, had invalidated similar restrictions on the primary there, leading a number of civil rights organizations to encourage African American citizens of Mississippi to participate in the July 1946 primary. In addition, the Mississippi legislature that spring had exempted all veterans, black and white, from paying poll taxes for the past 2 years if they were in the service. These factors, coupled with the recent return to the state of 65,000 to 70,000 black veterans who, after their service in World War II, were anxious to exercise the right to vote, had made the Democratic primary a focus of considerable interest. During the hearings, Bilbo basked in the limelight, smiling broadly for the cameras and winking at committee members. His buoyancy and Ellender's premise that Mississippi tradition, rather than Bilbo's virulent rhetoric, kept blacks from the polls, were no match, however, for the orderly and chilling recitations by civil rights leaders. On January 3, 1947, the Campaign Expenditures Committee, specifying that Bilbo's financial conduct was in no way an issue, filed a majority report that found Bilbo guilty of nothing more than crude and tasteless campaign oratory. These senators attributed the intensity of Bilbo's 1946 anti-black campaign to his concern about the outside agitators, such as the national press and media, he thought were interfering in the internal affairs of Mississippi. They therefore recommended that Bilbo be permitted to take his seat in the Senate when the 80th Congress convened. Republicans Stiles Bridges of New Hampshire and Bork Hickenlooper submitted a minority report, charging that Bilbo had violated federal laws against intimidating citizens who were exercising their rights under the Constitution. Particularly damaging were complaints that he had, quote, advocated the use of any means, unquote, to prevent blacks from registering and voting. In the campaign, these senators wrote, Bilbo had used, quote, vile, contemptible, inflammatory, and dangerous language, unquote, that they called, quote, a corrupt and flagrant abuse of the right of free speech, unquote. The minority report thus concluded that, in the primary campaign, Theodore Bilbo had violated the U.S. Constitution, the Federal Criminal Code, and the Hatch Act, and had vigorously urged the officials of his state to do the same. National Defense Committee. The review of Bilbo's campaign practices represented only one of his problems. In November 1946, almost at the same time that the Campaign Expenditures Committee agreed to the Mississippi hearings, the Senate's Special Committee to investigate the National Defense Program launched its own probe into Theodore Bilbo's association with war contractors. The inquiry developed out of reports that Bilbo had accepted financial gifts and real estate improvements from certain Mississippi companies. The tone of these hearings, held in Washington, D.C. from December 12th to 19th, 1946, differed markedly from the circus-like atmosphere of the campaign committees. The Senate panel made little effort to conceal its personal distaste for Bilbo, who dropped the posturing and grinning he had engaged in at the earlier hearing. The defection of a Bilbo associate aided greatly in substantiating charges that the senator improperly accepted gifts, services, and political contributions from construction firms he had helped to gain government contracts. These illegal gifts included a new Cadillac, a swimming pool, excavation of a lake to create an island for his home, construction of a private roadway, painting of his Dream House No. 1, and furnishings for his Dream House No. 2. The estimated value of these benefits, together with contributions made to the senatorial campaign of a Bilbo protege in 1942, totaled between $57,000 and $88,000. Questionable donations in response to Bilbo's solicitation had also been made to build a parsonage for his Juniper Grove Baptist Church. By the time the hearings ended, the committee had gathered sufficient evidence to report to the Senate that Bilbo used his Senate office for his own personal gain. The report, signed by 6 of the 9 members of the National Defense Program Committee, went to the Senate on January 2, 1947. Full Senate. The 80th Congress, in which the Republicans took over control of the Senate for the first time since 1933, opened on January 3, 1947, the day the Senate received the report from the Civil Rights investigation. Armed with the findings of the 2 inquiries, Bilbo's opponents, led by Glenn Taylor, asked that Bilbo be denied his seat until the Committee on Rules and Administration could review the matter. Taylor emphasized that both the press and the public were seriously concerned about the information gathered by the committees, and that many speculated that the Senate would not have the courage to act against Bilbo. The Idaho senator pointed out that precedent existed for asking a senator to stand aside when a Senate committee had already found evidence of corruption. See cases 109 and 110. The Senate, however, voted 38-20 to table Taylor's resolution. Southern senators then began a brief filibuster that blocked efforts to elect Senate leadership and organize the body for the new Congress. The impasse was broken the next day when Minority Leader Alben Barkley, Democrat of Kentucky, announced that Bilbo needed to return to Mississippi for urgent surgery and wished his credentials to remain on the table without action until he could recover and return to Washington. Under the agreement reached, the Mississippi senator would continue to receive his Senate salary in the meantime. In the next few months, Theodore Bilbo, who was suffering from cancer of the mouth, underwent a series of unsuccessful operations. He died on August 21, 1947, and the Senate took no further action on his case. Conclusion. Theodore Bilbo's virulent rhetoric during 1946 knew no restraint as he vilified the North, the press, black citizens, Clare Boothe Luce, and Eleanor Roosevelt. Yet at the time he passed from the political scene, the conclusion of World War II and the return of black veterans to Southern states were encouraging the emergence of an early national concern for civil rights. End of Case 126, end of Section 128. Section 129 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Ann M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 127, D. John Markey, dates unknown, versus Herbert R. O'Connor, 1896 to 1960, Maryland. Election case, December 10, 1946 to May 20, 1948. Issues, recounts of ballots. Chronology. Petitions received December 10th and December 31st, 1946. Referred to committee, December 10th, 1946, campaign. January 6, 1947, rules. Committee report, January 31st, 1947, campaign. May 13th, 1948, rules. Senate vote, May 20th, 1948. Result, O'Connor retained seat. Background. Democrat Herbert O'Connor rose through the ranks of Maryland politics from state's attorney to attorney general and governor before seeking a seat in the United States Senate. On November 5, 1946, O'Connor defeated his Republican opponent, D. John Markey, by a surprisingly narrow margin of only 2,232 votes out of more than 470,000 cast. Statement of the case. On December 10, 1946, John Markey turned to the Special Committee to investigate senatorial campaign expenditures, 1946, that had been established in April 1946, and asked for a prompt recount in Baltimore City and Montgomery County. Markey stressed that the matter was urgent because Maryland had no mechanism for an official recount, and the two districts he named used voting machines, which officials were permitted to clear within weeks after the election. He also alleged that O'Connor's campaign had committed a number of campaign financing violations. The committee acceded to Markey's request only because the state was not in a position to carry out its own recount. It reviewed the votes in the two jurisdictions mentioned, but found just the slightest variance from the official tally, affecting about 400 votes. The committee then indicated to Markey its willingness to survey an additional 5 counties that he designated as most likely to reveal tally irregularities. Markey selected Anne Arundel, Baltimore, Prince George's, St. Mary's, and Howard counties. Before the committee could proceed with this phase of the recount, the 80th Congress convened, and Herbert O'Connor presented his credentials. A Senate debate over the seating of Mississippi Senator Theodore G. Bilbo, see Case 126, briefly delayed O'Connor's seating, but on January 4, 1947, he came forward and took his oath of office. The previous day, January 3, 1947, John Markey filed a new petition requesting a full recount of the November Maryland election. Because the Committee on Privileges and Elections, which had handled previous contested election cases, was terminated at the beginning of the new Congress, and its functions transferred to the Committee on Rules and Administration, the Senate on January 6, 1947, referred Markey's new petition, and with it the responsibility for further investigations into the Maryland election, to the Committee on Rules and Administration. The newly formed Subcommittee on Privileges and Elections set to work on a recount of the ballots from the 5 counties selected by Markey. Meanwhile, the Special Campaign Expenditure Committee concluded its portion of the investigation by filing a report on January 31, 1947. Response of the Senate. Between January and April 1947, Markey continued to press the committee to conduct the recount quickly. His petitions implied that at any moment all the physical evidence of the 1946 election might vanish. By the end of May 1947, the committee had completed the recount in the 5 designated counties. In the tedious process, the ballot boxes and seals were examined for signs of tampering, the boxes opened, the ballots evaluated, recounted, and the results tabulated, precinct by precinct. At the conclusion of the recount, O'Connor still held a lead of 1,465 votes. Markey protested, complaining about the Democratic state machine that had been entrenched since 1864, the failure of law enforcement personnel to halt abuses at the polls, and the O'Connor control over all state government. He appealed to the Senate to expand the recount to include the whole state, an approach he believed would be approved by the people of Maryland. The committee began recounting ballots from the remainder of the state in early June and finished its work in January 1948, finding that O'Connor retained a 1,624 vote majority. On May 13, 1948, the Committee on Rules and Administration submitted a report prepared by its subcommittee on privileges and elections. This report declared that Herbert O'Connor had been properly elected. On May 20, 1948, the Senate unanimously agreed that O'Connor should retain his seat. Conclusion: Herbert O'Connor, a prominent and popular public figure in Maryland, remained in the Senate until 1953, and then returned to the practice of law. He died in 1960. End of section 129. End of case 127. Section 130 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 128, Tom Sweeney, dates unknown, versus Harley M. Kilgore, 1893 to 1956, West Virginia. Election case, January 4, 1947 to July 28, 1949. Issues: campaign irregularities, Senate refused recount. Chronology: petition received January 3, 1947. Referred to committee January 6, 1947. Committee report July 28, 1949. Senate vote July 28, 1949. Result: Kilgore retained seat. Background: a precinct in which intoxicated polling officials menacingly brandished firearms to intimidate voters was but one of the election irregularities charged by unsuccessful Republican candidate Tom Sweeney after his failure to oust incumbent Democrat Harley M. Kilgore in the 1946 West Virginia senatorial contest. Sweeney also asserted that Democrats bought votes at the polls and that Republican ballots had been stolen before they could be tallied. At the conclusion of this hectic election, the disappointed Sweeney fell short of victory by fewer than 4,000 votes. Statement of the case. On January 4, 1947, Harley Kilgore presented his credentials and was seated for a second term in the United States Senate. The day before, Tom Sweeney had filed a petition contesting the West Virginia election and itemizing numerous abuses in 12 West Virginia counties, charging that the errors, irregularities, illegalities, and fraud were sufficient to have affected the outcome, and that he, not Kilgore, had been legally elected. Sweeney asked the Senate to investigate. The Senate referred his petition to the Committee on Rules and Administration, which forwarded the matter to its subcommittee on privileges and elections. The subcommittee conducted a preliminary investigation in 2 counties cited by Sweeney and decided on July 9, 1947, to recommend a full investigation in all 12 counties. Response of the Senate. On July 15, 1947, Harley Kilgore asked the committee to dismiss the charges against him, insisting that Sweeney had shown only that the opportunity for wrongdoing existed in some counties. The senator called the claim that county commissioners were biased a reflection by inference and innuendo upon the honor of West Virginia officials. The Rules Committee, however, on July 16th, rejected Kilgore's request and instead agreed to the subcommittee's call for an investigation into the records of the 12 counties in question. If that inquiry showed Sweeney rather than Kilgore in the lead, the committee would then extend the probe to the remaining counties in the state. Emphasizing that its sole purpose was to check voting irregularities, the committee denied the request to recount all ballots statewide. A few days earlier, on July 9th, the committee had decided not to carry out a recount, consistent with its policy that the Senate should not undertake recounts when they could be conducted under state law. Because Sweeney had originally asked West Virginia for recounts in several counties, but had abandoned the effort before any had been completed, thus failing to pursue this remedy available under state law, the full committee saw no need for the Senate to act. A year later, on July 28, 1949, the committee reported that a team of 22 field investigators had taken 18 months to compile the needed information about the West Virginia election. In a number of counties, the investigators found poorly kept voting registers, in which recorders failed to delete a citizen's name upon a death or family move. But in only 2 of those precincts did they uncover evidence of fraud, and that affected a total of only 274 votes divided between both candidates. In 3 counties, evidence did show that a substantial amount of money was paid to individual voters by representatives of both parties. The committee noted, however, that it was impossible to determine the actual number of votes affected, since it appeared that the Democrats generally paid people who would have voted for the party's candidates anyway, while the Republicans gave money to their own supporters. Thus, the payments were more in the nature of a subsidy for the physical act of voting, rather than for choosing a particular candidate. A long-standing family feud turned out to be the cause of the single incident of drunken election officials, one of whom had brandished a pistol. No evidence was found of excessive campaign expenditures by either Senate candidate. In one county, 2,300 ballots had been stolen, but since they had already been officially counted, the loss did not affect the final tally. The committee did recommend throwing out all the votes from 3 precincts where evidence was found of substantial and blatantly fraudulent voting. Eliminating these ballots still left Kilgore the victor by a margin of more than 2,900 votes. A mountain of evidence had led the committee to conclude that neither the Democrats nor Republicans appear to have had a monopoly on the rampant illegalities, to which there was no identifiable general pattern. For this reason, the committee informed the Senate that it saw no point in expanding the investigation to the entire state. The committee therefore recommended that Harley Kilgore be declared duly elected and entitled to retain his seat. That same day, the Senate agreed by voice vote. Conclusion. Harley Kilgore, the first West Virginia senator elected to 3 consecutive terms since direct election in 1914, served in the Senate until his death in 1956. End of Section 130, end of Case 128. Section 131 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 129, Frank E. Hook, 1893 to 1982, versus Homer Ferguson, 1889 to 1982, Michigan. Election case, January 5, 1949 to July 28, 1949. Issues: campaign irregularities. Senate reread some voting machines. Chronology: petition received January 5, 1949. Referred to committee January 5, 1949. Committee report July 28, 1949. Senate vote July 28, 1949. Result: Ferguson retained seat. Background: in 1948, Democrat Frank E. Hook, former coal miner, woodsman, and lawyer, decided after 10 years in the United States House of Representatives to make a bid for the Senate seat of Michigan Republican incumbent Homer Ferguson. General disorder at the polls, coupled with confusion on the part of some Michigan citizens who remained devoted to the Progressive Party, which fielded no candidate in the senatorial election, resulted in an election day marred by rancor and charges of fraud. In this climate of dissension, Homer Ferguson won by more than 44,000 votes and returned to Washington for his second term in the United States Senate. Statement of the case. On January 3, 1949, Homer Ferguson presented his credentials and was sworn in without objection. 2 days later, a petition submitted on behalf of the defeated Democrat, Frank Hook, asked the Senate to investigate charges of fraud in the Michigan election. This petition, referred by the Senate to the Rules Committee's Subcommittee on Privileges and Elections, alleged multiple violations by Michigan Republicans. Among his grievances, Hook charged that towns with Republican majorities refused to appoint bipartisan inspection committees, denied the credentials of Democratic poll workers, and returned tally counts that exceeded the total number of registered voters for a community. A separate allegation stated that the collection of hundreds of thousands of dollars in campaign contributions from Michigan Ford, Lincoln, and Mercury automobile dealerships represented a violation of election finance laws. Response of the Senate. On July 28, 1949, the subcommittee returned a report favorable to Homer Ferguson. Committee investigators had traveled to Michigan in January and February to read voting machines in the disputed counties, but found only minor discrepancies with the earlier official count. These investigators did, however, uncover evidence to support some of the other complaints. For example, they discovered that local election boards were not always bipartisan, as required by state law. In a number of areas, election inspectors acknowledged that they had failed to count for Hook split ballots in which the Progressive Party was checked in general, and an X placed beside Hook's name as the Democratic Senate candidate, in the absence of any Progressive Party candidate for the seat. In several Michigan counties, frustrated voters had tried until 2 a.m. to gain admittance to polling places, where disorganization and chaos had especially militated against the class of people attempting to vote after the completion of their day's work. In several precincts, the lack of sufficient checkers added to the confusion and made the final counts highly questionable. Despite the ample evidence of misconduct at many Michigan polling places, the subcommittee failed to find that the unruly state of affairs had been intended to undermine the outcome for either candidate. The subcommittee noted that the courts had already handled the Michigan Automobile Dealers Association's connection to illegal contributions. Under the Federal Corrupt Practices Act, several corporate figures had been indicted, pleaded nolo contendere, and been sentenced for their action. The Senate committee found nothing to link Ferguson to the fundraising by automobile dealerships throughout the state. The subcommittee chastised Michigan election officials for permitting the circus atmosphere on Election Day that had perhaps unintentionally deprived citizens of their civil right to vote, deplored the decision to discard those ballots that voted for both the Progressive Party and Frank Hook, and decried the methods of raising campaign funds. At the same time, it exonerated Homer Ferguson of knowledge or involvement in any of these matters. The subcommittee therefore recommended that no further investigation be conducted and that Ferguson be declared duly elected. The Senate on July 28, 1949, accepted the committee's recommendation by voice vote, and Homer Ferguson retained his seat. Conclusion: the unsuccessful contestant, Frank Hook, abandoned political life and practiced law in Michigan and Wisconsin until his death in 1982. Defeated for re-election in 1954, Homer Ferguson served as ambassador to the Philippines from 1955 to 1956 before becoming a judge on the United States Court of Military Appeals. He died in 1982. End of Section 131, end of Case 129. Section 132 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Ann M. Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. Case 130, Millard Tidings, 1890 to 1961, versus John Marshall Butler, 1897 to 1978, Maryland. Election case, November 7, 1950 to August 20, 1951. Issues: campaign irregularities. Chronology: complaint received by committee, December 1950. Committee report, August 20, 1951. No Senate action. Result: Butler retained seat. Background: in November 1950, incumbent Senator Millard Tidings, Democrat of Maryland, a veteran of 24 years in the Senate, had every expectation of chalking up yet another Maryland political victory. The conservative Democratic senator, however, had underestimated the bitter grudge held against him by his Senate colleague, Joseph R. McCarthy, Republican of Wisconsin. Earlier that year, when Tidings had chaired a subcommittee investigating the Wisconsin senator's charges that communists had infiltrated the State Department, his report described the allegations as a fraud and a hoax. In retaliation, McCarthy entered the Maryland campaign on behalf of the Republican challenger, John Marshall Butler, and after a vicious contest, Butler upset Tidings on November 7th by more than 43,000 votes. Statement of the case. In mid-December, Millard Tidings complained to the Rules Committee's Subcommittee on Privileges and Elections that he believed unfair campaign practices, as well as violations of federal and state election laws, had affected the outcome of the November vote. On January 3, 1951, the Senate permitted John M. Butler to be seated without prejudice, while authorizing the subcommittee to continue its inquiry into the Maryland campaign. After a preliminary investigation, the subcommittee on February 3, 1951, agreed to hold public hearings on the Butler campaign. Although Tidings was not officially contesting the election, the subcommittee recognized that results of the investigation might lead to efforts to unseat John Butler. The complaints centered on reports of excessive campaign expenditures, massive out-of-state contributions unlisted in the required financial reports, and attempts to eradicate records of questionable expenses. A highly visible campaign activity involved the distribution of cheap tabloids, published under false statements of sponsorship and filled with half-truths and doctored photographs that smeared the patriotism and loyalty of Millard Tidings. Response of the Senate. From February 20th to April 11th, 1951, a special bipartisan group of 4 senators conducted public hearings on behalf of the subcommittee. They accorded Butler every courtesy, allowing him to appear and make his own observations about the campaign. Among the questionable aspects of the senator's campaign had been the role played by John M. Jonkel, a Chicago public relations director whose reckless management of the financial records had resulted in his indictment and conviction in the Maryland courts. Testimony conclusively revealed that the strategy for the Butler campaign had been mapped out not only by Jonkel, but also with aggressive assistance from Joseph McCarthy and his staff. They organized a massive publicity crusade designed to convince the public that Tidings bore the responsibility for the Korean War and had generally undermined American defenses against foreign enemies. In one particularly egregious example, they created a composite photograph to make it appear that Tidings hobnobbed with former Communist Party head Earle Browder, and then circulated 300,000 copies of the tabloid containing the manufactured photo. After the hearings ended, the subcommittee delayed for 4 months before issuing its report in August 1951. When the report finally appeared, it criticized McCarthy for his role in the Maryland election. Decrying the dual nature of the political race, Butler's dignified Front Street speeches contrasted with the despicable backstreet campaign conducted by outsiders, the report faulted Butler for failing adequately to oversee his campaign. Yet, despite the subcommittee's clear recognition that John Butler had willingly permitted McCarthy to infiltrate the Maryland election with illegal financial transactions and the use of falsehoods and smear tactics, the report found there was insufficient basis to urge that Butler be unseated. The subcommittee members believed that it would be unfair to take action against him in the absence of an existing specific standard of campaign conduct. Instead, they urged the Rules Committee to establish guidelines for the future that would make acts of defamation, slander, and libel sufficient grounds for declaring a Senate seat vacant. The report also encouraged the national political parties to adopt a set of fair campaign standards. Although the subcommittee had invited McCarthy to testify, he declined to appear. He did, however, ask for and receive permission to include, as part of the committee's report, a lengthy statement of his individual views about the Maryland election. His rhetoric attacking Tidings and the subcommittee's inquiry proved too much for William Benton, Democrat of Connecticut, who, after reading the report, bravely introduced a resolution calling for McCarthy's expulsion from the Senate, and in the meantime demanded that he should resign. For the Senate's action on this resolution, see Case 131. The full Rules and Administration Committee accepted the subcommittee's report. Since it did not call for measures against Butler, no Senate action was required. Conclusion: that John Marshall Butler retained his Senate seat was, in part, a reflection of Joseph McCarthy's power at that stage in his career. Although the Butler and Tidings case came to an end, Senate concerns about McCarthy's conduct would continue for more than 3 years longer. Millard Tidings retained a keen desire to recapture the Senate seat he felt had been unjustly wrested from him. He came close in 1956 until illness forced him to relinquish the party's nomination. He died in 1961. John Marshall Butler served in the Senate until 1963. He died in 1978. End of Section 132 and of Case 130. Section 133 of United States Senate Election Expulsion and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 131, Joseph R. McCarthy, 1908 to 1957, Wisconsin, and William Benton, 1900 to 1973, Connecticut. Expulsion case, August 6, 1951 to January 2, 1953. Issues: allegations of corruption. Chronology: resolution introduced August 6, 1951. Referred to committee August 6, 1951. Committee report January 2, 1953. No Senate action. Result: McCarthy not expelled. Background: when Joseph R. McCarthy, Republican of Wisconsin, launched his famous 1950s crusade against communism in the United States government, he found supporters among both Democrats and Republicans. As his methods took on characteristics of libel and sensationalism, however, other senators increasingly became uneasy about his freewheeling allegations and lack of regard for congressional decorum. McCarthy's undeniable influence in the election defeat of Maryland Senator Millard E. Tidings in 1950 deeply disturbed other members, uncertain as to how to control their unorthodox colleague. Statement of the case. On August 6, 1951, at the close of the investigation into McCarthy's association with the campaign of Maryland's John Marshall Butler, Republican, see Case 130, Connecticut Democrat William Benton introduced a resolution calling for an inquiry and the possible expulsion of the vitriolic Wisconsin senator. Benton, a former advertising executive and State Department official, deplored McCarthy's involvement in the smear tactics used in the Maryland election, but also charged the senator with fraud, deceit, perjury, and lack of fitness to hold the office of senator. Benton, who had entered the Senate in 1949 to fill a vacancy, had been particularly outraged by McCarthy's recent attack on General George C. Marshall as a traitor, quote, steeped in falsehood, unquote. Benton's strongly worded resolution caught more experienced senators by surprise, and none rose to offer supporting speeches. The Senate referred the resolution to the Committee on Rules and Administration, which passed it on to the Subcommittee on Privileges and Elections. Many senators believed that calling for censure, which only required a simple majority vote, would have been a more sensible approach. The Senate had rarely mustered the two-thirds vote needed for expulsion, and then only in cases of actual disloyalty to the nation. Response of the Senate. On September 17, 1951, before the subcommittee had formally decided whether to hold hearings, Joseph McCarthy assumed the offensive by sending a letter to Subcommittee Chairman Guy Gillette, Democrat of Iowa, declaring that the hearings planned in response to the Benton resolution were intended to punish him for exposing communists in the American government. McCarthy demanded the right to cross-examine witnesses, a request the committee denied on September 24th when it voted to hold hearings. Anxious to placate McCarthy and to grant appropriate courtesies to a fellow senator, the committee invited him to appear and testify on September 28th and October 1st, 1951. McCarthy refused, calling Benton's charges against him the type routinely found in The Daily Worker, the newspaper of the American Communist Party. In addition to Chairman Gillette, the subcommittee consisted of Mike Monroney, Democrat of Oklahoma, Thomas C. Hennings, Democrat of Missouri, Margaret Chase Smith, Republican of Maine, who had already spoken out against McCarthy in her June 1950 Declaration of Conscience speech, and Robert C. Hendrickson, Republican of New Jersey, who had also signed the Declaration of Conscience. Benton testified on September 28th, charging McCarthy with perjury for denying under oath that in his February 1950 speech in Wheeling, West Virginia, he had claimed there were 205 communists in the State Department. Benton also asserted that the Wisconsin senator had accepted an illegal $10,000 contribution from the Lustron Corporation and had made false and deceitful statements about fellow senators. Not eager to take on McCarthy, the subcommittee delayed opening an investigation into Benton's charges. Then, in November and December 1951, McCarthy unleashed an all-out attack against the subcommittee. He questioned the jurisdiction of the panel and obtained personnel files of committee staffers which, he said, confirmed their communist connections. The ferocity of his barrage forced the committee to postpone conclusive action. McCarthy's supporters pressured Margaret Chase Smith to leave the subcommittee and replaced her with his staunch ally, Herman Welker, Republican of Idaho. Finally, when nothing seemed to abate the Wisconsin senator's overwhelming verbal assault, the panel turned to the full Senate for support, and on March 6, 1952, asked for a vote of confidence in its investigation. With the agreement of the full Rules and Administration Committee, Chairman Carl Hayden, Democrat of Arizona, on April 8th, asked the Senate to discharge the subcommittee from further consideration of the question of Joseph McCarthy's conduct. Senators responded in anger when they realized that the ability of a Senate committee to act had been thoroughly impeded by a single senator's intimidating tactics. On April 10th, after a torrent of heated debate, the Senate voted unanimously against discharging the subcommittee from the investigation. The 60-0 vote upheld the jurisdiction of the committee, affirmed the honesty and integrity of its membership, and approved the continued investigation of Joseph McCarthy. The decision was not as clear-cut as it seemed, however, for, once again, McCarthy had succeeded in muddying the issue, this time by announcing that, in spite of his lack of confidence in the subcommittee, he would vote against ending its investigation. Still, the vote of confidence enabled the subcommittee to move ahead and hold hearings in May 1952 on McCarthy's acceptance of the $10,000 from Lustron Corporation, a manufacturer of prefabricated houses, which depended on money from the government's Reconstruction Finance Corporation, or RFC. McCarthy had served on a subcommittee overseeing the RFC at the time he had accepted the money from Lustron. All was ready to take the offensive. McCarthy struck back on April 10, 1952, the day of the Senate's vote of confidence in the subcommittee, by introducing a resolution that charged William Benton with failing to report certain campaign expenditures. This request for an investigation of Benton was also referred to the Subcommittee on Privileges and Elections. On July 3, 1952, McCarthy testified at a public hearing that during Benton's tenure at the State Department, he had been a communist in disguise. He waived Benton's tax records, which he had secured through questionable means. Benton, the object of McCarthy's attacks for almost a year, began to buckle, and the subcommittee itself fell into disarray. Not only had Margaret Chase Smith been replaced in late 1951, but both Chairman Gillette and the chief counsel, overwhelmed by the constant barrage of verbal assaults, left the subcommittee in September 1952 after McCarthy won renomination in the Wisconsin primary. Also in September 1952, McCarthy's supporter Herman Welker, who had taken Smith's place, resigned after publicly attacking the subcommittee's approach. Under the chairmanship of Thomas Hennings, the remaining 3 members sought to complete the investigation. Both McCarthy and Benton were invited to testify during late November 1952, but only Benton appeared. The subcommittee chose not to subpoena McCarthy because it considered the inquiry to be an internal Senate matter and believed that it had given the Wisconsin senator ample opportunity to appear and refute the charges if he had wished to do so. Instead, he had, quote, deliberately set out to thwart any investigation of him, unquote, by making repeated attacks upon the subcommittee and its members. The inquiry trickled to an unsatisfactory end as the senators prepared the long-awaited report covering both McCarthy and Benton. If the document was not to appear partisan, it needed the approval of the lone Republican remaining on the subcommittee, Robert Hendrickson, who was also feeling pressure from McCarthy. Thus, while the report, finally filed on January 2, 1953, dealt principally with the Wisconsin senator, it also mildly criticized Benton for an unreported campaign contribution. By describing at length the process of the investigation, the report made clear the extreme difficulties under which the subcommittee had operated, as McCarthy blocked its efforts at every turn. His actions, the report declared, reflected a disdain and contempt for the rules and wishes of the entire Senate body, as well as the membership of the Subcommittee on Privileges and Elections. The report discussed at length the evidence supporting 6 questions it had asked McCarthy in a November 1952 letter, to which he had responded tersely, "The answer to the 6 insulting questions is no." The questions concerned whether it was proper for McCarthy to have accepted the $10,000 fee from Lustron, the possible personal use of funds donated to fight communism, the propriety of other financial transactions, his activities on behalf of special interest groups, possible violations of the tax and banking laws, and possible campaign financing violations. The report called McCarthy's acceptance of the Lustron fee highly improper, but otherwise concluded simply that the record should speak for itself. The subcommittee urged action by the entire Senate, although it made no specific recommendations. But the Senate did not act. The report had been filed the day before the new Republican Congress convened on January 3, 1953. In the November 1952 Republican landslide, McCarthy had won election to a new 6-year term, although he collected significantly fewer votes in his state than President Dwight D. Eisenhower and other Wisconsin Republicans. Still, he appeared untouchable, while William Benton, the sole senator to challenge his conduct openly, had been soundly defeated in the election. Conclusion. When the Senate failed to act, the subcommittee sent its report and files to the Justice Department, asking it to conduct an inquiry into McCarthy's financial dealings. This approach proved no more effective, however, for in October 1953, the Attorney General of the United States announced that the department's investigation had failed to discover any evidence of fraud and corruption. The subcommittee's report did become something of a bestseller, as a magazine sold 150,000 copies of a condensed version, and more than 7,000 privately reprinted copies were distributed. At the height of the Benton-McCarthy clash, Benton had offered to waive his senatorial immunity if McCarthy chose to take the matter to the civil courts. In March 1952, McCarthy brought a $2 million libel suit against Benton, but withdrew it 2 years later. Joseph McCarthy's intense political career soon moved on to another phase, in which his intransigent behavior to the subcommittee played a role. See Case 133. William Benton, a courtly, genial liberal, served as the United Nations UNESCO ambassador in Paris from 1963 to 1968. He died in 1973. End of Section 133, end of Case 131. Section 134 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 132, Patrick J. Hurley, 1883 to 1963, versus Dennis Chavez, 1888 to 1962, New Mexico. Election case, December 30th, 1952, to March 23rd, 1954. Issues: campaign irregularities, recount of ballots. Chronology: petition filed December 30th, 1952, referred to committee January 7th, 1953. Committee report March 16th, 1954. Senate vote March 23rd, 1954. Result: Chavez retained seat. Background: thanks to his outstanding strategic abilities, Senator Dennis Chavez, Democrat of New Mexico, had won 3 senatorial elections in New Mexico's tumultuous political climate by 1952. After a narrow defeat by Bronson Cutting in his first senatorial race in 1934, Chavez contested the election results. See Case 118. When Cutting died in a 1935 plane crash, the New Mexico governor appointed Dennis Chavez to fill the unexpired term. Chavez won a special election in 1936 and was reelected in 1940 and 1946. In 1952, his Republican opponent for a third complete term was retired Major General Patrick J. Hurley, whom he had defeated in the 1946 election and who had run again, unsuccessfully, for the Senate in 1948. Having served as Secretary of War in Herbert Hoover's administration and ambassador to China under Franklin D. Roosevelt, Patrick Hurley persistently sought a Senate seat as a forum for his anti-communist views. In the 1952 election, Chavez, who was viewed as a New Deal liberal, faced the problems of increasing public disillusionment with liberalism and a Republican ticket headed by two popular figures, presidential candidate Dwight D. Eisenhower and incumbent governor Edwin L. Mecum. When the votes in the close Senate race were finally tallied, Chavez, the Democrat, had narrowly won re-election by 5,071 votes, in spite of easy victories in the state by Eisenhower and Mecum. The day after the election, November 5, 1952, Hurley challenged the results, but on November 29th, the New Mexico State Canvassing Board certified that Chavez had been elected. Hurley then demanded a recount, which, when completed in December, resulted in increasing the incumbent's majority by 304 votes. Having exhausted his remedies in the state, Hurley filed a petition of contest with the United States Senate on December 30th, 1952. Statement of the case. When the 83rd Congress convened on January 3, 1953, the Senate permitted Dennis Chavez to take the oath of office, subject to a request by Robert A. Taft, Republican of Ohio, that he be seated, quote, without prejudice to the right of anyone contesting the seat to proceed with the contest, unquote. On January 7th, the Senate referred Patrick Hurley's petition to the Subcommittee on Privileges and Elections of the Committee on Rules and Administration. The complaint alleged numerous irregularities in the conduct of the 1952 New Mexico election, particularly violations of ballot secrecy. After a preliminary staff investigation, the Committee on Rules and Administration decided, on April 17, 1953, to conduct a full inquiry, including a recount of all ballots, examination of voter registration records, a field investigation, and hearings. The committee submitted 2 separate resolutions to the Senate, seeking funds for the investigation, and eventually spent almost $229,000. The subcommittee, consisting of Chairman Frank A. Barrett, Republican of Wyoming, Charles E. Potter, Republican of Michigan, and Thomas C. Hennings, Jr., Democrat of Missouri, devoted considerable effort to developing a set of written procedures prior to the field investigation. Still, the committee's work soon assumed a highly partisan tone, to the degree that Hennings, the minority member of the subcommittee, found himself virtually excluded from the investigation as it continued throughout 1953 and into early 1954. The partisanship was understandable. More than the single Senate seat was at stake, since transfer of that seat from a Democrat to a Republican could affect party control of the Senate. When the 83rd Congress was organized, the Republicans had a clear majority of 49 seats to the Democrats' 47. In July 1953, however, Robert Taft had died, and a Democrat was appointed to replace him. Also during 1953, Wayne Morse of Oregon, originally elected as a Republican, declared himself an independent. As a result of these changes, the Democrats could claim a bare majority of 48 to 47, although the Republicans retained the leadership positions within the Senate. If Hurley were seated instead of Chavez, the Republicans would again have a clear majority. Because of the pivotal nature of the case, it often received front-page coverage in major national newspapers. Response of the Senate. When the subcommittee had still not released its report by March 1954, Democratic senators became increasingly concerned that the Republican-dominated committee would defer action until after the fall elections, when their party might hold the majority with sufficient votes to unseat Chavez easily. Senate Democrats therefore pressed the issue on March 9th by challenging the committee to issue a report within 1 week or face a Democratic effort to remove the issue from the committee. 2 days later, the Privileges and Elections Subcommittee filed its report with the full Rules Committee, which quickly adopted it on March 16th by a party-line vote of 5-4. A resolution accompanying the report stated that no one had been elected to the Senate from New Mexico and that a vacancy existed. If the resolution were adopted, Governor Mecham, a Republican, could appoint a temporary replacement for Chavez. The report contended that the New Mexico election revealed the deplorable spectacle of exploitation and breakdown of an electoral system through irresponsible and ineffective administration. Specifically, the investigation discovered that at least 55,000 citizens were deprived of a secret ballot. Assistance to 4,000 disabled voters was improperly provided, and ballots were fraudulently altered in 33 precincts, making all 17,000 votes cast in those precincts suspect. After an intense investigation, the subcommittee found that in 21 counties, no voting booths were provided, so that voters had to mark their ballots in an open room in full view of election officials. In a number of other counties, booths were provided, but violations of secrecy still occurred. Other problems uncovered included difficulties with the registration system, permitting aliens to vote, and illegal, premature destruction of ballots in 3 counties. The majority therefore concluded that all votes tainted by such irregularities should be eliminated, and that the Senate should declare that no one had been elected to the Senate from New Mexico in 1952. Thomas Hennings, the lone Democratic member of the subcommittee, filed a minority report, deploring the subcommittee's failure to conduct an objective and nonpartisan inquiry. He complained that he had not been consulted by the other members regarding either their deliberations or the final report, stating that the majority report contained no evidence either of corruption or fraud by Dennis Chavez, or that the vote for Chavez was increased as a result of the irregularities. Hennings charged that the Senate would set an unfortunate precedent if it disenfranchised New Mexico's voters and unseated Chavez simply because the state's election officials failed to comply with the election code. He then refuted the majority's findings point by point and concluded that the Senate should find Dennis Chavez to be the legally elected senator. As the Senate began to debate the committee's resolution on March 22nd, newspapers, both in New Mexico and across the country, expressed opposition to voiding the results of an election that had chosen a decidedly bipartisan ticket. Many pointed out the irony that such a decision would place the power to appoint a temporary successor in the hands of a Republican governor chosen in the same supposedly flawed election. Soon after the debate began, Guy Cordon, Republican of Oregon, introduced an amendment significantly altering the resolution. It stated, quote, "and that it is the sense of the Senate that said vacancy should be filled only by election held pursuant to the laws of the state of New Mexico," unquote. The amendment was intended to deflect Democratic arguments and relieve concerns about having a Republican chosen in the same flawed election appoint a replacement to fill the vacated Senate seat. During the debate, Republican speakers, such as Subcommittee Chairman Frank Barrett, focused on the irregularities in the 1952 election, primarily the failure of election officials to provide voting booths. The Democrats argued that Cordon's amendment violated the 17th Amendment to the Constitution, which delegates the power to fill a vacancy to the governor until an election can be held. Hennings led the opposition, joined by such powerful fellow Democrats as Walter George of Georgia, Carl Hayden of Arizona, and Allen J. Ellender of Louisiana. George reiterated Hennings' view that there was no historical precedent for the Senate to deprive citizens of their votes based on the misconduct of election officials. In general, the Democratic senators stressed that because the lengthy and expensive investigation had failed to find fraud or wrongdoing by Dennis Chavez, he was entitled to retain his seat. On March 23rd, Minority Leader Lyndon B. Johnson, Democrat of Texas, submitted a unanimous consent agreement, which the Senate agreed to, limiting the debate and setting a time for the final vote later that afternoon. When the roll call votes on the amendment and the resolution took place, with Major General Earle and his family observing from the gallery, Vice President Richard Nixon presided over the Senate. After voting down the Cordon Amendment, 36-53, the Senate defeated the committee's resolution declaring a vacancy, again by a 36-53 vote. On each vote, 5 Republicans joined 47 Democrats in supporting Chavez, although not exactly the same 5 crossed party lines in each case. Although Chavez was present for the debate, he refrained from voting. The New York Times observed that the Democrats stood in a solidarity they had not exhibited on a major issue in many years, and further noted that Lyndon Johnson had worked for weeks to make certain that none of his party colleagues would be absent on this critical day. Conclusion. Of his vindication, Dennis Chavez commented that truth and decency were on trial, and as always in the end, they too prevailed. He was re-elected to a 5th complete term in 1958, but died after a long illness on November 18, 1962. Patrick Earle had also filed complaints with the U.S. Attorney of New Mexico and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or FBI. After listening to the FBI's report on September 24, 1954, a grand jury in Albuquerque found that Chavez had won an honest victory. It concluded that most of the allegations made by Earle and others were politically motivated. Earle returned to New Mexico, where he died in 1963. The Chavez case exemplifies one of the dilemmas associated with Senate election cases. Most of the Senate agreed that reforms were needed in New Mexico's election procedures, but many senators clearly felt uncomfortable about directing the way a state should conduct its elections. While the New Mexico press defended the practice of voting at open tables if there were long lines at voting booths, newspapers in other parts of the country condemned this approach, though they agreed that Chavez had not been responsible for these conditions and should retain his seat. End of Case 132 and of Section 134. Section 135 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Ann M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 133, Joseph R. McCarthy, 1908 to 1957, Wisconsin. Censure case, July 30th, 1954 to December 2nd, 1954. Issues: abuse of a Senate committee. Chronology: resolution introduced July 30th, 1954, referred to committee August 2nd, 1954, committee report November 8th, 1954, Senate vote December 2nd, 1954. Result: censured. Background: on April 22nd, 1954, the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations of the Senate Government Operations Committee, chaired by Joseph R. McCarthy, Republican of Wisconsin, opened hearings into aspects of security in the United States Army. McCarthy temporarily stepped aside as committee chairman after the Army charged him with seeking special treatment for a former staff member, and the committee decided to look into that complaint as well. Still, the Wisconsin senator continued to play an active role in the hearings, with power to cross-examine witnesses. The Army-McCarthy hearings, fully covered on national television, showed McCarthy in an increasingly unattractive light, as he badgered witnesses while ignoring parliamentary procedures and the rules of common courtesy. By the time the hearings ended in June, he had greatly damaged his image with the American people. Joseph McCarthy, who had appeared invincible when investigated by a Senate subcommittee in 1952, see Case 131, had finally gone too far, convincing his Senate colleagues that his power must be curtailed. Statement of the case. On July 30th, 1954, Ralph Flanders, Republican of Vermont, introduced a resolution calling for the censure of the colleague who had dominated the American press and the United States Senate for the past 4 years. Flanders declared that Joseph McCarthy's conduct as chairman of the Senate's Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations ran contrary to senatorial traditions and brought the whole body into disrepute. He therefore called on his colleagues to condemn McCarthy's behavior. Earlier, on June 11th, Flanders had offered a resolution to strip McCarthy of his chairmanships, but consultation with other senators had indicated that censure would be easier to achieve, since many members objected to undercutting the seniority system of choosing committee chairmen. In discussing the Flanders resolution, the Senate demonstrated that, although weary of McCarthy's embarrassing tactics, it wished to conduct the inquiry in an orderly fashion. In general, McCarthy's party colleagues did not attempt to defend his actions, but focused instead on procedural concerns, as senators added 46 specific charges of misconduct to the original censure resolution. On August 2nd, the Senate decided to refer the matter to a bipartisan select committee, whose members were notable for their impeccable reputations and legal expertise, and asked for a report before the end of the 83rd Congress, in late 1954. The group of 3 Republicans and 3 Democrats, led by Chairman Arthur V. Watkins, Republican of Utah, included 3 former judges and 2 former governors. Only Joseph McCarthy complained about the composition of the panel. Response of the Senate. The Select Committee recognized that the few previous censure cases had dealt with specific incidents of unacceptable action, rather than a whole pattern of behavior over a period of years, as in the McCarthy case. Therefore, the committee, anxious to restore the sense of dignity so sorely absent in the recent Army hearings, plotted each move with care. It agreed to exclude television cameras from the hearings in order to foster a judicial atmosphere and avoid a repetition of the unseemly show presented to the public by the recent debacle with McCarthy and the military. Because the hearings would be judicial in form rather than adversarial, the committee would not call Flanders and other supporters of censure as witnesses, thus offering McCarthy no targets for personal attacks. He would, however, have the right to be present and be represented by counsel, although only one individual, either McCarthy or his attorney, would be permitted to conduct questioning or cross-examination on a given subject. McCarthy was also allowed to make an opening statement. After reviewing the 46 counts of misconduct, the committee reduced the charges to 5 categories: contempt of the Senate or a senatorial committee, encouraging federal government employees to violate the law by providing him with classified materials, receipt or use of confidential or classified document, abuse of Senate colleagues, and abuse of Brigadier General Ralph W. Zwicker during the Army hearings. Because each of these charges was based on the massive collection of documents already at the committee's disposal, including the material from the 1952 investigation by the Subcommittee on Privileges and Elections, very few witnesses needed to be called. The hearings were held after the Senate recessed to allow members to campaign for the November election, opening on August 31, 1954, and continuing through September 13th. The committee soon felt the full thrust of McCarthy's oratorical attack, but Chairman Watkins exercised strict control and ruled many of McCarthy's interruptions and diversions out of order. Unmoved by the Wisconsin senator's objections, the committee completed the hearings and set about drafting its report, which it released to the press on September 27th, although it was not officially printed until the Senate reconvened on November 8th. The Select Committee unanimously recommended that Joseph McCarthy be censured for his actions in 2 of the 5 categories. 1, his refusal to appear before the Subcommittee on Privileges and Elections to answer questions about his personal character, and his general obstruction to the work of the panel during its investigation of him in 1951 and 1952, see Case 131, and 2, his conduct on February 18, 1954, when he publicly abused and defamed General Zwicker during his appearance before the Army hearings. The committee also strongly deplored McCarthy's actions in the other 3 categories as improper and irresponsible, but determined that they did not constitute a basis for censure. On November 8, 1954, as the Senate convened in a rare post-election session to deal with the McCarthy case, a lengthy and tangled debate developed. McCarthy attacked the individual members of the committee and its work so fiercely, that each senator found it necessary to counter his assault with legal arguments. To keep the discussion as nonpartisan as possible, Minority Leader Lyndon B. Johnson, Democrat of Texas, urged Democratic liberals to remain quiet and allow moderate and conservative Republicans to carry the fight against McCarthy. Those who defended Joseph McCarthy and sought to defeat the recommendation argued that censure would impose an unwise code of conduct for the future, that McCarthy should not be censured for his behavior in a previous Congress, and that a censure vote would interfere with the guarantees of free speech. As he warmed to the fight, McCarthy labeled the Select Committee the, quote, unwitting handmaiden of the Communist Party, unquote, attacked Arthur Watkins as cowardly, and referred to the entire proceeding as a lynch party. Chairman Watkins responded with an emotional speech about the dignity of the Senate that brought cheers from the galleries. When McCarthy entered the hospital with an elbow injury, the Senate recessed for 10 days until he could again be present. Finally, on December 2, 1954, after 3 more days of debate, the Senate concluded the case and adjourned for the year. Exchanging the count relating to General Swicker for one regarding his behavior to the Watkins Committee, the Senate, on a vote of 67 to 22, censured Joseph McCarthy, quote, for his non-cooperation with and abuse of the Subcommittee on Privileges and Elections in 1952, end quote, and, quote, for abuse of the Select Committee to Study Censure, unquote, of 1954. After 4 years of nearly unchallengeable political power, Joseph McCarthy fell before the demand of the Senate that its members conform to the body's rules of comity and civility. Conclusion. Many observers believed that the Watkins Committee really wanted to avoid the unpleasantness of censure and had taken every measure possible to accommodate McCarthy. But his raucous demeanor and attacks on the committee members finally pressed them too far. Even so, the committee based its recommendations on McCarthy's violation of Senate behavioral norms and took no position on his anti-communist crusade. McCarthy tried to appear unaffected by the censure, but it became apparent that the Senate vote had robbed him of his power and status. As his political fortunes waned, so did his health. He died in 1957. End of section 135 and of case 133. Section 136 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 134, Pierre E. G. Salinger, 1925 to present, California. Election case, appointment, August 5, 1964 to August 13, 1964. Issues, qualifications, residency. Chronology, credentials presented August 5, 1964. Referred to committee August 5, 1964. Committee report August 12, 1964. Senate vote August 13, 1964. Result, retained seat. Background. On August 5, 1964, Senate Majority Leader Mike Mansfield, Democrat of Montana, presented the credentials of Pierre E. G. Salinger, appointed by California Governor Edmund G. Brown, to fill a vacancy caused by the death of Senator Claire Engel. Salinger's credentials clearly indicated his appointment was temporary, to continue only until the California voters, by special election, chose Engel's permanent replacement. Salinger, who had served as press secretary to President John F. Kennedy, and his successor, Lyndon B. Johnson, had resigned from that position in March 1964 to run for the U.S. Senate. Statement of the case. Before Salinger could be sworn in, Republican leader Everett Dirksen of Illinois announced that many California citizens protested the legality of the appointment. One of those objecting was George Murphy, the Republican candidate in the race to fill Engel's seat. Dirksen hastened to add that the challenge in no way involves the acceptability or character of the appointee. This goes clearly to the appointment by the governor of California. California Republicans based their charges upon a state constitutional requirement that the governor could only appoint a state elector to a Senate vacancy. A state elector was defined as a person resident in California for at least 1 year. Salinger, formerly of Virginia, had lived in California less than the mandatory 12 months. Mike Mansfield responded immediately to the protest, with the traditional argument that the only valid qualifications for a United States Senator are those listed in the U.S. Constitution. Mansfield informed his Republican colleagues that the challenge was meaningless because, quote, the Constitution of the United States sets forth in crystal clear language that states cannot impose additional qualifications, unquote. As the discussion unfolded, members turned more and more to constitutional wizard Sam Ervin, Democrat of North Carolina, for an analysis of the fine points involved. In his homey way, Ervin advised the Senate that the distinction between an elected and an appointed senator was not, quote, as wide as the distinction between Tweedledum and Tweedledee. Those are the qualifications which must be possessed by any senator, whether he comes to the Senate by election or by appointment. At the conclusion of these exchanges, the Senate voted 59 to 29 to seat Salinger without prejudice and referred his credentials for investigation to the Committee on Rules and Administration's Subcommittee on Privileges and Elections. Response of the Senate. On August 12, 1964, the committee returned a report favorable to Pierre Salinger. The committee agreed with those who, in the earlier debate, had insisted that the laws of an individual state had no bearing on the Senate's right to judge the qualifications of its members. In essence, the committee found that a state constitution transgressed the law by adding qualifications for a United States senator, and that a state executive was within his rights to ignore such restrictions. Although the debate assumed a highly partisan tone, members could not ignore the declaration by Republican Milton Young of North Dakota that he intended to support Salinger because his own 1945 Senate appointment had been in direct violation of the North Dakota Constitution. Young observed that no one in North Dakota had questioned the governor's action, because it was widely recognized that the United States Senate would be the sole judge of his qualifications. A minority group led by Carl Curtis, Republican of Nebraska, insisted that Salinger did not meet California requirements. But the Senate upheld its traditional view and resisted any encroachment by a state into the area of Senate qualifications. On August 13, 1964, the Senate voted that Pierre Salinger was entitled to retain his seat. Conclusion. In November 1964, Pierre Salinger failed to be elected to fill the remainder of Engel's term. He served in the Senate only until the end of that year. He subsequently pursued a varied career in private ventures and became widely known for his journalism and television reporting. End of Case 134, end of Section 136. Section 137 of United States Senate Election, Expulsion, and Censure Cases, 1793 to 1990, by Anne M. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Case 135, Thomas J. Dodd, 1907 to 1971, Connecticut. Censure case, February 23, 1966 to June 23, 1967. Issues: personal use of campaign funds, standards of conduct for senators. Chronology: request for committee investigation, February 23, 1966. Committee report, April 27, 1967. Senate vote, June 23, 1967. Result: censured. Background: the Thomas J. Dodd, Democrat of Connecticut, censure case represents the first modern-era Senate ethics case. Its conduct reflected a growing impetus for reform in the wake of the Bobby Baker and Representative Adam Clayton Powell, Democrat of New York, scandals. Bobby Baker was a senior Senate aide, accused of personally profiting from his public position. The Senate Rules and Administration Committee's investigation of his case produced an extraordinary level of partisan rancor. In response to the Baker investigation, the Senate in 1964 established the bipartisan Select Committee on Standards and Conduct, but rejected a proposal providing for routine disclosure of members' income. The committee was charged with developing a Senate Code of Ethics, but set this work aside to pursue its investigation of Dodd. Statement of the case. Journalists Drew Pearson and Jack Anderson published a series of syndicated newspaper columns in January 1966, describing Thomas Dodd's association with Julius Klein, a public relations consultant for several West German clients. Additional articles appeared detailing alleged fundraising improprieties and other financial wrongdoing by the senator. In the authorizing resolution creating the Select Committee, the Senate outlined only a set of mandated tasks, allowing the new committee to design its specific procedures. Well aware of the precedent-setting nature of its work, the committee carefully reviewed its authority to conduct investigations of misconduct, and in April 1966, retained former Supreme Court Justice Charles E. Whitaker as consulting counsel. Because there were no procedures for misconduct proceedings, the committee began by adopting rules prior to its first hearings. The committee divided its work into two parts. Part 1 addressed Dodd's relationship with Julius Klein, and Part 2 investigated such allegations of financial misconduct as the conversion of campaign funds to personal use. The second part of the investigation, which the committee considered more serious, ultimately resulted in the recommendation for censure. Separate hearings were held for each part, although the committee issued only one report. Part 1. On February 2, 1966, the committee's staff began looking into the revelations about the senator's relationship with publicist Julius Klein that were made in the first Pearson and Anderson articles. On February 23, 1966, after the staff prepared a preliminary report, Thomas Dodd requested a full inquiry by the committee. In late June 1966, the committee held both public and closed hearings. Rather than reporting at the time, the committee discussed its findings on Part 1 in the final report filed on April 27, 1967. There, the committee noted that after Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearings in 1963 had criticized Julius Klein's activities, he had lost some of his West German clients. Klein then pressed Dodd, a member of the Foreign Relations Committee, to travel to West Germany and meet with officials there on his behalf. Dodd did indeed go to West Germany in April 1964, ostensibly on Senate Judiciary Committee business, but it appeared that his purpose was influenced by Klein's requests. The committee did not pursue its concern that the senator had directly intervened with West German officials because it had difficulty in obtaining evidence from a sovereign foreign government. Although the committee failed to find enough evidence of wrongdoing to warrant further Senate action, it noted that Dodd's behavior towards Klein was indiscreet and beyond the responsibilities of a senator to any citizen. Although the committee heard allegations that Dodd had received a number of favors from Klein, the only firm evidence indicated that Dodd had repeatedly used the lobbyist's suite in the Essex House Hotel in Manhattan. Part 2. While the committee was investigating the senator's relationship with publicist Klein, additional newspaper coverage raised questions about his political and official financial ties to contributors and businessmen. In response to these articles, the committee formally began an investigation in April 1966, which uncovered additional evidence. The committee then requested a complete financial report from Thomas Dodd, and when he refused, advised him on June 15, 1966, that it would hold public hearings. Because of several legal challenges brought by the senator's attorney, as well as the need to reassemble complex, detailed financial data, the hearings were not held until mid-March 1967. Thomas Dodd's legal challenges to the committee's Part 2 inquiry began almost immediately. His attorneys argued that the committee had no jurisdiction over the senator's finances, and that these financial matters were essentially tax-related. The committee responded that it had a responsibility to examine the ethical implications of his conduct. Later challenges claimed that the hearings would prejudice future determinations by the Internal Revenue Service, or IRS, which was conducting an investigation of income Dodd had derived from political events. The senator's attorneys formally raised these arguments several times, and eventually the committee granted a special hearing for Dodd's lawyers. When hearings on the full case were completed, the committee met a final time on the issue of jurisdiction and determined that the evidence related directly to Senator Dodd's conduct as a sitting senator and was within the jurisdiction of the committee. On 3 separate occasions, the committee formally ruled that it had jurisdiction. A major problem arose concerning the nature of the committee's initial evidence. The revelations that appeared in the Pearson and Anderson articles were based on approximately 4,000 documents that staff members had stolen from Dodd's office. To maintain the integrity of the case, the committee decided to use none of these documents, but instead painstakingly reassembled back records and other materials. The committee's final report, issued on April 27, 1967, concluded that Dodd and his staff had organized 7 fundraising events between 1961 and 1965. These events were represented to the public as testimonials or campaign fundraisers, but Dodd had used a significant portion of the monies raised for his own benefit. Dodd contended that the contributors knew the purpose of these occasions was to raise money for his personal expenses, and he obtained 400 affidavits stating that the donations were gifts rather than political contributions. The Select Committee considered the affidavits but did not accept them as testimony because the event's invitations and press coverage demonstrated that they had been represented to the public as political fundraisers or testimonials. The committee members believed that, since the senator and his staff were directly involved in planning these events, he must have been aware that they were essentially political. Contributions received totaled at least $203,983. In addition, Dodd received at least $246,290 in support of his 1964 campaign, for a combined total of $450,273. Of this amount, according to the committee report, Dodd had used $116,083 for personal purposes, such as income taxes, home improvements, and payments to family members. He also received $8,000 in cash from the International Latex Corporation, allegedly in exchange for an ambassadorship. The funds raised from one of the events had been placed in Thomas Dodd's personal bank account and used to pay his personal expenses. The proceeds of the other gatherings were deposited in a Testimonial for Senator Dodd account and commingled with campaign contributions. Nearly $95,000 was later transferred from this account to Dodd's personal bank account and used for personal purposes. The remaining money in the testimonial account was used by Dodd for both personal and political expenses, according to the committee's findings. The committee also determined that on 7 occasions, Dodd had accepted reimbursement for the same travel from both the Senate and private groups. In addition, he had accepted gifts of automobiles that he used for both political and personal travel between 1964 and 1965. In conclusion, the committee declared that the senator had used the power of his office to raise campaign funds, and that he spent a portion of these funds, as well as money from the 1964 campaign, for personal purposes. Also, he had accepted double reimbursement. It was on these grounds that the Select Committee recommended censuring Dodd. The committee also referred its findings on some of the improprieties to the U.S. Attorney General as possible violations of law. Response of the Senate. The full Senate began discussing the Dodd censure resolution on June 13, 1967, and the issue dominated Senate business until the final vote on June 23rd. The committee had proved that a bipartisan group could conduct a dignified investigation, but the floor debate at times degenerated into a turbulent display of anger and frustration. Senators discussed in great detail the fundamental concepts of the emerging reforms in governmental ethics, such as the need for written standards of behavior and standards for evaluating evidence, as well as the nature of the process used to investigate and discipline members. Since Thomas Dodd's lawyers were not permitted to speak on the Senate floor, Russell B. Long, Democrat of Louisiana, assumed the role of Dodd's chief advocate. He and Dodd presented evidence in the form of charts, documents, and briefs. Select Committee Chairman John C. Stennis, Democrat of Mississippi, struggled valiantly to restrict the debate to the committee's work and the draft resolution. He cogently identified the real issue. If we pass up this matter, then sometime, somewhere, in some way, something big will slip out of this chamber, and a lesser standard or lesser role or lesser conduct will have to be accepted. The lack of formal standards for senatorial behavior caused difficulty in the Dodd case. At that time, there was not yet a federal ethics law, and campaign financing was still regulated by the 1925 Corrupt Practices Act. The committee was therefore in the awkward position of first articulating a set of standards and then evaluating Dodd's past actions against them. Dodd argued that this approach subjected him to ex post facto justice and that the committee's procedures had denied him due process. Nevertheless, a consensus emerged that while Thomas Dodd's conversion of campaign funds to personal use did not break any laws, the Senate had to decide whether this activity should be condoned. Stephen M. Young, Democrat of Ohio, transcended these arguments over standards with a simple clarity. In my considered judgment, honesty is easy to define. Surely it is not difficult to define. Neither is dishonesty difficult to define. The debate reflected a lack of agreement about the nature of the censure process. In defending Dodd, Russell Long argued that the senators were being asked to function as prosecutors. Others, like committee member Eugene J. McCarthy, Democrat of Minnesota, stated that the Senate was simply applying certain broad standards of conduct. Others raised the question that if the Senate was conducting a judicial trial proceeding, then what type of standard should be applied to the evidence, criminal or civil? By the second week of the debate, tempers grew short. Thomas Dodd was shaken and exhausted, and the press coverage became increasingly negative. The Senate was aware that the nation was watching, and, in Norris H. Cotton's, Republican of New Hampshire, words, entitled to some affirmative action. As the debate inched toward closure, senators began raising concerns about the use of the word censure in the resolution. Eugene McCarthy said that the dictionary contained 7 or 8 definitions, among which members should choose. Long offered an alternative resolution that essentially eviscerated the censure motion, which the Senate rejected by a vote of 92-2. John Tower, Republican of Texas, proposed the term reprimand, but John Stennis stood firm, pointing out that the word censure had been used in all previous Senate cases. The facts are all in, he declared. The case is known, and anything short of the word censure will not meet the situation. Stating that he did not wish to embarrass his colleagues, Dodd requested and obtained permission to be absent during the vote. Alan J. Ellender, Democrat of Louisiana, unconvinced that an adequate case had been made against Dodd on the charge of double billing for travel expenses, moved to delete that point from the resolution. The Ellender amendment passed by a roll call vote of 51-45. Immediately afterward, the Senate voted 92-5 to adopt the revised resolution censuring Thomas Dodd for converting campaign funds to personal use. The resolution stated that Dodd had used his office as a United States Senator to obtain and use, for his personal benefit, funds from the public through political testimonials and a political campaign. It further stated that this conduct was contrary to accepted morals, derogates from the public trust expected of a senator, and tends to bring the Senate into dishonor and disrepute. In the final minutes of the session, Thomas Dodd rose and stated, "I believe now, I shall continue to believe, that history will justify my conduct and my character." Conclusion. In handling its first censure case, the newly created Select Committee on Standards and Conduct demonstrated an awareness of the precedent-setting nature of its work and sought to operate in a nonpartisan manner in order to ensure a fair hearing based on federal judicial procedure. In a substantial change from the previous practice, in which the full Senate had referred allegations of corruption to a committee, the Standards and Conduct Committee had the power to initiate its own inquiries without referral by the Senate. When the Democratic Party denied Thomas Dodd the nomination for a third term in 1970, he left the party and ran as an independent, seeking vindication from the voters of Connecticut. The voters did not comply, and Dodd finished third in a race that elected Republican Lowell P. Weicker to the Senate. Less than a year later, Dodd died suddenly from a heart attack. Newspaper obituaries mentioned the impact of the Senate censure vote on his career, while noting that both throughout the proceedings and until his death, the senator had steadfastly claimed that he was innocent. The Senate's censure of Thomas Dodd was only the seventh time in almost 200 years that the body had censured one of its members. It was the first such case that focused solely on a senator's finances, reflecting changing mores within both society and the Senate. Media attention devoted to the Bobby Baker, Adam Clayton Powell, and Thomas Dodd cases led the public to demand more accountability from its elected officials. For the Senate, the case demonstrated the need to adopt formal rules of conduct and to enforce its standards of behavior. In 1968, prompted by concerns over ethical problems, the Senate adopted 4 new rules of ethical conduct, including a form of financial disclosure. The 1970s would bring additional significant reforms. End of Case 135 and of Section 137.